Good morning and welcome to the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Primm, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. Wow, it's so good to be back here again for the incredible Mint 400. So much history in this race as we look out there upon the 2026 race course. The history of this event spans back over 50 years. It's going to be absolutely remarkable as we get the racing action started here today for the limited classes. We're going to be seeing UTVs. Let's just have a look at our start lineup now. So at 10:30 a.m. we've got the Youth 570 race start. At 11:30 is the Youth Thousands. At 12:30 p.m. is the motorcycle qualifying, and at 1 p.m. of course is the big guns with the unlimited qualifying. But of course we've also got today the unlimited races. We'll be seeing our UTVs, our Class 10s and so many other vehicles out there on track. So welcome to the BFGoodrich Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than, of course, Jim Beaver, Bob Bauer, and of course, RJ, Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, guys?
It is going to be a great Mint 400. Last year we saw a lot of wind, a lot of cold weather. It is absolutely perfect. Yesterday, Jim Beaver, there was a lot of wind, but today it's calmed down quite a bit. So Bob Bauer said something to me this morning. The racers changed, technology changed, but the desert never does. So I'm going to actually flip it to Bob.
When you steal a line, it's good to steal only from the best. That's the deal. And what I really meant was that, you know, this desert it may be 50 years of getting raced on, but I'll tell you what, it's the same darn desert, and it hurts when you hit it, and they're going to hit it a lot today. But we got technology in shocks, we got technology in tires, we got technology in lights because they're going to need them later. It's all good.
Well, you know, and I think, you know, going to that, you know, the desert never changes. You know, obviously we've seen the technology improve, like Bob said, and we've got, you know, in the unlimited trucks and the, you know, pro unlimited UTVs, I mean, we're seeing speeds that we never even thought possible. But, you know, the common denominator here is this unforgiving Mint 400 track. And, you know, this year we're doing something a little different. We're running it the opposite direction, and I think it's going to throw a wrench in some of these drivers' plans.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just looking down here at the list of vehicles that we've got running, and of course, the ones that spring off the sheet, of course, are the UTV pros. And these guys are pros. We've seen the growth. I mean, some people used to call them golf carts back in the day. You can't call them that anymore, can you, Ricky?
No, and we've seen it. We saw Kyle Chaney at King of the Hammers top everybody a couple years ago. Now, They changed the course a little bit, so the bigger vehicles are coming back. But how fast these vehicles go and the technology, it used to just have a belt. We see the Honda Talon with a shift. We see the Can-Am with shifting. We see the Pro Rs and Brock Hager that is just so fast everywhere you go. And the technology is getting it so, as Bob said, you can race these things. It's a sprint race. It's not. Back in the day, it was just finish, keep moving forward. Now, if you're not going fast, it's like a basketball game. Points at the beginning of the game are just as important as the end, Bob.
And you know, the Mint 400 is one that gives you kind of like a sucker punch at the end. You get going in this first lap, everything seems to be pretty much okay. Second lap, well, it's getting a little dirty. Third lap, it's getting a little rocky. Fourth lap, you want to drive? You want to take it? You want to take this last lap for me? You know?
Well, and I think that's, you know, kind of the key to the whole thing, right? It's, you know, the Mint is a sprint race, but it's also an endurance race.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
You know, and the biggest thing, you got to save your body for the fourth lap, but you also have to save the car for the fourth lap. And having a car on lap 4 at the Mint, that's easier said than done.
And it gives you kinds of desert that change all the time. Like they've got long, flat spreads. They got big rocks coming, hoops, twisty roads. Ricky, what else they got?
Well, if you're looking at the low angles. Here we got every kinds of desert you could talk about. We were just on the lake bed where they'll see speeds of 140 plus miles per hour. Yeah. Then you get into this hard bedrock that have been there, as you said, Bob, for over 50 years. And these bumps, they don't go out and grade it. It gets deeper and deeper. Those bumps are about 3 to 4 foot deep with the elevation changes. So the drivers are constantly navigating and changing their driver's line because as you get off to the left, to the right. But then, Bob, at the end of the day, you have the sun, you have the dust, I mean, Jim, you have a lot of things to deal with as well.
Yeah, you do. That's why we come out to the Mint 400, because it is such an incredible course. Let's just go back and talk about that Pro UTVs. Yesterday we saw Brock Hager. Now, let's not forget, this is a man who's now won Dakar twice. This is a man who's won here at the Mint. But this is a man who's absolutely at the top of his game right now. He out-qualified the rest of the field by 11 full seconds. That's absolutely remarkable when we look at the talent behind him. Carl Cheney, who's actually making his debut here at the Mint 400. Then behind him, Corbin Leviton, Cody Miller, Mitch Guthrie, Ronnie Anderson, Hunter Miller, Caden McCachran, Phil Blurton, and rounding out the top 10 is Dustin Battleaxe Jones. I mean, just what an incredible amount of talent we're going to have on this course today.
Well, and as you said, looking at that, 11 seconds. You look at this time was a 6:19, and after that was a 6:30. So if you look at that, everybody else 6:30, 6:30, 6:31, 6:32. Everyone was right there. But as we're watching, as we look, they go out, they get lined up, and this is more of a short course. And if you're looking at Brock Hager as he's rolling on, very fast, very smooth. And you got to remember, this young man grew up. That's pushing it on the edge, on the bicycle, and he laid it down, Jim Beaver.
Oh, he absolutely laid it down, and if you're Brock Hager, obviously he's won just about everything in the world you can win in the past couple of years, and he just went into this one and just deflated everybody. I mean, that was just an insane run that he had yesterday.
Yeah, so this is Corbin Leviton now that we saw him. Now, we saw him come out of the blocks in King of the Hammers, and he was absolutely a man on fire. What can he do here? Because he had some problems out there on track. So he's going to be looking here for redemption, particularly against these big guns, to prove that what he can do out here. And it's going to be very interesting to see. But let's also talk about Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, the two brothers coming out once again here to the Mint 400. Can they actually deliver out here, Bob?
Absolutely, they can. They're in cahoots. You know what cahoots are, right? Cahoots are big.
I never ran into a cahoots bush, but you never know. I might find one out there.
Well, that's because they grow on trees.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Bob Bauer's dad joke number 1.
Oh, my gosh.
So we're on number 1. We're going to be at about 10,000. But back to the Miller brothers, and you look into the different technology. So Jim Marsden or Jim Beaver. I'm going to actually go to Jim Beaver. Let's talk about technology. We've seen the Polaris. They changed where the belt is. They don't have the belt failures like they used to because they moved it to a different part of the motor. They don't get the heat. But Can-Am is a completely different program, a lot like the Honda.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot like the Honda. The big thing with side-by-sides and technology was when I first started racing side-by-sides a little over 10 years ago was axles and belts. It was conserve the axles, conserve the belt. Now you don't worry about either one of those. I mean, everybody's pretty much got their program dialed. It's very rare we see a team lose a belt in a race. And, I mean, we used to be changing every 150 miles. We would change belts in the race, and now, if you can't get an entire race on a belt, it's surprising.
Well, you also had to do all the mojo. Do you put them in the dishwasher to heat cycle them?
Yeah.
Do you go pre-run it a little bit and make sure you wear it in a little bit? There was all this, you have people praying over your belt. You put it in your bed with you at night. There was all this different stuff. Now you throw it in and you hammer. You go as fast as you can go, and you don't have to spend that time seasoning the belt.
Well, I think that's the big thing, for the longest time, and we're going to see the shootout again today, was Class 10 versus UTV. What's faster? Well, the Class 10 technology hasn't evolved as fast as the side-by-side technology, and what we're seeing in the side-by-sides now is they're really quick, and now they don't have those issues with the belts and the axles and the other things where you had to conserve and keep it there. So they're able to pound just like a Class 10 car start to finish.
As well as tire size. That was, I think, a huge limiting factor, Jim Marsden, for the side-by-sides. They had the smaller 32s, 31-inch tires. Now they're at 35s. So they're the same tire as a Class 10 car, but they're all-wheel drive. Now with the turbos, they're matching them or beating them on horsepower as well. So it's like unlimited two-wheel drive versus unlimited four-wheel drive now, but in the limited class, Jim Marsden.
That's a great example of the technology, how it's changed. I mean, when we just, hear Beaver talking about, well, it was before it was belts and axles, like that. Well, now they are going hard and fast. And the technology is allowing that stuff.
So the technology back in your day, did you get like blisters in your hands in the chariots when you were slapping the horses?
No, but
the rocks, was that the problem?
The rocks where we made the wheels would leave a raspy thing on your hand. It was terrible.
Because you were trying to figure out, hey, if we make something round, it rolls. That was awesome.
Where was I? How come I
was
didn't?
Ben Hur a good guy? Was he?
He was a bad neighbor.
He was. Oh, so he's like
Yeah,
Cornelli
bad
Jones, a
neighbor.
really gritty competitor. All right, that's slam on Bob Bauer, number 1 from Rick. All right, Jim Marsden.
Well, we've got so many other classes out there racing today as well. Let's not forget, we've got the Pro UTV class, we've got the Class 10s, we've got the UTV Pro Turbos, the UTV Pro NAs, and of course the Pro UTV stock class as well. And we're going to see some real superheroes out here, and it's not just about the guys and girls that are racing up in the Pro UTVs, it's also about this racing down in the other classes as well. One that really jumps off the page for me in 19th position off the line this morning is going to be Sierra Romo. Now, we've seen her do great things in this race before, so watch out for that young lady as she comes through the pack. And then another American superstar that we need to be paying attention to is none other than Sarah Price. This lady is absolutely on fire. She's just back from Dakar duties where she was racing with Land Rover. She came out to King of the Hammers and won her UTV stock class. Can she do the same here? I wouldn't bet against it. So keep an eye on Sarah Price, who we're going to be seeing going off the line in 125th position this morning.
Well, I want to throw a couple other people out there as well. As one is Mia Chapman. She's the young girl that obviously, you know, Jim Beaver, you're very close with her. She's been someone that Red Bull's had an eye on, and she's going back. You got Mark Barnett as well, who's
wily veteran, man. Mark Burnett, you never count Mark out.
last year he busted his ass right on the start. He had a full load of fuel. They changed the jump a little bit. He rolled it. Felt terrible. I'm not going to cast these stones. How many times have we all done that? Make a mistake right at the beginning. And also we got Mad Max Gordon. You know, obviously the son of Robbie Gordon, who Max always delivers, always pushing hard. And Robbie and him with that speed technology, they're wanting to prove that they're a legit competitor.
Well, I got a couple to throw out there too. Is one, Bailey Campbell. You know, and I was talking about it yesterday off air. But you know, Bailey, I've known Bailey since she was really small, and I felt there a couple years ago she was just kind of spinning, and she was looking for a place in the off-road world. And now she's involved with this Ford program and Fun Haver. And Bailey, I mean, I saw her on Fremont yesterday. She was all smile. She's ready to get it done for Ford, and she's going to be one to watch too.
Yeah, we've also got another battle. There's so many classes racing today. I've got to check it. I think we're over 40 classes, which is absolutely remarkable. There's going to be a really big battle in the 1400s. Now, that's a real classic class. I mean, Bob, you can tell us more about this. This was, about down around your kind of a time. But we're looking at some names down there that are racing, and it's going to be an astonishing race there. Can those 14 start punching up through the UTVs?
Bob, before you take that,
all right,
explain to everybody what a 1400 class is, because not all of us know. Give us the
Why
the
did you pick
framework.
on me?
Well, okay, Bob Bauer.
Well, there was classic race cars back in the day. It was Class 8s. That was the high deal, and they have fans, and everybody's fixing up their own little pre-runners. When you can get your son a stick welder for his birthday.
You're still not telling people what they are.
They're a garage-built, haul-ass, figure-it-out-yourself race car.
And some of them, it looks like an LTD with 35-inch tires.
Yeah.
To what is basically a trophy truck or a unlimited truck out there. So some of these guys, the range, a door slammer. But that's. So, Bob, when you were racing, and all jokes aside, were the doors still functional? Because when they started with the trucks, they took a production truck and then they modified it. Now they start with a jig and build a whole race car.
From scratch. Well, yes, we did have door slammers. In fact, a door slammer at those days could be an advantage to you. Here's how. We would have, for example, you're driving along, Ricky, when you're talking to your co-driver and you say, do we have a flat? Is there something? Well, in a door slammer, we would put a $1.98 little disc mirror, like you have in your rear mirror, put it in the bottom of the door right there, and if you want to know if you had a rear flat, just open the door, look in the mirror, see what you're doing. That's technology. That's the technology we dealt with.
It's a little different now. Now we have a dash that goes green, yellow, red.
And you know exactly how much pressure you got. You know which tire it is.
Okay, guys, now there's one thing that we can't change with technology, and that is the weather. Now, check this out. The racer's friend is with us, and that is the wind. Look at this. We're going to have 14 mile an hour and possibly even 17 mile an hour winds later on today. And that's going to make a massive difference on this course, isn't it, Ricky?
Well, I'll tell you what. I have just like if I've ever been surfing and it's flat, you pray for a wave. Come on, God, there's nobody out. Just give me a wave. I have sat behind people, and I'm like, God, please just give me some wind. I don't care which way it is, just not towards me or with me. But when you get that side wind, like you're seeing that Can-Am batter flapping the wind, that is a blessing from God that you can chase that guy down in front of you. So I think we're going to have the right amount of wind today. It's not going to be crazy, so it's not going to be too overboard for the helicopter pilots that are out there covering the race, but also it's going to be enough for the racers to get by each other.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's also talk about something that happened a couple of weeks ago, and that is rain.
Yeah.
Now, rain makes a massive impact and a huge difference to this, and to have some depth of moisture in this ground will make a huge difference. We see it every year. Watch out for that change of colour in the dirt as we see the cars going across it, and that will show where the moisture is sitting, and that will make a difference to how these cars hook up and how they perform on this track.
And you see evidence of the rain. Look how green that desert is. That's not going to be green in another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
No, there's lots of moisture in. It's definitely going to improve conditions. By the unlimited race tomorrow, it might all be gone. But today, for the side-by-side and the limited race, I think it's going to be great. That's the sand whoops out there, the far edge of the course.
And all of that is going to help. So when the track widens a little bit, the guys are working to the left, to the right, because in this limited class, you can't just hammer the big holes. You got to work your way around. But what I love about this is the qualifying is very short course, and that's one of the things that is an advantage for Brock Hager, because that's where he started. He started in the little trophy carts, and then he went into Pro Light and then Pro 2. So he's very, very comfortable on this short course, but obviously he's very, very comfortable everywhere else when it comes to dirt.
And I think he's probably the story of the day. It's a guy everybody's talked about the last 2 years, and it's like, what is Brock Hager not good at? We've seen him in, at King of the Hammers. We've seen him in Dakar. We've seen him in desert races. I mean, we know his short course background. I mean, the guy's won pretty much everything, and everybody keep thinking, oh, there's going to be a point where, the rest of the field catches up to Brock, and they just don't.
Yeah, now, as we look at the racecourse map this year, now, one of the most incredible, or one of the things that the biggest changes is the fact instead of going clockwise, we're going counterclockwise, or anti-clockwise to those watching from the other side of the pond. Now, Jim, we were talking about that earlier. What's that going to mean for the first sort of 10 miles of this race?
Well, I think that the first 10 miles is probably the most crucial, because normally when you're coming through Joshua Tree Highway, you hit that wash, and it's like a high-speed freeway down into Prim. We're doing just the opposite. We're running up that wash, and it is a very steep grade, and especially with the side-by-sides, it starts getting chatterboarded. It starts eating things up. It starts twisting. You got chassis flex. It's rattling your teeth out. And I think, for the side-by-side specifically in the limited classes, running up that wash is going to be really tough, Ricky.
Well, and if you look at where you look from mile 3 all the way up to 6, and that's where you're coming around here on Joshua Tree Highway, as you said, you're climbing a little. It's not much elevation, but it's a little bit. And as you said, the cars are digging, making the holes. But then once you get around race miles 7 to 10, it's a zigzags back and forth, very tight. And a lot of times we see the rocks get knocked out of the way and you get surprised. Even though you were there the lap before, everything was perfect. You charge the corner. Some other vehicle has knocked a rock in your way. You get a flat. You have a problem and things like that. So even though we're running the course, we have GPS, we have notes, we have a co-driver calling everything off. This course changes lap after lap.
Yes, it does indeed. And as you were saying earlier, Bob, just look how green the desert is at the moment. And that is proof to the moisture that we've had out here. We don't get that year on year, and that will make a difference to how fast this course runs. Now, there is another significant change to the course this year, and that is that there's no quarry section. It's been removed. Last year was incredibly brutal. They looked at it and they thought, do you know what? Let's make a change. Let's change that up. And that's one of the things I love about their Mint. They're not scared to change the course to make it better for the drivers.
Well, when they change the course, they change the outcome. That's a fact. And this kind of a change, here's the change what we're going to see today. You know what's going to happen? We're going to have a faster Mint 400 today than we've had in 5 years. This be my first prediction. We're going to have a fast race today. We've got good desert, hard pack from moisture. We got great sun, gentle wind. I tell you what, I think we're in for a rocket ride.
I'm gonna go off what you said about you change the course, you change the outcome. The gravel pit was always a thing, and Jim Beaver, you can elaborate after this, but it's like a short course. You zigzag back and forth. You see your competition, and so what do you do when you see dust? You start driving harder. And at that gravel pit, it was so square edge, so many sharp little jagged. We saw a lot of flats. We've seen guys flip, and we also see where now you see the guy catching you as well. So even though your pit crew's telling you this, and now we have satellite technology, and they have Starlinks, and you have constant communication, everything like that, but when you see another driver either chasing you or you're catching him, it changes your attitude. So eliminating that is another little thing that might calm these drivers down just a little bit, and also see a couple less flats.
Well, in that first lap, everybody's going to be jacked up, especially in the section we're talking about. Second, third laps, I tell you, they'll be fine. They'll be calm. All those that are going to break early will have broken.
Well, and I think too, that's one of the big things with this, the way they're reversing this course. We talked about that uphill wash here, a few minutes ago, but I think that's the key. You've got a really technical section. You got to keep the car together through there. You can really do some damage. There's some big boulders in that wash too, and you got people that are going to be amped up. The adrenaline's filled. You're going to be shot out of a cannon, and then you're going to go into a really tough section of the course right off the bat.
And everybody's going to be in everybody's dust in that first 10 miles.
Let's talk about a couple of other things here. One of the big things that everyone's going to be talking about is the battle between the main brands. And it's not just about UTV versus UTV. It's about tyres versus tyres, shock absorbers versus shock absorbers. And there's so many little battles that are going to be fought all over this race course. Mm-hmm. First of all, let's just talk about tyres and tyre technology and how that has changed in the last few years. BFGoodrich, of course, have been leading the way for over 40 years, but we've now seen Maxxis, Yokohama, also brands that are standing with the Mint 400. They're bringing new products to the table, and we're going to see them pushing the envelope. How important is this, Bob?
Incredibly important. Because, well, I can speak for, I know a little bit about the BFGoodrich brand. I can tell you that the tires that are out here in the desert today, when you talk about who was it? Toyo, Maxxis, those guys, those are good tires. It used to be there was a huge difference between the makers. BFG just absolutely dominated. But the technology's moved forward, and now there's other good, decent tires down there. So now we have a really good race. The thing is with BFGoodrich, what I know they do is that they will take everything they learned here, and they have learned. They have a whole squad of engineering people here, as they do at every race, to learn.
Indeed. Now, also, Ricky, let's just talk about the actual vehicles themselves. I mean, particularly in the UTV classes, I think it's fair to say that we're seeing the Polaris factory team been dominating in the desert recently, but the Can-Ams have been doing incredibly well in the rock races. Can Can-Am bring it back here? Can Can-Am put one of their vehicles on the top?
Absolutely, and I think having the ability to shift, especially on these faster sections, when you're going across the dry lake bed and stuff like that, the Polaris is relying on a clutch, so it's slipping the whole time, and it gets up there. It doesn't get as good gas mileage. So just like when you're driving your car and it jumps into overdrive, it drops your RPM down and gives you better gas mileage. So can Can-Am get better gas mileage with the ability to shift and also that drive across the lake bed? So it's going to be interesting to see what speeds come back.
Indeed. Now, we were talking about him earlier, Brock Hager, the man who's been winning everything, and he's down on the start line right now with our girl who can, Tiffany Stone.
Sitting P1, Brock Hager. Now, Brock, you're going for that back-to-back win here at the Mint 400. Obviously, you got a lot of great guys behind you, a plethora of names that you know very well. What are your thoughts on today's race?
Yeah, I'm excited to, for one, be here. There's a lot of guys racing here at the 2026 Mint 400, so looking forward to it. I mean, we qualified first. I think everything's in place to be a good day. So, me and my co-driver are just gonna push our players to race here all day, see how we do. It's a long race. It's a brutal, rough race. So, we're just gonna have some fun and see where we end up.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Brock Hager, sitting P1.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear from you. Now, the one thing that always strikes me with Brock is I always get the impression you could drop a bomb next to him and he would be completely unfazed.
Absolutely.
I was going to say that word for word. He's like, well, it's a rough race, and there's a lot of competitors, and I just kind of went out there and drove around. I'm like, dude, you are the most lethal weapon in a race vehicle today. And I'll be honest with you. You put him in a trophy truck, you're going to see the same results. You put him in a trophy truck spec, you're going to see the same results. And it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm going to say this. This is incredible. So at King of the Hammers, he came over, he dominated the desert race, brought it in across the line. They then put him into a Class 11 battle bug for the shootout. And guess what? He went and won that as well.
Yeah.
As you said, the guy's a wheelman. You could put him in a bathtub and he'd still win things.
There's no I in team, but there is in driver. And
Yes,
I'm telling
that is
you,
true.
That guy can get it done. But here's another factor that a lot of people aren't taking into this. Even though it's a 100-mile loop, it's a big deal. There's 248 cars. So I'm going to say that whoever's leading, let's hypothetically say Brock Hagar leads the first lap. Lap 2, he's going to get into traffic because a lot of people get ready for this race and they don't prepare, meaning they put stickers on their car, they got new tires, and they go out. And when you start, the first 10 miles that is littered with people that didn't do their homework, something broke, they got too excited and they crashed, though they're going to get into lappers immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tiffany Stone is actually now down there with Mint 400 Virgin, Kyle Cheney. So, Tiff, what do you got for us?
Kyle Cheney, now this is your very first Mint 400, P2 over here. You're no stranger to the desert. You know exactly what it takes to win. To come out with a win here at the iconic Mint 400, what do you think you're going to have to do today?
Yeah, just keep the car together and go fast. I mean, there's a lot of fast guys here, and, from what I've been seeing, the pace just keeps stepping up. So, we're going to have to, put the hammer down and keep the car together. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be a really tough race, but hopefully, we can keep it together. And I'm looking forward to some good battles. We got some really good guys around us, so I think it's going to be a fun day, especially with the wind. That should help keep some of the dust off the track.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Kyle Cheney. Let's see what happens throughout the day.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, Kyle Cheney, what's he got to do to be ahead of Brock Hagar? How's he going to pass him? Is tyres going to play into this?
Well, you know what? These guys are so fast. One of the things that Larry Ragland taught me a long time ago is stay in line. Wait for them to make a mistake. Make time by not losing time. And, even though this is the first time Kyle Cheney has raced here, he's won King of the Hammers. That's a multi-lap race. He knows how a track deteriorates. He knows how to win, and he also knows how to save his car, Jim Beaver.
Yeah, well, and you know what Ricky said, you're not going to chase Brock Hagar down. You just want to be within touch. And maybe there's a point in the race where, Brock has a problem and you're there and you can capitalize on it. But to go out right out of the beginning and go, I'm going to make a statement, I'm going to chase down Brock and get around him and lead this, you don't want to do that, especially at the Mint 400.
No, it'll bite you right back, and it won't take long.
So Bob, talk about Pernelli Jones and Mickey Thompson, two of the most infamous guys that would there was no pace involved with either of those two.
They call it a throttle pedal, Ricky.
Yeah.
It's a toggle switch.
There you go.
It's just you're on or you're not. And they would go like stink. Mickey would run this 400-mile race, and I think he was down to something like a 100-mile lap was done in, it was like an hour one.
Well, if you ask Mickey was the one that told the story about his car caught on fire. He drove so fast he blew it out.
82 Baja 1000. It was David Chrysler's race go car, and he said he told us all. I poured gas on it like that. He says, and I lit it, and I got in there, and we drove it fast out. Come on, Rick.
He went so fast he blew the flames out.
Yeah, I love the story. The image, not so much.
Don't let
Well, okay, we've got Brock Hagar on the start line right now and was waiting for him to go off the line. I can tell you that Tiffany Stone is down there with none other than Phil Blurton.
Phil, coming off a great win, now you're looking for a second win of the season here to, set yourself up for some great points. Talk to me about your thought process of today's race and obviously making your way through the pack.
It's been a minute since I've raced the Mint 400, but it's fun. We got a stacked field out here. It starts to deteriorate on lap 3 and 4, so I don't know. I think it's so competitive nowadays. You got to push hard all day to win. But we'll see where we're sitting. I think this lead pack is going to kind of probably stay together for a while. So.
Awesome. Well, I know that Phil Blurton is looking for that win here at the Mint 400. Check that off of his list, and we're going to see what he does for the rest of the day. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, this is the BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Primm, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. And on the start line right there is none other than Brock Hagar. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is, of course, RJ, Mr. Ricky Johnson, and we have Bob Bauer, and, of course, Mr. Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, what a day of racing we've got lined up for us.
Well, I got to say that, this is the time that a racer hates and loves at the same time. Except Brock Hagar, he's probably taking a nap. He's probably they're just
wake me up when we got 10 seconds before green.
Is it time to go? But because he's been, as I said, he started as in the karts as a young kid, so he's been down this road so many times, and he knows exactly what he's looking for, and he knows how to save equipment. I think there was one race in the past 3 years that he hasn't won, and I might be exaggerating a little bit. I know that I think the past 2 years, including 2 Dakars. I think he had a problem with the Baja 1000 last year. So definitely watch him to set a pace, not ridiculous. Not going out there and trying to be, but he is going to go and to try to chase that man down. You're going to have to wait for an accident.
Well, here's an interesting thing. So Brock Hager came out to King of the Hammers this year. He won the desert race, and you can see the guys getting ready here. Well, it looks like we're going to go green shortly, but he also decided that he was going to race the rock race. Now, this is a man at the top of his game. You'd think that when he breaks his car, he'd just be like, hey, not to worry. I've won so many races, it's not a problem. Not Brock. They actually went out, they got the parts, they fixed the car, and got to the finish. That tells you about how much this guy wants to win, how much he wants to be at the finish line. So watch out, everybody. I think Brock Hager is going to be doing some special things here today.
And I also, one of the, I hate to call him a dark horse because at one point he had won everything Brock Hager was winning, but that's Phil Blurton. Phil hasn't been to the Mint in a few years, but Phil, we're about one generation or year or two of Brock Hager dominance away from Phil Blurton being that guy that was winning everything.
And Phil has led this race many a times. It's so close that something small beat him in the past. So you can never count him out. The heritage between him and his father. His father was basically the guy that started this class. Building that small chin at the buggy and everything. So. And then Phil is also builds cars, and so he's a mechanic as well as a racer. He's the complete package, so we can't count him out.
Well, we've also got previous winners sitting here. We've got Mitch Guthrie. I mean, this man is also an incredible athlete. We've got Dustin Battleaxe Jones. We've also got Brandon Sims, all sitting there. These are all guys who are very capable of winning this. And in fact, looking down my starting list, I reckon there's 15 vehicles here that are capable of winning. Right, okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are off the start here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and it is none other than our pole setter, Brock Hager, who charges off the line.
As we're watching him go through this, watch this. This is going to be an absolute artwork as you watch him set up for the corners, not coming in too hot, making sure that the vehicle's warm. But Jim Beaver, you know what this feels like. You've been down this road so many times. What's the guy thinking?
Well, right now, he's in the pole position, so he definitely, wants to set a pretty decent pace, but he's going to be able to control the race, and I think that's the key here for Brock. Look at that big send over the road crossing, but I think that's the key, being in that pole position. He knows the guy behind him. He knows when Cheney's pushing, and if Cheney gets up close to his bumper, he can hit the gas a little bit and gap things out.
Oh, look at this. Look at that. This looks like the strap on the spare wheels come loose.
Wow, it does.
That's it. That's the spare.
And he just lost his spare. Word. Great eye, Jim. That is huge. So he's going to have to stop at remote pit to take it. So this is where Kyle Cheney needs to keep him in tow. If he can stay within 2 minutes, there's a good chance that he could get by him. But if Brock has a flat, we got big troubles.
That's exactly the way this Mint 400 does things. A little mistake. A guy didn't tie it down just quite right. Somebody was in a hurry.
Okay, so going off the line right now, this is, of course, Kyle Cheney and Corbin Leviton.
So here, what people might be confused. Now, what you get rewarded for by qualifying on the pole is you start by yourself. After that, they go 2 by 2, and now we see Kyle Cheney and Corbin Leviton as they go back and forth. We see the Red Bull car out front, so that is Corbin, and obviously ahead of Kyle Cheney at this point.
Okay, so here we go. This is the moment where we could see the race won or lost here for Brock Hager. Spare wheel falls off the back. Now, you're Corbin Leviton. You come round the corner and you see that spare wheel sitting on the track. You're going to have a little smile.
Something to keep in mind is Brock Hager is not known for having flats.
This is very true.
He's on BFs, which are double tough. So maybe it's not as bad a deal as we think. We'll find out. We'll find out.
With the direction of this course, though, the first pit, we're almost 30 miles in, I believe, or 35 miles into Gonzo Pit. So, there's some Joshua Tree Highway. We've got that Rocky Wash. I mean, there's a lot, a place you could cut a tire.
So, Bob, it's not a matter of if he gets flats or not. It's going to be in his head now. He knows that he has no backup. So he's going to drive more conservative, take a little bit more time through the turn, not push as much. But we always you can get those freaky flats. You get a little sidewall cut, you nick a rock, or things like that. And that has no dig on the tire. But in his mind, I guarantee they've already told him you just lost your spare. Be careful.
Well, and the other thing that I would be worried about is he's got that ratchet strap there. Those ratchets are heavy, and it's going to be bouncing around, beating up the back of the car for the next 35 miles.
What's back there to beat up?
Well, underneath that, underneath the metal plate, you've got engine, you've got all kinds of stuff back there, lines, electric stuff.
So now they don't just have, more than likely that strap is going to be destroyed. The ratchet strap is going to be gone. So they have to replace the ratchet strap and the tire. So that's going to take more time. And now we've seen Corbin that is in second. He also knows, I guarantee his pit has told him, because we're still in radio communication. And they're watching this live stream right now. They're saying, Corbin, stay smooth, stay strong. He's going to have to change his tires. So, as you said, Bob, anything can happen.
But that's also, it looks like we've got a full course out here as the cars continue to leave the line. Over nearly 200 vehicles going to be running in our limited race today. The other thing that's worth mentioning, we're talking about technology, and the technology of communication has changed. Elon Musk bought Starlinks a few years ago. They are almost perfected now, and most of these vehicles will be running Starlink minis, and they'll be using those to communicate back to the pits. You can guarantee that everybody knows that Brock Hager has lost his spare.
And I got to give it to you, Jim Marsden. You saw it first. You said, wait a minute, I see something. And then I thought it was a mud flap at first, because you can see the mud flap in the back. But then I'm like, wait a minute, no, that was the strap. So great call, Jim.
Yeah, for an old guy, you got some good eyes. You had a birthday here recently, didn't you?
Yeah, let's not talk about
that.
So that's Joe Girano we just saw off the line there. But right now, this is Sean Saxton. Our top 10 out and running. Sean Saxton is sitting in 12th position.
Josh Rowe. So as these guys are pulling through, I think if somebody gets you, Bob Bauer, when you're going side by side, if somebody happens to get you at the start, I would hang back so I don't fill my car full of, because there's still a lot of mud out there. You get your shield roosted, you wipe it off. If you don't have your cruise armor on there, you scratch your shield. You're dealing with that for the rest of the day. So if they get you, you either go really hard to pass them back, or you sit back a little bit. Because right now, this was the big deal. There's no dust. This has all been watered and tractored and groomed. This is a race course here. Once we get out there, then it becomes a dust bowl.
Yeah, so we're just watching Ethan Groom there. Now it's so easy to spot those Polaris vehicles. What always blows my mind is the pace that these vehicles can actually run. Now, we were looking at some of the stats and figures from last year. Are we going to see cars under 7 hours this year? That is the question as they make their way out onto this iconic 400-mile course. In fact, I think we're going to big no stand there.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people say, oh, they changed the jumps, and they did last year groom the face of that jump a little bit, and it bit a couple different people. But when you take off, when you're qualifying, you're light fuel, you're ready to race, and then when we go out, so now you'll see them. They go through the speed section, Jim Marsden, and if they speed, they're going to get dinged. So that's going to be a safety area, and so they cannot make ground on the other drivers.
Speed controlled area.
Yes,
that's the thing.
Yeah, and the thing with the speed control area is actually very, very easy to lose ground, not gain ground. So you're looking for every single mile an hour. So these vehicles will actually have speed limiters fitted to them, or particularly on the lead cars. And as they're coming in, they'll hit those speed limiters, and it's basically a cruise control, isn't it?
Yes, and we were watching there, Christian Strobel, which is great. You've seen so many families, from the McMillans, from Cameron Steele to Phil Blurton. The generations after generations. My son Luke Johnson. The family that races together stays together.
Well, that's a fact, and we have people out there that are like third. You know, Rob Macker's the second generation.
Yes.
Rob Macker's second generation. Caden's third generation. We have second, third, fourth generations now with the Randall family. They got fourth generation guys out there. So when we talk about a family and a family sport, that's exactly what this is. And everybody in the sport becomes the family.
Well, and that's it. You know, that's what you love about off-road. A lot of these drivers, you know, they're out here, and we're going to have absolute warfare here at the Mint 400, but afterwards they're going to be cracking cold ones together.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I say. Well, and that's the thing. It's like, I can talk bad about my brother, but if you talk about my brother's in trouble. So you'll see these guys want to kill each other in the pits, but if they're over in the tree bar after the race, and somebody outside of racing messes with one of them.
Eddie off the line, takes the whole shot. You just see that Starlink on the roof, which we were talking about earlier. so they can get communications back to their pits, and that's where it all changes. I remember when I first came out, I think it was 2018 or 17, we spoke to Bryce Menzies and we said, you know, how do you go today? And he was like, well, I've done 10 grand on communication, and that's how much the pings cost from the satellite telephones. Now you can literally do it for a few $100s.
Well, and that's the thing.
Oh, big jump there. You got a little nose heavy.
Yeah. You know what follows a jump like that? The sphincter clench. That's exactly what happens.
And there is our current race leader. That is Brock Hager, minus his spare wheel. What's he thinking right now?
I wonder if the strap's already ripped off.
Exactly.
I don't see any straps left. They must be, which is a good thing for Brock. Now they don't have to take them off in the pit because they're already gone, and you don't have them bouncing around beating things up.
Okay, so this is the next thing. Have they got a spare strap in the pit?
They'll find one, because that's the thing. Even if they just take an average ratchet strap, because it's really, sometimes they'll take the hook off, but you can hook it to something, you make it work, and that's the thing. And that's where you gotta, the old TV show MacGyver, to be a desert racer, you gotta have everybody that has a little bit of MacGyver in them. So they'll have probably a couple straps at each pit and in each place. And let's clarify this. They cannot stop short. So we're taking another look at this. You see the strap going. There goes the tire. It hooks again, stays on, and then it's gone. And that strap that you were talking about, Jim Beaver, is now gone. So if I was going to give anybody no tires, it would be Brock Hager.
I agree with you. 100%.
And people at home probably wondering, how does that happen? There could be somebody that was ratcheting down the tire and got sidetracked. Somebody called them away, and you walk by and it looks like it's tight, but it's not. And it just simple mistake. And
human error, just easy stuff. No one's doing anything wrong. They just probably got in a hurry, just like you said.
So yes, we've got starters leaving the line every 30 seconds here down in Prim, Nevada at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And there's so many runners and riders going out today in our limited classes. Just looking through the field, and no less than 248 vehicles taking the line today.
Dan Fisher and Cole Christian, as they're working back and forth, as we see another set of cars getting ready to go. As I said, a lot to factor in with this many race cars on the track. The track's going to deteriorate massively throughout the day, and but as you can see, some of these guys, they are going to give it all they got on this first part.
And after sitting in line watching all these guys, Ricky, it feels so good to finally get the start, doesn't it?
Oh, once you feel like you got to go to the bathroom again. Yeah. You're nervous, you're thirsty, you're hungry, you're all these different feelings. But when that green flag drops, everything else goes away. And that's the addiction. That's the addiction that racers have, is that it forces you into being present with what you're doing right now. And there's no daydreaming. As soon as you daydream, when I've had my big crashes, it's always I was thinking about something else. I was too worried about the guy behind me, the guy in front of me, instead of worrying about myself. So that's the beautiful thing about racing, that racers know that it brings you to the present.
It's the ultimate mind eraser. Mm-hmm. It's just complete focus.
Whoa,
and, we got somebody up and over. Trying to get a number off that.
198, 98, 286.
Yeah, Larry Helder, as he goes over, that's a tough way to start, but it looks like he just came around, overcorrected, and that's what happens to a lot of times. To see the way he's sitting, you bicycle, you correct too hard, and with these all-wheel drives, you turn into it, and then it flipped him around the other direction. So it flipped right and then back to the left, and up and over you go. So little driving tip: if you are driving these side-by-sides, they will flip really quick because of the all-wheel drive. So a lot of people, if I can encourage you, never do donuts. So when your buddy says, hey, let's go do a Brody in the side-by-side, that's how you're going to end up. So you want to make sure that you know that you have your front wheels driving and you don't lose track of what straight is. I saw Max Pappas from MPI Steering Wheels, and he has that bright orange band on there, so that tells you when I'm at 12 o'clock, when I'm at straight. And what happened, looks like Holder just kind of came in a little bit hot, flipped her around, overcorrected, and over he went. So.
Okay, so we're back to the live leaders out on course right now. Now, our race leaders should be making their way somewhere around about race mile 8. And you can follow this on the trackers. If you head over to the Mint 400 website, you'll be able to find live scoring and tracking information there. You've got to follow all your heroes as they make their way out onto this iconic course. Now, it's interesting, we were talking about wind earlier, and you can just see that the higher dust is starting to move away, but there is dust settling onto this course.
Yeah, Jim, this is the part you were talking about, going up the Joshua Tree Highway. Now we're back as they're just leaving the stadium area, heading towards there. And you'll see the co-drivers. I think a lot of them are Italian, because when they explain, even though they're talking L3, R4, a lot of hand gestures out there. But if the GPS or their comms go down, they can also do the hand signals. But Jim Beaver, let's talk about Joshua Tree Highway. A lot more dust than I anticipated.
Yeah, there is a lot of dust up there. It's looks like we're going on board here. That might be Phil Blurton, I believe, Monster Can-Am. But yeah, no, like you said, there's a lot of dust. And Joshua Tree Highway, it's one of those interesting sections. I loved it as a driver because it's fast, it's technical. The problem with Joshua Tree Highway is there's no runoff. If you make a mistake, you're running into a Joshua Tree, and those do not give whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, as we're watching the driver, you can see how physical it is. You know, you're strapped in, you got great suspension. Now look at the co-driver. I'm pretty sure this is Phil Blurton, because his co-driver who's been with him for years, his focus is the GPS. You know, I've had some co-drivers that look out the windshield, they start telling me turns that are coming up. I'm like, I don't care about that. I can see that. Make sure that you tell me what's coming up. So they're telling them 2 and 3 turns in advance, R2 into L5, whatever the case may be, and that's giving the visual mind picture of the driver so he can see what's coming up.
The challenge for the co-driver guy that's reading that screen is to not spend his whole time looking at the screen. You lose contact with the horizon, he starts to get nauseous. And that takes you out of the picture.
And take a look at what I'm looking at here. And now, especially as we get the rear view, there's no dust hanging. I mean, we know here in the tent where we're doing production, there's a little bit of wind starting to kick up. But you look behind, and, you know, this is Brock Hager we're going to look at. No spare tire there. But there's not really any dust behind him. It's dying down. So this is going to be a very fast race if it keeps up like this.
Yeah, I think to chime into what you're saying there, Jim Beavers, is that there's dust now, but you see that light brown dirt coming up? At lap 2, we're probably going to have no dust going up the Joshua Tree Highway. So to mirror what you said, is I think this course is going to be extremely fast.
I agree.
There we go, Bob.
Yeah, so now it's got to happen.
Yeah, this is a shot at Joshua Tree Highway. You see those big Joshua trees kind of lining the sides of the track.
But see, look at the ruts. See how deep it's already getting to it. Because this is open desert. People come out here and test. They come try. They come have a good time. But look how deep those 2 tracks are already. And so the drivers have to make sure, because this is not a straight axle car. You got the low spot or the high spot in the middle, but you got to make sure that you get to one side or the other to make sure you don't pound the bottom too much.
So as we continue here watching our runners and riders leaving the start line, let's not forget there are 248 vehicles in the limited race starting with us this morning. And right now the big news is that the pole setter Brock Hager is still out in front. T96 if you're looking on your tracker, but he is running without a spare. Now, if you are Brock Hager, as you said earlier, Bob, we don't often see Brock getting punches or flat tyres.
Correct.
Now, is he going to come into the pits? Is he going to take a spare? Because it's going to cost him time, because he's going to have to put that new strap system on there. I mean, I've never heard of a pit crew actually carrying a spare strap system for the spare. So are they going to have that availability? Ricky, I know you said that they'll just have a ratchet strap, but that takes time to set up. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. That's a huge amount of time in the pits when you're racing these guys, as we watch Corbin Leviton on screen right now.
I tell you, I think Brock is going to just take it smooth. He's going to stop in there and get that thing fixed up. They're going to find a way to attach it. He's going to go on. And the time to do it is now on the first lap. You don't want to wait and wait and wait and wait. Now's the first lap. You can control your future. You can't control your past.
I agree with you. If he loses a spot, Brock's the type, and we see how cool he is, he'll be fine. He'll be like, okay, then I lost the spot. Now I'm going to go after Corbin, and I got to get this position back. So for anybody to have a panic moment, which he's not, Brock Hager's the guy that can do it. And so I agree with you. He has to stop though, because a driver that I know myself, knowing that I have that spare in the trophy truck and the limited trucks, knowing that you have 2. So if I lose one, I always make sure that I stop that I always have two, because I've done it. I've gotten 2 flats at one time. So these cars, you can't put 2 tires on there because it's too much weight. But with the bigger trucks, you'll see 2 of them on there, and we always stop and put the extra ones on.
Yeah, some fantastic onboard footage here. Now, this is something you're going to see as we go through the day. In fact, through this entire weekend, with the new Starstream technology, we're able to bring you live imagery. Years ago, of course, with our action cameras, we would actually wait until the vehicle was finished, download the footage from those cameras. Not anymore.
Jim Beaver, talk about this. This is your Joshua Tree Highway. Look at as you said, no runoff, nowhere to go, and watch how big the rocks are that these guys are just flying by.
Well, they're only going to get worse, too. As they dig down, they're going to, and they start bumping through the ruts and things like that. It's going to kick more and more rocks in. But, yeah, very, very high speed. But like I said, the biggest thing is there's no runoff. You make a mistake, you make one small bobble, and you run off. You're into one of those Josh trees, and they may look like a bush, but those are like hitting a concrete wall. They do not move.
Yeah. But this is, like I said, just imagine being in that car as we look over to see Brock Hager in clear dirt with no tire. That's the on the right. And then I'm not exactly sure who is on the left, but you can see, or this might be Brock as well.
Yeah, it looks like
no, that's
Brock.
that's a Can-Am.
Okay.
So Jim, how do we know that's a Can-Am?
We can tell that by the wishbones on the right-hand side. So the Can-Am, the Maverick R's, they have those incredible wishbones that come up over the top of the wheels. Obviously, we don't see that with the Polarises, but that's what I love about this type of racing, is that we see so many different variations on the same theme, and there's still only tenths of seconds between them. As we watch here, this is our current race leader. This is Brock Hager.
Well, it doesn't look like he's taking it easy for having no spare tire. He was on the rails right there.
He doesn't know how to take it easy, Jim. He hasn't got a clue.
Well, the strap is still there. It's banging, so it must have bounced up, wrapped up around. Now it's dropped back down. But as I said, a ratchet strap bouncing behind Brock Hager isn't going to last long.
Well, and here's the thing with Brock. Part of it is it's this double-edged sword where you don't want to push and get a flat, but he kind of has to push because he doesn't want to lose that #1 track position, and he knows he's going to have some downtime when we get to Gonzo Pit.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could actually get an overall shot there. Now, is this Phil Blurson that we're looking at here? This is certainly one of the Can-Ams. Oh, no, that's 191. That's Kyle Cheney. So Kyle Cheney was second off the line today. This is a man who's dominated at King of the Hammers over previous years, and he's got a point to prove. It was his first time in Dakar this year, and he could only watch on as the man in front of him right now, Brock Hager, won that by over 4 hours.
And don't forget, Corbin passed him, got him on the hole shot. So Kyle Cheney is now sitting third. And throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going back and forth to the map, to the leaderboard, but you can do that while you're driving. So if you do not want to watch this shot, just go on your computer. You can go over and check out the live tracking. You can look at the map, see where the drivers are, and go from there.
Absolutely. Right now, we believe this is going to be second place coming through momentarily. And if this is second place, this will be Corbin Leventon, and he'll be able to give us a good idea on the lead that Brock Hager is starting to pull out on the rest of the field. I'm just trying to get eyeballs on who this is. And that is, of course, Corbin Leventon. You can always tell that with that wonderful Red Bull charging hard as Corbin lays down the pace. So what do we think that is? That's got to be at least a minute's lead there, hasn't it?
Well, obviously he's not sitting in any dust, but you were saying, Jim, that Corbin was so impressive at King of the Hammers this year, so he is definitely somebody. Obviously, if Red Bull is branding him, he's a driver.
Well, and I've known Corbin for a long time. I've known his wife, Shelby, for a very long time. She's phenomenal in a side-by-side. But, Corbin at Red Bull here about a year and a half ago, they picked him up. And I feel like we've been waiting for this big breakthrough, and he's been really, really quick. He just hadn't been able to put it together in one of these big races, and today could be that day.
It's a nice little race here.
2 Can-Am side by side.
Oh my goodness.
Big one.
Oh,
huge.
My goodness. That's a bad one there.
Might have a few black eyes.
Yeah. Man, I love it. He's still trying to drive it.
Grab a gear and go.
Oh, man, that was a tough roll. That was quite a few cartwheels.
That was Levi Maddox. But the good part is that he had the wherewithal to put it in gear and try to drive, but obviously he smashed in front of that vehicle, the back sitting up. This is the end of the day for Levi Maddox.
I'm actually kind of impressed with the way the thing stayed together. He should have shredded a a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but man, we saw this happen to Mark Burnett last year. This is not the way you want to start the Mint 400. So let's take another look at it, and we could in a little bit we're going to see exactly what happened and why this jump is changing. Is because they groom it, but now as we watch, he comes in full tilt. As he gets, it kicks a little bit. The nose just grabs, and then around he goes. So, what the good thing about it, there was no brutal stop. When it goes end over end over end, as Bob was saying about you get some black eyes. Sometimes you break blood vessels in your eyes from flipping so hard, and a lot of times we'll see that happen to sprint car drivers. So when Levi gets out of there, he is definitely going to feel sore tomorrow. But notice the top of the cage, everything else did its job.
Yeah, I mean, all those tumbles dissipate energy, and they're actually helping the occupant inside that car. It's taking that energy away from the body.
There wasn't any of those hard hits, and man, that was a rough one. You don't like to see that at the start of a race.
No.
That's the 917. Of course, that was Dustin Battleaxe Jones. Now, Dustin, of course, he's won this race in the past, and he's hungry for it. I was chatting to him yesterday in Fremont Street, and he was like, come on, watch me go today, mate. You're going to see some fireworks. So it'd be interesting to see what Dustin can do out there on this track.
Well, and he's been here. He knows what it takes to finish this race. And as we talked about Kyle Cheney, Kyle is not just a desert racer, not just a rock racer, but he's also a very established short course racer. So this guy can drive anything, anywhere, Bob.
Well, now I think we're seeing the effects of the dust coming up. See how the cars are starting to bunch up? They're starting to stack. And that's just going to make the dust worse, which is going to make them slower more. And the guys behind them are going to catch them.
Well, and I was thinking more what you were talking about as we watch another one of the Pro Rs with the spare tires. We know that's not Brock Yeager. That might be Mitch Guthrie. But what I'm going to say is that I have a feeling that Brock is so confident that he's just going to pick his pace up a little bit to try to stretch that lead. So if I'm a betting man, he gets a tire, he gets back on course, and does not lose the physical lead, but he'll lose the time lead.
And the whole idea about losing your spare tire becomes a nothing sandwich.
Nothing sandwich.
Here's Strobel again at T94. Strobel family been around. You got to give Steve Strobel credit. His dad. I mean, Steve has been a phenomenal unlimited truck driver. Won a lot of races.
Well, and once again, I love when you see, as we're watching, the dice is coming back and forth. And this goes right back with what Bob was saying. Guys are starting to stack up, but that dust, Jim Marsden, you can't push it. If you can't see, you can't go.
No, that's very true. And we were talking about this earlier, those little rocks that sit on the side of the tracks. And every time that you be out here now, these cars are just flicking one more rock onto the track, another rock onto the track. Now here we go. We're coming down through to some towards the end of our UTV Pros. Got an incredible 67 UTV Pros in this class, and then they're going to be followed out by the Class 10s, of which we've got 27. Now, Bob, Class 10, of course, such an incredibly popular class, but it's dare I say, it's more of a vintage class these days.
It is a vintage class today. It hasn't done an awful lot of development, as Jim pointed out earlier on, but it's a sweet car. It's a great power to weight ratio. I mean, it's got a great balance to it, and today, you've just got to drive them like a 1600 car, which means gas it and leave your foot on the floor. Drive it, point it, aim it, hold on.
And that's Martin Barkey there, making his way out on course in the T80 car. You used to see Martin, of course, from the MBRP stables, racing out at King of the Hammers.
One, and we also got, as we're watching the guys come through Joshua Tree, the number of entries. There's 146 UTVs. That is remarkable, especially with everything going on. You see this many drivers come out in the different classes and stuff like that. But we've seen them in the NA, the Turbo, all the different stuff, the Unlimited, and now you see obviously a little bit bigger. This is a Class 10 car. So Jim Beaver, you want to give us a little rundown on what exactly a Class 10 car is? What does that mean to people?
Well, a Class 10 car, a lot of us will see the Class 1 car as the Class 1, and technically it's the same rule set as a Class 1 car. The biggest, difference is it's just a smaller engine. It's a spec engine. You can't go so big. So started out as they were the same chassis. As Bob said, though, Class 10 now has evolved a little bit where it's a little bit lighter weight chassis. It's a little bit less horsepower. It is unlimited suspension so that you can get creative with the design of your Class 10s. But, now they're running a little bit smaller tire as Class 1 has gone up in tire size and things like that. You just can't do it with the limited engines. But I say Class 10 is kind of that fine line between unlimited and limited. It's like this fine line where is it unlimited? Is it limited? It kind of is both.
What they really are is nimble. These cars handle. They can do things. Class 1 has to use a lot of power and brake. These guys have to use handling and shocks.
And momentum. And I call it like the 125 of the desert, as we just saw Brock Hager's tires sitting there on the side, because you have to keep them on the pipe. They're lower displacement, non-turbo. You got to rev them really hard, and you got to keep that momentum and that speed up the whole time. But we've seen time after time. How many times have we seen a Class 10 car finish in the top 10 down in Baja because they're just so tough?
Steve Serapis overall the 1,000 one year in a Class 10. I mean, granted, we were decades ago, but it has happened.
But it was 49 entries in that class that day. He beat 48 other race cars.
Yeah, and and I love, you look at some of the best in history and things like that, and it's amazing to watch guys like Rob McCacken behind the wheel of a Class 10. Harley Lettner got his start running, the 12 cars and then 10s, and it's a really good proving ground.
So now, if you saw that was Caleb Potts in the green car with Potts on the side, you noticed that he had a red background. What that's telling us is that is our last year's champion. So when you're wondering, all of a sudden you see a car come by or a truck come by or a motorcycle come by with a red back plate. That's all started, I think, with in AMA with the Supercross and stuff. But now they've carried that on to give you a little extra honor to say that you are that class champion.
Well, as the action continues here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're still watching now as our 248 runners and riders get going here in our limited classes. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but we'll be back with more action very soon. What is going to happen to Brock Hager? We will find out very soon.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't fetid, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Your rides are really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels. 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here in Primm, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas, and we've still got more runners and riders leaving the line here for the limited race. Earlier this morning, we saw Brock Hager leaving the line, but there was drama all over the track. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Ricky Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course, Jim Beaver. Jim, what do we see happen to Brock Hager earlier today?
Well, I think the big thing was right off the start. I mean, we were less than a half mile in, and we saw the spare tire exit stage left, and that's not what you want at the start of a race. So, Brock's been having to pay attention and definitely doesn't want to cut a tire. I know we're a couple miles out from Gonzo Pit as we get a glimpse of what happened. You see that strap come off, and that spare tire bounces around and, went off the back of the car. So here in the next couple of miles, the real big story so far in this first hour of the race is going to be that pit to see how fast they can get a spare tire and a strap back on Brock Hager's car.
Yeah, now I'm just looking right now on my tracker, and if you go to the mint400.com, you can find live scoring and tracking information there, and I can tell you now that it does look like our lead cars are around about sort of 4 miles from that Gonzo pit. And I think that's where we're going to see some big changes. I think that's where we're going to see Brock Hager coming in to take that change. And does that, how many positions is he going to lose, Bob?
Well,
he's not going to lose any. I'm entirely confident.
Well, Bob, you're just going. You're taking what I said. Don't be taking my material, bro. Come on.
But I'm stealing from the best. Come on.
No, I know. So I'm going to mirror what Bob said. I think Hager has picked up the pace cleanly. This is a man that's won the Dakar Rally, and that's a multiple-day stage race. Twice he's done that, so he knows what it takes. There's his tire right there. We keep seeing it every lap as we see one of the speed cars as they take off. That is Joe Kirsch. Dynamite Joe Kirsch saw that somebody crashed before, so Joe is one of those drivers that used to race jet skis. That was his deal back in the day. Now he's out there running in that speed UTV. Well, let's see if he can do all 4 laps. It's going to be a big deal. But back to the story about Brock Hager, that I think he's going to politely and gradually pull away and give his guys enough time. So they're telling him each time, you're 1 minute. Because you said Bobby said he was about a minute ahead physically. So I think he needs more than a minute to make sure that he doesn't get past.
But I bet he doesn't let it go down to 55 seconds. He's going to be 5 seconds every now and then. 5 seconds.
Well, let's also talk about the Polaris Factory Racing team, Jim. Now, this is a team that was born a few years ago. They brought everything together. They said, we want to be dominant. We want to do something special. And they're doing that, aren't they? I mean, they're producing an entire different psychology to this type of racing.
Well, and obviously one of the spearheads of it was Travis Clark, and we know his involvement with action sports and high-level motorsport, things like that. But, I mean, Ricky can attest to this. I know, talking originally what they said is you see in other forms of power sports, supercross namely and motocross, they said you see these top-level, elite-level race programs from factories. They go, we want to bring that supercross, theology to desert racing, and I think that's what we're seeing with the Polaris Factory Racing, Ricky.
Well, yeah, and because you can, and that, for people that don't know, a lot of these guys, they come out here, they build these cars from scratch, they do all that. But what I love what Polaris did is they took a car, we're going to build a complete race car. So you can actually go rent a car just like Brock Hager's driving.
You can buy it.
You can buy it. But the thing is, you know that you're getting the exact same equipment as the race leader. They're not going to give him a little bit more of this or that. It's all about the driver, Jim Beaver.
Well, you're going to like this one, because actually Brock Hager, this is going to be the last race for this car. He's going to be using a new car for the San Felipe 250, which means that we're going to be, somebody is actually going to be able to buy Brock Hager's car after this race.
Hey, Bob, can I borrow some money?
Yeah, yeah. I got Hero. Hang on.
All right, there we go.
Here's 2 bits, 3 bits.
Bits. There we go. Dad joke number 2 for Bob.
Pull my finger.
Here we are back on board with our leader, Brock Hager.
That's not Brock Hager.
Oh, it says Brock on the screen, but on board with somebody there.
Yeah, that's the Can-Am. I think
that's the Can-Am.
There's the, see. So now we're looking at it. If you're watching TV, look in the right. When you see the wheel come up, see the A-arm on top of the wheel. That's unique to Can-Am. They did that so they can get the roll angles and all the geometry much better, and also it cleans up everything underneath. But a lot of people are like, oh, there's going to get a rock wedge between there, and obviously we have not seen that.
No, we haven't.
Kyle Cheney and these cars do unbelievable at King of the Hammers, where there's a couple rocks out there.
Just a few.
Just 1 or 2. Now, I think I'm going to call this. I think that might be Phil Blurton on the left there, because it's got the scoreboard, the score logo on the front of the vehicle. But hey, I might be wrong, but I'm absolutely certain that it's Brock Hager on the right-hand side, because there is no spare wheel on the back of that vehicle.
So if you can look, it's we saw a car off to the left. So I think that is Phil Blurton, because he didn't qualify probably as high as he wanted to. So he just made up another spot. So we saw a driver off to the left. That is definitely a Can-Am on the left-hand side. But as we said, we're already starting to see some carnage, Bob Bauer.
Well, it's just the start of the carnage, really. Look how fast they've been going. Not everybody's going to be able to keep that pace up and stay straight doing it.
Well, and Jim Marsden, look at the dirt. Look at how it's already starting to get that darker brown. So what does that mean to you as the driver when you're starting to chase this guy in front of you?
Well, that means that we've got traction, Ricky, and that's what we want to see. We want to see that difference in color. That means that we've actually got something to hook into. That means we've got something to pull onto the tires, and it also means we've got some soft spots. We're not getting those massive hard edges that we get when we've got completely dry dirt. So this is good news, but this is lap 1. We know that that is going to change for sure.
You know, and you can see the way the car skipped, because you can see that dark dirt. That's where the car's biting, and you can then see the light dirt, and that's where it's lifting, and you're not getting any traction. The wheels aren't hitting the dirt.
Well, and what I like is that there's not that much dust. Even though we don't have that much wind, you can see the car up in front of you. It's very, very faint, but you can see that driver, if that's Phil Blurton, start to reel that driver in. And so this is a good scenario for the racers. They can still see the ground. Their navigator is very, very important, calling out lefts and rights. Some people use 45-90. Here we see a driver that's getting back into the car.
Is that Ronnie? No.
That's
Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah.
So that's Ronnie, and what I love is that his brother RJ, who is an unbelievable stud, he just lost another position. So that is who Phil Blurton got by. It was Ronnie and RJ Anderson. So RJ, the older brother, getting in with his younger brother, and or wait, no, that is not RJ, because it says Kerr on the back. So a different. So what you do when you get in there is you get your lap belt done first, get your window up. I'm sorry?
That'll be Colt Keats as the co-driver.
Okay, so but we know that it's Ronnie Anderson because he's got the NOS Energy on there. So good call on that, Jim Beaver. Now you look, are you clear to go? Very, very smart driver. He's like, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Because so he's not plugged in. So the sequence that I like my guys to do, get in, plug in the radio first, and then the lap belt, and say, let me know. Then they start driving smoothly, and then all of a sudden my driver, I'm telling him to breathe, relax, and then when he says go, hammer down, get back on it.
I always like to go radio first, net next.
Exactly.
Then belts.
You're absolutely right, because then you could tell what's going on. But you could see that Ronnie did the right thing. He's like, hey, am I clear? Do not just jump out in traffic.
That's a veteran move there. You want to take that split second to make sure there's nobody coming before you dive onto the track and cause chaos.
Ricky, we were talking about door slammers earlier. In the early days, we had door slammers. What I used to do in the right seat is I'd leave my door open while I was getting strapped in, so the driver didn't leave. He said, well, I can't leave with an open door.
Sorry, Bob. I would have left with because if I hit the gas hard enough, it's going to close the door.
That's exactly right.
Get your fingers out of the way. It's time to move.
Okay, right now, this is where things could become important. This is coming up towards the Gonzo pit. So now that's the obviously not first place car because there's dust in front. I'm looking at my tracker right now, and I think that Brock Hager is already at the Gonzo pit. So we could see some changes in the front of this pack here.
35 miles, do you think?
Yeah,
No,
Gonzo pit's sitting there.
We're right at 30 miles, so it's
At
29.8 if you want to be absolute. But you can see that car with no tire as he works his way through the flat part of the desert. That I think this is one of the, for myself, some of the funnest part of the racing.
Okay, right, this is Gonzo Pit, and this is our race leader, or was our race leader, Brock Hager. But look at this, they're having to spend quite a lot of time on the back of this car, and this is what I was talking about earlier. Have they got a spare strap? Can they make something work? Because I've never heard of anyone carrying spare straps for these vehicles.
Well, I would pull the one out of that box truck that's strapped down, or the one on top of the truck that's a ratchet strap holding that down. So they have ratchet straps all around the chase vehicles, but it's not set up. They make them so clean and so precise, and for the weight, they don't have the hooks on. They only have a hook on one side, and they pull the hook, they cut the hook off, and thread it through the other side. So you can see this has taken a lot longer than we anticipated. We need to keep our eyes open for Corbin to see if he gets by.
I'm showing on my tracker right now. Corbin Levenson is the new race leader here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Physically and
there it is. That is the pass.
Thank you, Corbin.
Point out, we're in a pit location where the speed is limited because that didn't look like an exciting pass. Oh, man, they're coming right back out. That's, on corrected time, I think Hager's still in front.
No,
he's not.
He's got to be behind because Corbin started 30 seconds behind him.
Oh, I've got it flipped around, don't I?
Yep.
You know what you're going to see here is you're going to see one of the best in the business, Brock Hager, and you're going to see him absolutely map the throttle pedal.
So this is live now, going towards the Walden Mountain. You can just see them in the distance there, but just look at this dust, Ricky. But most importantly, look at how the dust is leaving the race course.
Exactly, and here, that's the thing. Like if we look through the whoops here, you can get to the right or to the left, but a lot of this desert, you have to stay right on track. So you lean a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. And I'll be honest with you, folks, if I know the wind is blowing to the right, I'm driving to the far left because I'm trying to do as much as I can to distract that guy behind me. So don't think that other drivers don't think about trying to mess people up that are behind each other.
It's called racecraft, Ricky.
Exactly. Certain drivers have another word for it, but we'll leave that part out.
Look at that shot, though. Look at the wind and how it's blowing the dust off the course hard right. I mean, you see that wind just, that dust just drifting right. So that dust is good for drivers. It's not sticking around.
Right, I'm just getting here some information coming through as I look at our live scoring. Now, Brock Hager, we have timing loops all the way around this racecourse as we come in board now with Kyle Cheney. Now, Kyle Cheney is currently lying in third position on adjusted time. He's running with a 39.24 to his first split. Corbin Leverton was running with a 38.35 and Brock Hager with a 38.23. So Brock Hager did pull out a few seconds as he made his way to the first pit, but we saw him stop. We saw him have to re-rack that spare tyre. His pit crew having to make up some kind of jury rig system to make that work. But at the moment, our current race leader on adjusted time and physically is Corbin Leverton.
Well, and this goes back to what you both the Jims said about Corbin Leverton. He's not just, it's not a fluke. It's not a fluke that where he qualified, and for him staying that close to Brock the whole time, close enough to do exactly what he needed to do. Now, question for Corbin, is he going to run a pace so he just keeps Brock in his dust, or is he going to try to get that train and try to run away from Kyle Cheney?
What would you do, Ricky?
I just go as fast as I can. I think when you start playing games, we've seen Robbie Gordon do that multiple times. He'll qualify up front, slow the pack down, and strategy, it works. But if he has a problem, 5 guys get by him. So I'd like to just go get in my own head like we're watching Kyle Cheney.
If I'm Kyle Cheney, what do I do?
I just keep charging. I keep charging the desert and go faster and faster.
You know, and the big thing is especially when you start talking unlimited trucks, when you start talking about, these pro side-by-sides, the big thing is these cars, everybody goes, oh, well, they should just go a little bit slower. The problem is you go a little bit slower and the cars don't work the way they need to work.
There's a happy place.
There's a happy place, and normally that's, you've got to have speed. These whoops are deep. You want to be able to skip across them. You check up, then you're driving through the holes instead of on top of the holes. So it's easier said than done when people go, oh, they should just go a little bit slower and conserve the car. It's not easy because then the cars don't work right.
Well, I just got a text, and he ended it with an LOL, which was kind of a dig. And that's from Travis Clark, the boss from the players. He says, we carry a spare tire strap on the car. So they obviously have it either in a bag or zip tied to the back, and that's what they were working on. He says, because you guys keep talking about it. Well, Travis, that is the big story of the race. Our race leader, top qualifier, lost his spare tire. So that is what is the story. We're going to talk about it probably throughout the day, so get used to it, buddy.
Do you think there's somebody being shown the door right now? Who was the guy who was supposed to look after the spare wheel on Brock's? He's already walking back to Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's headed home. No, that's probably not the way it is. I mean, it's, on a good team, everybody has a chance to make a mistake, and everybody has a chance to forgive them.
Yeah,
it just happens.
Well, and I think the best thing is someone just go, it was my mistake and it's over. But a lot of times what happens is everyone's protecting themselves. So as Travis said, let's get off of that. The race is back underway. Both drivers have spares. Yep. We're on to go. But Corbin Leverton has done a great job keeping Brock Hager, I think one of the best drivers in the world at this stage, in check so he can make that pass. Now, as we watch, what is Brock Hager going to do? Is he going to try to get him back, or is he going to set a pace? And then where are the pits going to lay out?
I think he's going to set a pace and just inch forward a little bit at a time. Baby steps, never go backwards. He's going to end up pulling it out. If his mechanics hang on, if the machine stakes with him, he's on a roll. He's going to be in front.
And here's the deal. Corbin's got to be feeling a lot of pressure right now. He's got that big Red Bull sponsorship. He's got this new car. He's leading one of the biggest off-road races in the world, and the eyes of the entire world are on Corbin right now. That's a big load to carry, and you've got one of the best in the world, Brock Hager, right behind you, putting that pressure on Corbin.
Well, as we were watching these come through, here is the Can-Am in front, and right behind him is Brock Hager. So this is the race, Jim Marsden, for the lead as they work themselves through the whoops. And I said earlier, the driver will stay to the right or the left to avoid the dust, and that's what Brock Hager does. And he is now right on the bumper of Corbin Leverton.
Yeah, no, this is the physical race. Let's not forget also that Corbin does have adjusted time on his side. So Brock has actually got to pass him, but there's going to be so much strategy involved in this race. We've got to start thinking about fueling. Are these guys going to have to be able to come in and stop to take fuel, or can these guys go the full near 400 miles?
There's another factor happening here is if Brock has a problem, right behind him in the lineup is Caden McCachran. Not necessarily on the course, but in that factory full RS team, that's who you're looking at. So, if Brock just has a falter, Caden is going to pounce.
Well, but let's just, you got Cody Miller, Mitch Guthrie, Ronnie Anderson, Hunter Miller, Caden McCachran, Phil Burton, and Dustin Jones. That's a huge gap. As I think what we're looking at is as we're watching, I think this is Kyle Cheney as he works his way through the whoops. So you stub your toe, like Larry Ragland told me a long time. You stay in line, wait for somebody to stub their toe. So you cannot do that. So here's another strategy, Jim Beaver. Let's say I'm Brock Hager. I'm sitting in second. Why don't I, because I know hypothetical that if I feel I'm faster than Corbin, stop early, pit early, lose that gap, and then build that time up again. So there's strategy because there's pits in multiple places. So did they put some fuel in Brock Hager's car when he was at that stop? I don't know. We'll probably get a text from Travis Clark here in a minute to either probably not tell me because he doesn't want you to know the strategy. But that's just another thing that these drivers can do.
Yeah, and that was something, Rob McCachran, I was talking to him years ago, and it was one of those that Rob always said, if you have downtime and you're in a pit, do everything you can to help you later on in the race. If you think you're going to have to change tires, change them now. If you're going to have to fuel later on and you got the fuel, change them now. If you're down, do as much to the car as you can to keep it moving forward. So it's like, your pit, you have a pit strategy to begin with, but that can become a fluid concept over the course of the race.
Well, and we have pits at basically at race mile 30, 65, and 90. Okay, so that gives the drivers multiple opportunities. Obviously, they like that. They want to put on a spare tire, or if they have something to work on. But if they can change, I know that a lot of the teams that I have, we have that option that we can also change where we're looking at. As I watch, I think this is Phil Blur's his way through the whoops.
I don't know. That one didn't have the monster.
That might have been Cody Miller.
Yeah, it might have been one of the Millers, I think.
So, Jim, I see you, Margin. You're frantically looking at the timepiece. I know you got something for us. Come on, buddy.
No, I'm just looking at the times at the moment and seeing where everybody's splits are as they make their way through this race. They've already tripped through the first of our timing loops, and of course that would just happen to be just before the pits. So that does still show that Brock Hager is our race leader, but it's this gentleman you see on track right now. That is Corbin Leverton. He's our physical race leader and our race leader on adjusted time. And somewhere just behind him, if our camera just holds on, you will see Brock Hager. But Brock has got to deal with that dust. He's also got to remember that this is a long race. This is only lap 1 of 4 broken laps here at the Mint 400.
But if you notice, this has had like a little tractor work, as we're watching another driver as he works his way through the whoops. This could be...
Is this Blurton?
This might be either Hunter Miller or Blurton.
We keep saying it every year. Can you make really big numbers, please?
Exactly.
Yeah. Actually, it's one of the things I absolutely love about what the factory Polaris team have done is they've got very clear livery, but the liveries are different colours for the different drivers, so you can tell at first glance who each car is. And we're back with our current race leader. This, of course, is Corbin Leverton. Putting this Can-Am to work.
Yeah, I got that helicopter following him along. It's always a good feeling. You know you're doing something right when the helicopter's following you.
Well, I know that I pick up probably 15 miles an hour as soon as I see it. I go from 25 to 30, 40 miles an hour. But no, that's the thing. You know when you have somebody on you, especially down in Mexico, because you got the other racers, and so their helicopters will come up and buzz you to kind of psych you out, like, hey, someone's right on your tail, and you're just like, I haven't felt them hit me yet, so I'm not moving in, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, there has been times in the past where we've seen helicopters over the top of their own car blowing dust out of the way so you can drive faster. There's a lot of strategy to having a helicopter.
Yeah, it's a poor man's game sometimes. People are sitting at home in Europe going, they have helicopters.
So you called a helicopter over there too?
Well, you probably found that we invented it, mate. I mean, I'm just saying.
I know. Once again, I say it every year, like the English language, but all of us people from California perfected it because the Beatles sung it just like we talk. So, touche, brother. Touche. Anyhow,
I don't know where to go with that. Back to the race action.
Back to enough of the English drawl here. This is Brock Hager, your top qualifier, and you see he is in the dust of Corbin Leverton. So if you are just now joining us, this is the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 2026. These guys are about just over a third of the way around. We have had a lead change. We have Corbin Leverton has gotten by because Brock Hager lost his spare and he had to top and change at Gonzo pit race mile 35. But you can see, I'm going to say he just stays just out of the dust and waits for Corbin to make a mistake, or did they fuel and he's able to pass him back in the pit? We'll be able to see.
Now, that's also an interesting point. Is there actually any point in him taking on fuel when he stopped on that time? There are only 30 miles into the race. We know these vehicles don't use huge amounts of fuel like our unlimited trucks, so would there have been any advantage to them taking fuel at the same time they were re-wrecking that spare?
Well, because it gives them a chance to, because a lot of them, I'm sorry, Bob, but I think a lot of the guys are going to just go each lap and pit at main pit. But if you can skip a pit, then you can get your position back. So if you can pit on a different sequence, I did that in a NASCAR race. We were going and they said they wanted to pull me in early so that I had a faster truck at the time, but I was in traffic. So I was in the back, and I could make up all that time, and then when those guys did those pits, I was able to put myself actually into second place for a while. And so there is strategy going on, and because you said these don't have the giant fuel cells and all different stuff, they can pop in 10, 15 gallons, and then maybe past that, and then just switch your pit back to Gonzo. So who knows? We'll see.
But I'm going to suggest here that these cars here are running, if that was, say, 30 miles, they've not even used 30 litres of fuel at that point.
But still, as Jim Beaver was talking about, you're stopped. Max thought, you're stopped. Do something. Use it.
If you have the time, you always take the extra fuel if you got it, because you never know when you need to change the strategy. Like we said, everybody comes in with a pit strategy to start the race, but it's a very fluid concept throughout the entire race.
And a little change at this hour of the day, the first hour, can make a huge difference in the 6th hour.
Well, and let's give it to Corbin, man. I mean, Brock is not in his dust. I mean, these two guys are flying. Look at how fast Brock Hager is going.
But I've got to say this. If you're Brock Hager right now, are you going to try and overtake Corbin Leviton? No, you're not. You're going to bide your time. You're less than 25% of the way through this race right now. In fact, you're only an 1/8 of the way through this race. And as this action continues to unfold here, we're going to step away from the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, pay some bills, and we'll be back with the action real soon. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
Off-road racing fans, betting on the American Off-Road Racing Championship is here. AORC has teamed up with BetOnline to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on the premier North American off-road racing series. BetOnline isn't just another sportsbook. It's built for true competitors. Cutting-edge tech, real-time odds, and the best betting experience in the game. Now, the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Anderson gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
Coming this way.
Looks like Gonzo pit.
Yeah, looks like that is pit number 1. That is a Gonzo
Hey, Brian,
pit.
they're coming.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We're already into this limited race, about halfway through the first lap, and we're already seeing so much action. I'm Jim Marston, joining me in the team, Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course Jim Beaver. Now, Jim, we're just seeing an overtake there. What's been happening out on this course?
Well, you know, obviously the big storyline was right off the start, you know, which led us to this battle for the lead that we've got between Brock Hager and Corbin Leverton. You know, obviously Hager had a problem there with his spare tire, dropped him back to second when they had to re-rack one. So now we've got a battle up front with Corbin Leverton and Brock Hager. And when we went to that break, I mean, what we saw was Brock Hager and Corbin Leverton were just flying. I mean, you know, in lockstep out front.
Well, look at this. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. That is Corbin Leverton, our current race leader on adjusted time and physically.
Well, as we're noticing, we do not see Brock Hager. There he is. So there's the distance. So Brock is keeping him in sight. So I'm going to say he's probably about 10 to 15 seconds behind him. So if we kind of look at that, you could do a little counting and see when he comes by, Bob Bauer.
I'm thinking that Brock is staying back there on purpose. He's waiting for something. There's just consistent gap there. He's just waiting. He's waiting.
Even though the course is new, watch how these two drivers straddle the deep lines. So those trucks are built, those lines are built from trucks and all different stuff. See how Corbin is jumping off to the side, so that little bit of taking the bumps away adds to speed. These are 35-inch tires. They're great. They're unbelievably fast vehicles. But Jim Marsden?
Now, I'm going to throw this out there. I don't know anything about Corbin Leverton, but there's something about knowing how to run a race. Now, Brock Hager's one of the best. He knows how to be in front. He knows the pace that he needs to set. Does Corbin know what that pace is? Does Corbin know how it takes to lead a race and to win a race?
I'll tell you, when you win a race, we're seeing this in Supercross now with Hunter Lawrence. He was so snake-bitten, got so many seconds, and now he's won a race. Now everything has changed. You're a different person once you win. So Corbin has won races, the big one. When you win the big one, because now you know, when you know that you're with the absolute best in the world, because right behind you is the guy that's won the Dakar Rally twice, won the Baja 1000, has won everything. When you're running with him, you're a different guy.
Well, and with Corbin, it's been a bit of an adjustment because traditionally, when he got signed by Red Bull, he was doing the Red Bull Scramble Series, which is more short course events. He's been known for the Work Series, things like that, where it's not full short course, but it's not this long distance desert endurance racing. And Corbin now with a shift to endurance racing, I mean, the kid's got the speed. Obviously, you don't get the Red Bull on the side of your car if you're slow, but there's also been a learning process, I think.
We're looking at getting close, looks like to me. Looks like Brock's getting him.
Running a complete different line here.
Yeah.
He's trying to reel him in, and he doesn't have any of that dust.
He's 3 seconds right now.
3?
3 seconds. So what I do is we cross there 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, 1,005 seconds. So that's how I adjust that.
So here's an interesting thing. So, and this might be one of those, obviously he's kind of a little bit newer to desert racing, but if this was Jim, I would have been in leading. I would have been in the line that you've got Brock in because the wind is blowing to the right. So I want my dirt to be going over that right-hand line and dusting the other driver out. Corbin took the right line, and it left the door open for Brock to take the non-dust-filled line.
Well, and this is something that we've seen, and hats off to the Martelli brothers. There's dual lines, and now we see Brock Hager. He is going for the lead. He's not messing around. But this gives us a chance to have side-by-side racing to where you don't just have to drive up in somebody's dust. So we're about to see it. I know it's like watching it, not snails go, but here it goes. They're going to come back together, and that puts Corbin back into the front spot to where they're in the same line. But no, still, Brock Hager is on the outside, so completely different line, but shuts across the inside. And there we go, Jim.
There we go. That's the pass for the physical lead here.
There you go.
Oh, Corbin says, I'm not having that. Get back in your box, Brock.
This is a great race. I mean, this is just halfway through lap number 1 here.
Yeah, almost who cares how it turns out? Look what we're watching.
Right, but that's going to hurt Corbin because right now Brock is on a straight line and he is
Brock
to the wood.
Drop the hammer.
Like, he just now, he's about 10 seconds ahead of him. So that little bit of getting there over to the right, that's going to really hurt Corbin. So Corbin's got to get back in that and just stay at the tail end of the dust.
And people are going to be sitting at home going, well, why doesn't he just drive across that scrub and get in behind Brock? It's not quite as easy as that. There's things out there that want to catch you. There's going to be rocks. There's going to be bits of wood, old bits of desert. As we cut back and we're going to replay this pass, just look at this. This is Brock Hager showing us why he's a 2-time Dakar champion.
So Hager has his co-driver tell him that the left turn is coming up. He sees he's in the right position, and he pushes hard, brakes in hard, and then shoots across the line to the outside to take that position away from Corbin. And then Corbin's like, nope, I'm going for it. But he got bit when he jumped in this right line.
A great example of a competitive pass in the desert. A lot of them are cooperative passes. This is competitive.
I would have loved to have seen him door to door going down this road to see, is it the Polaris or the Can-Am that has what they say it has is tuned under the hood, and it's got plenty of horsepower. So right now, Brock Hager's back in the lead.
You know what I'm waiting for, Ricky, is team principal Travis Clark to send that text message.
Well, I talked to him, and he said, we have options. So right now, with him getting back into that lead, he has to try to pull himself out to get that 30-second gap ahead of him so that if anything happens, he's ahead of him on time as well.
And this looks like it's our lead Class 10 car there, making moves onto this UTV class.
Well, that's the thing.
And that'll be Matt Belafontaine.
Well,
qualified first in Class 10.
In a lot of the really big bumps, the 10 cars work better. So you see they got to come up and squeak by those guys because they're a heavier car. They don't want to hit them too hard in the back because it's a whole different story when it comes to getting hit versus being the one that's hitting. And so you don't want to hit them too hard because you can really tear them up.
And it's a completely different style of driving, isn't it? When you're watching these Class 10s, they're a rear-wheel drive. Those front ends like to come up on the rails. And when you're driving a UTV, of course, it's an all-wheel drive. It's pulling you in through the corners. A completely different driving style. And we saw him there. He was a much faster line as he made his way through the bend and was able to make the pass look very easy indeed.
Well, folks, if you're new to watching the Mint 400, if you've ever driven to Las Vegas and you go between Prim right at the state line in Vegas, you see Gene and the big painted orange and green rocks as we're watching Brock Hager, our race leader. That's where we're at. There's I-15 in the background. You look over there and you see the Tri-Lake bed, you see all that desert. That's where these guys are trying to conquer the desert. But Bob, You don't really conquer the desert, you dance with it.
Well, you make it your friend if you can. You know, and it can be done, but you got to respect it no matter what.
Yeah, so we're watching the race leader. This is Brock Hager. Now, whether he's winning on adjusted time or not is a different thing entirely. As Corbin Leviton, of course, left the line behind him earlier on. So Corbin's just got to stay in his dust. He's just got to stay with him. And they're making their way towards the Genehurst pit right now, although almost certainly we won't see any of our lead vehicles stopping there.
And that's the thing with, you know, we have big, obviously it's not brand new news, but we have big news coming. We're going to see later on today the qualifying. We have Jimmy Johnson coming back. And the thing is that he's raced Le Mans in the rain. He's raced Daytona 24 hours as well as Daytona NASCAR races. The track changes a little bit with sunlight, but nothing like desert. But this is where Jimmy grew up, and so he's back to his roots, and we're going to see how well he adapts coming back to off-road racing.
I saw his interview yesterday. So he hasn't raced in the dirt since the 90s.
Yes.
But this is, we're coming back to Bob's point. The desert doesn't change. The desert is still a cruel mistress, and she was still out here and waiting for him. So it's going to be great to see Jimmy Johnson on track later today.
But he is excited about doing this. I talked to him about it. That's all he can talk about.
Bob, if someone gave me a car to come and race them in, I'd be excited.
Bet you're busy.
Well, you know, it's such a feel-good story, and I know obviously Ricky's probably closer to the situation than anybody, but you know, to me, this is where he cut his teeth. It was motocross and it was desert racing, and then, you know, to see him go and do what he did in NASCAR and then go to IndyCar and now back, it's pretty remarkable.
So this is the 191. This is Kyle Cheney here, multiple champion at King of the Hammers, of course. He's a debutant at the Dakar Rally this year. Did incredibly well, podiumed behind Brock Hager. I'll give you an idea of the dominance of Brock Hager. Finished with over a 4-hour lead. How is that even possible?
Well, but there's just so much. We have just started. We're looking at the leaders coming into race mile 65. That's 2/3 of the first lap. We have 4 laps to go. 3 more laps to go after that. So a lot can happen. There's a lot of moving parts, but as you said, the race technology has come so far as we see these drivers working back and forth with each other.
Yeah, so some of my favourite cars there. These are the modified Beetles you see down there, Class 5s, and also the other class they're in as well. It gets a bit confusing sometimes, but I absolutely love them. As we watch more action here. So this is the Gonzo pit there as they make their way through. You can see so many vehicles. And that's where we saw the overtake took place earlier on, where Corbin Leviton got past Brock Hager, but it's all changed at the front end of this course. These guys were on speed restriction, and those look like Class 10 cars to me.
Yep, and in that helicopter is Steve Wright, living the dream. Little history on Steve. Steve was one of those guys that actually won the Baja 1000.
Wow.
On a quad. Not just in the class. Do your history. Team Honda came out with a quad way back in the day, and they ended up, I think, pulling the overall in one of the races. It was one of the guys flying helicopter.
We've actually got quads for the first time here at the Mint 400.
We do, and that's changed the course a little bit.
Yeah.
Now you see, so Bob, you were talking about the guys getting bunched up. You see them stacking up on top of each other, and but the dust is working well with them. And then you see the line off to the right. That was the line off to the right that Corbin took, where Brock Hager was able to pull some ground on him. So I think these guys are doing the right thing, staying in line and just staying right in the back of the dust.
It's kind of like rush hour in the desert.
Oh, it is indeed. As we watch the I-15 in the background there. The interesting thing about this is when you suddenly see the car disappear in the dust, that's telling you that the driver of that car now can't see ahead either. So it's absolutely remarkable. And there's a real skill set to driving in dust, isn't there, Ricky?
Well, there are certain things that you do that when you're racing in clear, you know, I teach a lot of the different drivers. I tell them they go look as far ahead as they can. But when you get in the dust, just like when you're driving in the fog, don't try to look where you can't see, look where you can. So when you're driving in the fog, what I do is I look out the right side to make sure I know where the edge of the road is. And with these drivers, if you look out the right side or the left side, you can see that you're on course, because even though the GPS will say you're going straight, as we're looking at the road map, you got to just look to see where you can. Where we see right there at the top, very at the top of the course is Kyle Cheney. Yep. And then we see the 2 leaders down below.
Yeah, so the 2 leaders are going to be coming through the Gene Hurst pit at any moment now. And you can see Carl Cheney showing a little way behind. But there is a load of cars in between those as well. So just looking back down my map, so we've got Cody Miller, Hunter Miller, all of those cars are working inside of that area.
So what I love about the Gene Hurst pit is that it goes up, does a 180, and comes right back down. And then it's all under speed control so that you can see where your competition is. As you notice, there's pits going up the hill and then coming back down the hill. So it gives the guys a chance to really look at their competition and know what's going on before they get back on the course and start heading down the Fox Proving Ground.
Yeah, we should be seeing our lead cars coming through Gene Hurst at any moment.
This looks like Corbin as he's starting to work his way through the whoops. Yeah, through thumpers. Now notice how he gets off to the side. You don't want to run right in the middle. This is Corbin Leverton.
Anytime you can get 2 of your wheels outside of the rut, you go a little bit quicker. You're not working the car quite as hard.
Well, and it's because, and to add to what you're saying, Jim, is that half of the weight is going in the hole. So even though if you're on the side that's in the hole, it's less of a beating on you. So we'll see a lot of these guys in these limited classes tomorrow. The guys with the 40-inch tires and the 1,000 horsepower, they're doing everything they can to just keep it right in the groove.
Look at how jagged those rocks are. It doesn't look bad, but sometimes you get a glimpse of them, and it's just so, like razor blades.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have some news. Currently in 6th position on adjusted time with a 1 hour 15, it's Hunter Miller. In 5th position, it's Cody Miller with a 1 hour 13. In 4th position, Mitch Guthrie with a 1 hour 13. Then in 3rd position right now, it's the 191. It's Kyle Cheney with a 1:13.02. Only 1 second ahead of Mitch Guthrie on adjusted time. Then in 2nd position on adjusted time and physically on track with a 1:11.23, it's Corbin Levington. But right now, it's all about our pole setter, Brock Hager, with a 1:11.38. So I'm just looking at that, and that's actually the wrong way around on the scoreboard. According to adjusted time, that would actually mean that Corbin Leverton is actually ahead on adjusted time at the moment. So I'll keep an eye on that story and I'll come back to you. But Brock Hager has the physical lead right now, and that is...
when I was talking to Travis Clark, he said that in other places, so when it gets close with a race back and forth, they could stretch a pit out, go to the next one, or they can come back and forth. So they don't just have to stop at the main pit, as we're watching Kyle Cheney as he works his way down thumpers. So completely different racetrack, Jim Marsden, or Jim Beaver I'm going to talk to you about, coming up thumpers versus going down.
Well, yeah, it's just, and that's the key point of this whole race is some of the interesting sections that we have seen previous mints because we rotated the direction. That wash coming in, now it's a storyline going up. But, same thing with thumpers and these other areas of the course is, obviously it changes. Sometimes it's going to be faster. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit slower, depending on the direction. So, drivers who know this course now will reverse the direction. They don't know quite as good.
What's going to happen on the last lap?
Last lap is going to just be chaos. It's survival, Bob.
Okay. That's not what I would ask, The
last lap, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen on the last lap. It's probably going to be, like I said, survival. But, as we look, and here's another car doing that same thing, Ricky, like you had said, driving only half of it, putting the weight in those bumps.
Yep, and then...
Yeah, we think that's maybe Cody Miller. Yeah, there's Cody Miller.
Yep. But so, Jim, talk about now it's out of sight, but as you can see, that A-arm is up above the tire, something completely unique to Can-Am.
Yeah, now for years and years, it doesn't matter what kind of IFS system that we look at, or any front independent suspension. I think that was Caden McCackrum we just saw that. They usually have a twin arm system that laid with the pivot points inside the wheel. we saw Can-Am with the Maverick R around about 3 years ago come out with this new system where they're putting the pivot point on top of the wheel. The idea being is that they can get what they call perfect articulate or perfect wheel travel off of these vehicles. Has it made a massive difference? Well, Polaris would say no, it hasn't. But those Maverick R's still perform incredibly well, and they're working out here right now, and one of those is sitting potentially in the lead spot on adjusted time.
So, in my own experience, going up versus going down, I think you're much faster, obviously, going down because you're falling, but it's also, I think, a much scarier situation because you are going down, and when you hit the face of one, we'll watch these guys, they're going, then all of a sudden
it does look like Phil Blurton.
With the monster livery on there, but Jim Beaver, talk about that. You're going down the hill, sometimes a little scarier.
Yeah, it's almost like a runaway freight train, Ricky. And you get that speed and you're skipping across them. And then at the end, you got to slow down. Well, when you're going uphill, it's a lot easier to slow down than when you're going downhill. And you get that speed, and then you go, oh, man, I got to get this thing stopped. And you're on the brakes, and you're like, we're going to stop. And, and you're going down, so you're skipping across them. And it's, like you said, it is definitely a lot scarier at speed going down whoops.
Yeah, you could get on top a little easier, but as you said, if you miss time one, and as you watch, it's like smooth bounce, smooth. There's a big one, big one, big one. So you got to be very careful, especially with these cars, because these things have gotten like this from trophy trucks or from unlimited trucks, not just side by side. So a very, very seasoned track right there, Bob.
You know, the guys on the highway have to be wondering what the heck is going on over there. Yeah. They're driving right next to it.
I just want to also put a shout out to Michael McFadden, who's absolutely flying hard at the moment, starting in 11th position. I think he's made his way up into around about 6th place overall, so really charging hard there.
I want to, Michael McFadden here, it's probably about 4 or 5 years ago, last time I really ran for a championship in the desert, and he was a young kid. It was like his second year racing. I got to know him and his dad really, really well, and I competed against him, and he was 15, I think, at the time, 16. And I went to his dad and I said, you know what, your kid needs to keep at it. Here's something special here. And that kid, the last few years, I've seen him step up. He's had some sponsors come on board. I believe Yokohama started sponsoring him. But the kid is so quick. He could potentially be one of those generational talents.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And another one we need to keep an eye on right now is Sean Saxton, who started down in 12th position, and he's absolutely charging hard.
So, Bob, you've done the massive marathon, you've done the Baja 1000, you've done all the different stuff. Talk us through what the driver and the co-driver are doing at this point.
Well, we're about an hour and a half into the race. So the first half hour is where you finally get yourself settled in and you get into a groove or a zone, a lot of ways of looking at it. Right now in the race, you're still trying to figure out exactly where do I need to go. Do I need to add a little bit more? So I'm gonna bias to keeping my throttle higher. I'm gonna take my time with the car, but I'm going to keep the pace up until I see where I stand. I'm not going to go hard at it until later.
There you go. And as we're watching, we can see Stevie Wright in that Living the Dream helicopter chasing down that 10 car. And as we're watching, as the guys coming down Thumpers, as you can see, as it comes down, and it looks like, why aren't they just wide open? And you have the option to go right or left. And I watch Caden McCachran go right, but racetrack left, even though it's big. Anytime you can watch a local, like one of the McCachrans, wherever he goes, I'm going to go. If he rolls in the turn, I'm going to roll in the turn, because evidently fastest guy here.
See, this is a good glimpse of what I was talking about. You see the cars are on that line because the dust is blowing to the left. You don't want to be in that line to the right, because then all of a sudden somebody can get around you and you get dusted out. So this is a couple of veteran moves here. Everybody in that line where the dust is blowing across, so that way you're not driving.
And also, back to what you were saying, Jim Beavers, notice how they're all up on the edge trying to get that one side out of that deep holes, because you notice like it's good. Now all of a sudden that hole's so big it becomes an elevation change, and that's what messes up the chassis. But the wind is actually working in our advantage, Bob Bauer. It's like this is the kind of race that you're looking as a driver. It's got everything you're looking for.
If it stays this windy all day long, you're going to have a lot of happy drivers. Not a lot of happy people in the pits because you end up chewing it up. It gets dusty, dirty, nasty, everything in your coffee.
Let's look at the wind. Obviously at 10 a.m. we got 14 miles an hour, 15, then up to 18 this afternoon. So it looks like we're going to have absolutely perfect wind. And it's not too much. It's not like the 30, 40, or 50 mile an hours that are going to really play havoc on those helicopters and a lot of the tents and stuff. So I think we have the racing gods are smiling upon us right now.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking at the live scoring right now, and I did mention him a moment ago, but Sean Saxton is absolutely on a charge with a 1 hour 12 as he tripped the second loop, which actually does put him into third position overall on adjusted time. So a fantastic run here going on from Sean Saxton.
Well, Jim Beavers, right now, if you are Caden Leverton, are you getting bummed because you're watching the dust drive away from you, or is he just playing it cool?
You know, I think if I'm Corbin, it's, you know, like we said earlier, I mean, Brock's one of the best in the business. You know, if I'm Corbin, I'm second overall at the Mint 400. We're, what, 2/3 of the way through the first lap. I'm settling in. I know the pace. And, you know, I don't want to get past anymore, but just settle in and just settle in and click off laps and mile markers consistently.
And now notice Kyle Cheney, he's riding with his visor up. So I will crack it. I never run my visor up that high just because if a rock or a bird or anything comes flying in, but I will crack my shield quite a bit. But notice how dusty his shield is, and he's got that layer underneath, which some guys like that. I'm not a big fan of it. I want it as clear as possible. There's some technologies they have called Cruise Armor, C-R-U-Z, where they put like a thin film. And be honest with you, I've ran my same shield for 3 years because it's so tough. And I thought, oh, I scratched it, and then I just wash it right off. So
anti-static too?
No, it does. It maybe a little bit, but what it does do is that it saves me a lot of money in shields, as well as when I get hit with something really hard, I get a wet washcloth, I wash the thing off, and it works for me great.
Well, and this is something, so I'm looking at his shield, and it looks like the inside of it is dirty too. What happens is, and I have this happen in a race, sometimes you don't get the shield on just right, and it's not sealed correctly, so dust gets underneath onto the inside of the visor.
Now notice, you see exactly, to expand on that, notice the little black line on his shield on the left. That's the second layer. Now notice on this one, you don't see that on the impact helmet. So somebody will put that on there because it helps with fog and stuff. So if that seal gets broken, dust gets in between, you can't wipe it off, Jim Marsden.
This is Kyle Cheney. That previous shot wasn't Kyle Cheney.
No.
Because if you actually look at this helmet here, his helmet's a completely different color and his visor's down. So this is definitely the 191 of Kyle Cheney. That other shot, I'm not sure. We just got to give big props to our live show crew. They've got so much going on at the moment, and for the first time ever, we have so many in-car shots coming in. Sometimes it's difficulty to filter between who it is and who it isn't. But that previous shot wasn't Kyle Cheney. This definitely is.
You're absolutely right. And so, but still the fact remains, whoever was driving has their shield up, and it looks like there's dust in between there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what can happen is these guys are running pumpers on their helmets. So what are pumpers? These are, of course, their devices that provide fresh air into the helmet. Not only do they stop the helmet from fogging, but they also stop the dust from coming up inside the helmet. And my guess is that his pumper has failed.
I just got a text from Phil Blurton Sr. Looks like Phil's going to be pulling into the main pit soon, but he's got a problem. Broken four-wheel drive, disconnect. It's going to take him about 15 more minutes in the pit to fix that.
Well, that's going to cost you the race. I mean, he can still podium, I believe, but I think there's so many. The top 10 are so good.
So close.
A problem like that, I don't think you can recover. So thank you, Phil Burton Sr. for that information. And some of the things that, as we look at the map, what I love about this, we can see how close. I think that is Kyle Cheney is back quite a ways. So moving into second now, or to third.
Yeah, no, don't forget that these trackers, they take a little time to ping, so don't believe too much about what you see on the trackers. They're a best indication of what we know at this time. So it's so I am being told this is actually real-time data, but looking on my tracker, I am not.
Well, so let me jump in here real quick.
Go for it.
What it's showing right now is Corbin is back in the lead, but it takes a while for these to reload.
Yeah.
Okay, so now just notice right there. Notice how the Cheney jumped ahead. So once it repings, then it reloads. Now there's your leader, Brock Hager. That's exactly my point. It's readjusted. It shows where he's at. But now next you're going to see right there the adjustment of Corbin Leverton. That shows you the race. So first, second, and third. 96 is Brock Hager, 25 is Leverton, as well as Cheney up there, 91. So these two front guys are setting the pace, but so don't get too upset or too happy until you look at the time and see when it's been readjusted.
Yeah, what we'll actually do is when they physically come through main pit, we'll be able to get eyeballs on these vehicles and actually work out who's exactly where. But the thing that I'm finding exciting about this is looking around the rest of the course, looking at the cars that are already or are still on lap 1 right now, because lap traffic is going to play a massive part of this, and this wind is going to play a massive part of this race. Now, Ricky, I'm looking on my tracker, and there's a lot of cars who still haven't made their way to race mile 30 yet on lap 1, and that means that our race car leaders are going to be probably catching those before the midway point of lap 2.
Well, as Jim's talked about, going up that Joshua Tree Highway, going up, it gets so technical. Now, if you're Brock Hager, the race leader, and you're trying to make your time coming around, you got to make sure that there's not a car sitting right in front of you. So this
that's number
looks
52.
like Ronnie Anderson. And so Ronnie Anderson, so notice those two little cans right in the front. What that is that's, they can't run Pressure Pro, but they can use a gravity feed with a quick fuel. So they come in and they'll go in front of the car, they'll push it in. One is pushing the fuel in, the other is sucking the air out. So then boom, it fills up really quick. So they could probably fill these cars in less than 5 seconds.
What's the capacity, Ricky?
Well, they have the capacity of 150 gallons at their disposal, but they do not use that much.
Yeah, the tanks they're filling from 150 gallons.
The tanks are
Side by
filling
sides
from.
are about 30, 35 gallons. Most of these guys are running.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of times when we're running in the unlimited trucks, it's over 100 gallons. So it takes about 10 seconds to fill completely. This is probably 2 or 3.
Yeah, so now he's making his way through the Gene Hurst pit, so that there'll be on a speed control as he's making his way through here. But this is a good time to do your housekeeping. This is where you're sitting there with your co-driver saying, hey buddy, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. We got anything wrong with the car? No, I'm good. Right, okay, let's clean those visors. He'll be passing them across the cloth. They'll be wiping down the visors. They'll be pulling their gloves back up, right, checking the harnesses, re-pulling the harnesses tight. And you might think, well, do the harnesses come loose? They don't come loose. You settle into them. And it's just a case of rechecking that and making sure everything's good before you get on that skinny pedal.
Well, I started working with a Coach Rob Beams, and we checked, and I run a Garmin watch that tells me everything from my calorie output and stuff like that. In a typical day, you burn about 2,500 calories a day. I was finding out that I was burning over 4,000 calories just pre-running.
Wow.
So I thought, well, this is great. I'm losing some weight. And he goes, no, you're starving yourself to death. So he put me on a completely different diet during the race so that I didn't get that bonk, because I don't like going to energy drinks. I don't like running a bunch of caffeine for the spikes and the lows. So that's a good place for these guys to take a snack. And believe it or not, the best thing to eat?
Normal food.
A crustable sandwich, white bread, peanut butter, and jelly. So you get protein, carbohydrates, and sugar, and it's the best balance. And this was the best 1,000 I had last year.
And to be honest, nature's favorite, bananas.
Yeah,
they come in a wrapper as well.
Yeah.
Individually sealed, no seeds. So my big jam right now is dates, because it's got good sugar, good fiber, and so
we've changed, Ricky.
There we go.
This is Mitchell Alsop here. I want to talk a little bit about Mitchell. He's the guy that super nice guy, but he's done a lot on the Can-Am side to help build the technology, and there's a lot of drivers behind the wheel of his cars.
Okay, I believe that is Ethan Groom there. That's the 98. No, Joe Paterano. I do apologize.
Yeah, Joe. So another factory car. You can tell how they look, and once again, you can buy these cars just like these drivers. So I know everybody that's 99% of most men think, I could do that. Well, pull out your pocketbook. Bob's going to loan me some money. You might see me out here next year with a big Bob Bauer picture on the side of my car. But Bob,
it's going to be a very small car.
But now think about it. Back in the day when you were driving for Strop and all those big teams, you couldn't buy the factory car. But now here with Polaris, you can go in and buy exactly what everyone else is driving.
Race on Sunday, sell on Monday.
There we go.
I think that's really what's interesting about the sport now. You talk about that on the side-by-side. You talk about that on the unlimited truck. You think you can run with the top guys. You can go buy a Mason if you've got the money. So, we're in an interesting place in this industry where you can actually buy the stuff the top guys have.
Just look at how chilled out he looks here as they're just making their way across the lake bed. You can see the co-driver just looking down there.
So that's the thing. He's wide open. He is on the mat, and he's just confirming, stay to the right or to the left.
They're picking their picks in their exit point,
Well, what he's trying to do, and when you're on the dry lake bed, you try to find hard spots.
Yeah.
Because if you get off and it's a little bit softer, you'll feel your speed come down, your RPMs come down. So what he's doing is just trying to, as light as you can on the steering wheel. Don't scrub speed. Try to keep that car moving like around these big turns. Keep everything nice and smooth and just let that car eat.
Now we're going to see some of the leaders hit the lake bed here, and this is going to be the fastest section on the entire course.
And you know what's wild about the fastest section on the course is Dry Lake? You're not going to get much of an advantage on that. Everybody's got speed at speed. Yeah. Where you make your time on these race courses is in the rough. You don't go faster. You end up going less slow. That sounds crazy, but it's a fact.
But Wes, the crazy thing is when you're actually out there and you can go wide open. So these cars are pulling, 100 mile an hour, 103 maybe a couple of mile an hour extra for some of them. But it doesn't feel like that when you're out there because it's such a vast environment. You're doing 103 going, is this it?
Well,
and you're kind of waiting for more.
The race car is happy at that speed, too. It actually settles down. It gets docile. It gets happy.
Well, it's like in the movie Aviator when they kept filming and everything, and they're going, we don't have anything to reference, how fast you're going. Like, you don't see bumps or anything like that, so you're just wide open. But so the helicopter is running same pace. It says 123, but that's a stretch for a side-by-side.
That's incredible
pace. But we know that we're seeing over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, you see that rag in there. He's wiping his face shield, getting a chance to take a breather. And, there's really not many opportunities to take a breather, except for on this dry lake bed. You can get a drink of water real quick, wipe your shield, but it only lasts about a minute and a half, so you got to do it quick.
But that minute and a half, it feels good. I mean, you really do refresh.
So this is Joe Tirana here, making his way through, and he's heading on his way back to town. Now, we should be seeing the race leaders coming back through main pit very soon. I'd be very surprised if we actually see any of them stopping for fuel or anything else. We heard that Phil Blurton will be coming in, so we'll keep an eye on that story as it unfolds. But I'm going to guess that we're going to see Brock Hager, Corbin Leviton, and all the Hunter Miller and Cody Miller and Kyle Cheney. I think it's going to be literally a straight drive through and get out onto lap 2. So just trying to see who this is right now. And if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the 2026 Mint 400 presented by BFGoodrich Tires. We are just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, and we're here today for the limited race. And we will have the qualifying for the unlimited big guns later on this afternoon, and I cannot wait to see that.
One of the interesting things I'm seeing is we're seeing these various helicopter shots from all over the track in different areas. And obviously, as the crow flies, we can be talking 30, 40 mile an hour difference, but the dust is different in the different areas of the course. I think there's been different moisture levels in the dirt.
Okay, here we go. So this is our race leader. This is Brock Hager. He's coming in, has to come to a stop. That is a mandatory stop they have to make. Then he has to come through a set pace. I'm going to guess that it's going to be 15 or 20 mile an hour. And you can see some of the fuel towers there for some of the teams. As you mentioned earlier, Ricky, they are only allowed to use gravity to fuel these vehicles.
And he has a spare tire back.
He does. I'll be very surprised if we see him stop here, though.
But if their strategy is, and they know, because we have all this technology, he knows how much of a lead he has. And if he knows that he can fuel in 30 seconds and he has a minute lead, he's going to fuel because he does not want to take the chance of giving Corbin that chance to pass him back. So if he knows that he's got over 30 seconds, I wouldn't mind. You're probably going to see him do a splash and go.
Well, we'll soon find out, that's for sure. My guess is it will blow through, but we will see. Oh no, you are absolutely right. He is coming in.
He's in over there.
So
they're sticking with strategy here. It's going to be in and out quick.
So, now, this is interesting. There's a jack going under the car. Okay, so what we got going on here, guys? Are they going to be changing wheels? Looks like we've got a wheelman down by that right-hand rear. So this is our current race leader. This is Brock Hager in the main pits at the end of lap 1. So where is Corbin Leviton?
God, the cameraman must have read our thought. Zoom out so we can see where if he's coming. So right now I got the stopwatch going. He's been stopped for 28 seconds. So Corbin has to, as we see, I think Corbin, as he comes across the dry lane pit, he should be entering the pit any moment. But right now, still we have the race leader, Brock Hager, in there. Now they have the jack down. Or no, they still have it jacked up in the back, so something is gone awry.
Something's up.
Yeah, I don't think they're looking at tires. They're looking at something else, it
yeah,
looks like.
But maybe a drive shaft problem or something?
Right rear corner.
Or did that strap bounce around and hit something and create a problem? We don't know.
But where is Corbin Leviton?
Right now, he's been in there for over a minute.
Here we go. So this is Corbin Leviton. He's making his way into the pits, and he will already know. I have absolutely no doubt that Brock Hager is stopped. So what is Corbin going to do? If I was Corbin, I would be doing what you said earlier and taking on fuel.
So it looked like a car was going to pull out on the track there for a second. Had better ideas.
So this is Corbin Leviton making his way down through the pits, and Brock Hager is still stationary.
You know, we may be watching the second inning of a seesaw battle.
Yep. Well, the jack is still under there. They're looking. They're working. It's this. I don't see the strap. They're working on something, but. So the car is still up on the jacks, and here comes Corbin.
Now, so where is Corbin? There he is.
So he's going to pull in. He's probably going to take a fuel load. And we're going to see him try and get out in front of Brock.
So Corbin Leviton making his way down through. Okay, so as Corbin Leviton makes his way down, we have got RPT down there, which is Remote Pit Tiff. Tiffany Stone, take it away.
All right, guys, so it looks like right now we've got Corbin Leverton coming in there. We've got the team ready up. They're set and ready to go. I did have a chance to talk to them. They mentioned that he had a clicking noise. Their team was able to let him know as he was coming through some of the other pits that the clicking noise was right there. Not sure if there's a rock in the wheel or what's going on. For sure getting a fuel stop right now that you guys can see. Did have another chance to talk to the team. All they said is that they wanted to make sure that he got out before Kyle Cheney. But the big news story right now, we also see Brock Hager. He's still at main pit, arrived before Corbin, and he is still there. Corbin's here right now, so we're not sure what's going on. As soon as we're done with this, we're gonna go down and see what's happening with the Hager team. And the first person out of the main pit right now is the T25 of Corbin Leverton. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Tiff. Oh, and look at this. So we saw Corbin Leviton leaving the pits, and right behind him is Brock Hager. Gentlemen, we have a race on our hands.
Well, and I got to tell you that I had a stopwatch on it. Brock Hager was in there for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So whatever they did, hopefully they had time to fix it and change that. Now, he's talking about a clicking in the front. Sometimes, especially with these CV joints and stuff like that, Jim Beaver, you'll get something going on. You'll get a cut boot. You'll get that clicking in there. It's a recipe for disaster, but hopefully whatever's in there clicking, a lot of times if it's a rock, it's in and out real quick.
Race cars don't heal.
No, they don't. And like Ricky said, could be a CV, could have been a rock caught in the caliper, something like that, and exited out. We don't know at this point. Too early to tell.
That's my first T-shirt design of 2026 from Bob Bauer. Race cars don't heal.
Well, they do sometimes because I pray really hard. I'm sorry I hit that rock. I'm sorry I hit that rock. But also, we got to keep in mind, we just saw Mitch Guthrie as he pulled through the pit as well. So there's your leader in second place. So you got Corbin Leverton in first, and now there is Brock Hager once again having to work his way past Corbin. So Corbin just needs to keep doing what he's doing, but Tiffany's going to find out. Hopefully that clicking heals itself. I'm going to go against Bob. Race cars can't heal.
Well, right now we're going to see, Brock is going to have a real opportunity here in this short course section to reel in Corbin if he can. There's no dust. There's a lot of moisture in the track. We're going to see if he can push and get up against the back of Corbin.
It's very important because you've mentioned so many times that Joshua Tree Highway. Brock does not want to be there because all the rocks that you can't see, a lot of disaster awaits. And so if he can get there, he get everything clear. As we're watching Mitch Guthrie as he works his way through. Mitch is already on the short course. So Mitch, obviously a veteran, very fast, obviously knows his way around. So we got to keep an eye on him because he's keeping these guys honest.
Yeah, he is indeed. Now, I'm just looking on my tracker at the moment. There is a lot of traffic sitting out there, still on their first lap. Oh, who's this? This is 22. That is Cody Miller, I believe. Yeah, so this is Cody Miller coming into the pits. Are they doing something to the back of the car, or are they just taking fuel?
Looks like they're just checking, Jim. Looks like they're just touching, looking for wet.
Yeah, so Cody Miller qualified in 4th position. Now, we haven't seen Kyle Cheney yet. As he gets the big thumbs up. Are we going to see Kyle Cheney coming through this? Yeah, this is Kyle Cheney. He's making his way through right now. So I believe that our top 4 at this moment in time is Corbin Leviton, followed by Brock Hager, then Mitch Guthrie, and this man, Kyle Cheney. What an incredible plethora of talent at the front of this race.
All 3 of them can win this deal.
4.
Easy. All 4 of them, excuse me.
Well, like Ricky said, there's a good 10 or 15 drivers that can all win this. It's going to be interesting to watch it play out.
Well, and my question that I have is how much time did Kyle Cheney come out here testing and that? Because if he hasn't, now with 1 lap under his belt, he's going to be a different driver. He knows what's in store for him out there.
He knows stuff.
So this is Caden McCachran, teammate to Brock Hager, making his way through. And, of course, the son of the GOAT himself, Rob McCachran. Oh, look at this.
Go.
We're going to see a bump. Look at that. A little bump and run.
Wow. So the idea here is that you come up behind a guy, and so these 3 are packing each other up. And so when you have the driver in 2nd who's in the dust, but then that finally threw the dust over to the guy in 3rd, wasn't able to make that pass. But here we come into that corner, shooting to the inside. We're going to see a little door-to-door action in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, now that's going to be interesting. I'm wondering if that Polaris is actually running a problem there. He seemed to give that place up real easy. Looks like he's a little off pace to me.
Well, the car in 3rd had a run on a car that now is in the lead of this pack. And
so that is the 77 there. That is Braden Baker, who is absolutely charging hard, qualified in 25th position. So Braden Baker really laying it down. And as you said a minute ago, Jim, there was that 3rd car who was right out the backside. I wonder if he's damaged something.
Yeah, it looked like he got caught in the dust, too. There was it was a bunch of dust, and it was like he had to back out after that bump. I will say, I know the guy that builds the engines for Braden Baker, and he's packing some punch in that car. Give a shout out there to Mark Queen.
Well, all 4 of us have driven, all right? Maybe not at this level, but we have all driven, and you think about everything that these guys have gone through and to be this close. You know, this goes back to the Dakar Rally this year where Ricky Brabeck lost by 2 seconds after a week of racing. And as I talked to Ricky yesterday, I said, you know, one thing that's going to go down in history, there's not going to be a closer difference in time over a week of racing. But when you're driving, you think of all the turns that you've missed, everything that good and bad has happened, and you're right there in the mix with everybody. It's pretty amazing.
Okay, now I'm just looking here at my score sheets, and I've got some big news coming in right now. Currently lying in 1st place on adjusted time is Sean Saxton. He crossed the line in a 1 hour 43.50. Behind him, Corbin Leviton with a 1 hour 44. Then in 3rd position is Mitch Guthrie with a 1:44.01. Ethan Groom with a 1:44.05. Caden McCachran with a 1:44.24. And Brock Hager with a 1:44.55. That means, gentlemen, that there is less than 2 minutes separating the top 6.
On the right-hand side, that is Braden Baker. So we've been watching him. He's got his shield up, but you also see he's got glasses on. Obviously very very happy, waving to everybody in the pit crew. I know when Victor, my co-driver, he's always on the horn, waves at everybody. So here we see another driver. This looks like Phil Blurton, and he's in the pit. We see the monster livery as he's going through. So it looks like they're going to be working on that. Bob?
Ricky, I got to do this. I hate doing it. It doesn't make me happy, but I'm going to do it. You were right.
Oh!
Jet, howdy. I know, that's just terrible.
Good grief.
One for Rick.
Yeah, I know, but I got another. Thank you, Phil Blurt, for the Texas. And all is good. A splash of gas, and he was gone. He says, we're not sure what it was, but it seemed to affect itself, meaning it healed. Doggone it.
There we go, race cars heal.
Now, this is interesting because this is Kyle Cheney sitting here. Now, I thought we'd seen Kyle cross through, so I don't know if we're looking at vintage data, but that looks like the 191 to me, unless that is a different number.
It does look like it.
I think, well, yeah, no, it looks like the same helmet.
So this is a little bit bizarre. I'm sort of trying to catch my here. There's all kinds of body language going on. Doesn't look good, that's for sure.
It looks just a little too relaxed for me.
Yeah, he's taking on fluids. And now I thought we'd already seen Kyle Cheney go through, but I'm now wondering if that was actually Sean Saxton that we saw go through. And this is Kyle Cheney still in the main pits. Oh no, that's the 1978. Right, so this is not the 191 of Kyle Cheney. All of a sudden it starts to make a little bit more sense.
That's a comfort.
I now just need to find out who that is. This time we'll be calling this car as Kyle Cheney as the in-car shot, and it wasn't. It doesn't exist. T978, I bet that is. T978, it's Dustin Jones. It's Dustin Battleaxe Jones.
That's Battleaxe.
Of course it is. Good grief, he's got to punch me straight in the face for that one.
Well, you better watch it. He's been hanging out with Cowboy Cerrone quite a bit. Yeah. He might be punching pretty hard there, Marsden.
Oh, I know. I saw him yesterday. He's like, "Oh man, we've got to go for a drink." I'm like, "Yeah, great." I think that's cancelled. But sorry, Dustin. But right, let's hope that he could be back out on track very soon. And you know when we keep saying bigger numbers, we had a big number, just the camera just wasn't quite in the right place.
There you have it.
And all of us are trying to look up, we're got our heads down, and God, I can't quite see it.
Yeah. I couldn't make sense of it earlier. I was sitting there going, God damn it, Carl isn't actually a monster athlete, is he? But, right, anyways, this continues down there. We've got Tiffany Stone down there, and she is with Dustin Battleaxe Jones. Tiff, take it away.
All right, Dustin. Now, every time I talk to a driver, the car's turned off. You got the jack up underneath there. Going on.
And it's just a really
rough track out there, and the Mint is notoriously rough. And so coming out of pit 2, we broke the shock. We had to lift the car back into the pits. We're going to put a new shock on it, and now it's checkers and wreckers. Well, now being checkers and wreckers, Brock Hager came in first. Gordon Weaverton came in second. The Cardinal was able to get out of Brock. What are your thoughts on this as somebody who's won this?
It's a good chance.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Dustin. Hopefully you guys can get back out there. We have seen it. Multiple guys have already been through here. We've got some information too. Hunter Miller, he is going to be able to come into the main pit as well. He had to change a spare tire. He's out of there, but he will have to come into main to get a re-rack, some splashes of fuel, and it seems like the desert already is taking some guys out of this race. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Always good. Now, I like to hear from Dustin. I like to know what's going on, but I'm gutted to see him sitting in the pits right now. We want to see this man out on the race course doing what he does best, and that's race cars.
But you know what I love about Dustin? Wasn't negative, didn't throw any into the box, not whining, not bitching. This course is rough. It's taking its toll. We broke his shock. He's dealing with facts. He's removed emotions, and he says. And so those of you that haven't been around racing, checkers or wreckers means I'm either winning, or I'm going home on the wrecker. So wrecker is the truck, and the checkered is the finish. So he's just going to go out and give it 10-10s and go as fast as he can go, and let's see what he can do with that new shock.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to see him back out there on course and seeing what he does. But I'm just looking down right now and just looking at our current top 10. And our current top 10, as we're sitting here, in 10th position is Brandon Sims, in 9th is Michael McFadden, in 8th it's Kyle Cheney, in 7th it's Brock Hager, in 6th it's Brandon Baker, in 5th it's Caden McCachran, 4th is Ethan Groom, in 3rd is Nick Guthrie, in 2nd is Corbin Leverton. But right now, our current leader on adjusted time is Sean Saxton as they complete lap 1.
So tell me something. It looks to me like they're working on a lot more than a shock. They're just having a hard time getting a tire off.
Yeah, it does look that way, Bob.
Something's up.
Yeah, you know, and it could be maybe something got cross-threaded when they were putting it on this morning, and you know, until this, somebody ran it in too hard, too many ugga-duggas, is like to say on the impact.
Looks like they gave up or fixed it.
I'm typically, when I'm out there, it's about a 3 ugga-dugga, and that's the torque wrench. It puts it about 122
Ricky's
pounds.
you're a 3 ugga-dugga guy.
And what that means is that the jack, when it gets to a certain thing, or the nut driver, so you don't do 25 ugga-duggas because you can break the spokes.
Okay, as the action continues here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we are going to be popping out for a short commercial break. We'll be back with the action very soon.
For more than 50 years, BFGoodrich Tires has defined what it means to win in the desert. Since the introduction of the radial all-terrain TA in 1976, BFGoodrich equipped teams have won the Mint 400 more times than any other tire brand, a testament to the performance and durability of their products. Today, BFGoodrich is seeking their 14th consecutive overall victory after sweeping the 2025 Mint 400 Limited and Unlimited races. With desert racing woven into their DNA, BFGoodrich have used the Mint 400's endless whoops, rocks, and speed as a proving ground. And through it all, they deliver the grip, durability, and race-proven engineering built to win here and anywhere the terrain demands more. Enable any pursuit across any terrain with the race-proven, category-defying engineering that can only come from BFGoodrich Tires.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't competitive, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. The rides are really good.
They'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We're 1 lap down into this 4-lap race. In second place behind him is Corbin Levinson, and in third place is Mitch Guthrie. We're going to try and find these guys on course and get some visuals on them. But until then, we'll just keep watching this action as it unfolds. Joining me in the booth is none other than Ricky Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course Jim Beaver. How are we doing, guys?
We're doing good.
Hey Bob, do you want to tell everybody what you said a little bit earlier?
You tell me what I said and I'll tell them.
You said you were right, Rick. Cars do heal themselves. So I'm going to take that to the grave with me. Bob Bauer said I was right.
What he's saying.
Exactly.
Is he got the mic in his mouth?
But so now let's talk about the race real quick. As we were watching with the limited classes, we see some of the big door slammer trucks out there. So now these small cars have to try to pass them. And so when they pull up behind them, it's hard. You can't hit a big truck because the bumper's going to hit you in the face. So that's going to play another factor. So that could mess the guys up. But as we're seeing Sexton out front, he's not physically leading. So those other cars, Corbin Leverton has to be the first one to get by them. Then that's going to give our Brock Hager a chance to catch up a little bit more, and then also Sexton a chance to catch up a little bit more. But Bob, you've been in the cars. You've been the one getting hit. You've been the one hitting and stuff like that. How hard is it for these smaller cars to try to get by the big trucks?
They have to pick their spots, and you know, it's going to take one of those long straights where you pick the right line. It isn't going to be a competitive pass. You're not going to see him swooping and getting in front of him. It's going to be, I got him up, I'm taking this left side, and we're just going to try and do it. It's going to be the slowest pass you ever saw in your life.
But Jim Beaver, we saw Brock Hager get back into the lead at sections like that. So they've done a great job making opposite racing lines that aren't just side by side.
Yeah, this track is really, really racy. I mean, as we see here, I mean, there's multiple lines. So, you know, if you've got the speed, it might not be the optimal line, but you can take the optional line and, you know, and try and get by. So there are, you know, sometimes in desert racing, it becomes single file racing. Here at the Mint, there's a lot of passing opportunities.
So that was them going down through Thumpers, and you can see to the right and to the left. Here we see some cars off to the sides. A lot of this through Joshua Tree, the highway there is, you'll see the spectators, you see the course workers and everything, as we're going to see the leaders as they work their way up through here. This looks like Mitch Guthrie as he works his way up Joshua Tree Highway. So Mitch obviously fresh off the Dakar Rally where he's racing one of the bigger Ford cars, one of the top elite classes. So this driver knows his way around every type of race car. When I talk about driver, he's definitely one.
Yeah, indeed. Now, this is one of the things I want to talk about this really quickly. The way that UTV Sports and King of the Hammers, the Mint 400, has actually given so many athletes, Mitch Guthrie included, an opportunity to show their skills on the world stage. What's happening is that teams that are like factory teams like Ford Racing are actually finding drivers like Mitch Guthrie at races like this and then taking them to world level. I love that.
Well, there we see Mitch Guthrie right on in the dust of Kyle Cheney. So that group, very, very tight. Now we can see these guys going back and forth. So we're going to probably see hopefully see some passing in the same place that we saw Brock Hager get back into the physical lead. Look at this.
Well, I want to go on what Jim was saying about, the world stage and things like that. Side-by-sides really have given off-road drivers a platform. Before that world racing of Dakar, things like that, I mean, the barrier to entry was extremely hard, especially for somebody in North America. And now with side-by-sides, it's easier for kids to get in, as we're going to see with the youth racing down at, 3, 4, 5 years old. They're getting behind the wheel of 170s, and there's a proper ladder system now in off-road. Before, when Ricky and I were coming up, it was dirt bikes into, race cars, and now these kids can get behind the wheel of these cars at a young age, and it's giving this ladder system where at 17, 18, 19 years old, some of them have been racing for over a decade now, and I think that's what's remarkable, and that's the biggest change we've seen in the sport.
Well, and before, back when Bob was heavy in the sport, we had Ford, we had Dodge, we had Ram, we had Toyota, we had Chevrolet, we had Jeep, we had all these factory teams. Now the factory teams that we're really seeing participate at the top level is the UTVs. We've got the Can-Ams, Polaris, Speed, Honda. You got everybody out there, Kawasaki coming back. So this is a place that you see pride in the factory because, as Bob said, and I'll give you this one,
oh God,
win on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Oh,
and
yes.
that is very, very important. And so when people are watching this, they're going, I like that Can-Am one. That's got to be the best, or that Polaris one. That's got to be the best. So I agree with, and I love seeing the factory participation.
It's good for the sport. We talk about what it was like back in my day, whenever that was. Well, it's the same thing today. It's just that now it's Can-Am, Polaris,
and Kawasaki,
Honda, those guys.
Well, and that's back when you could buy a horse for 2 bits. I think it was, Bob. Is that how it worked out?
2 bits.
Was a goat 2 bits, or was it a horse?
No, it was dependent if it was a haymaker.
Okay, right.
If it was a haymaker, it was expensive.
I'm just going to stop you there because this is one of the Ford racing cars, and I believe that is actually Bailey Campbell behind the wheel of this Ford Racing Bronco, making her way on course.
We should,
of course, we would normally see the young Bailey. Of course, we'd normally see her behind the wheel of those fire-breathing 4400 class vehicles at King of the Hammers. But she got picked up by the RTR team, led up, of course, by none other than two-time drift legend Vaughn Gittin Jr. and, of course, Lauren Healy. And they brought her on board with the RTR and with Ford Racing, and she's out here right now in that Bronco. And I love seeing that.
Well, we should understand, if Bailey's fast, that car was not fast. That's a stock Bronco.
Exactly.
It's not an all-out race car. And she's probably one of the more skilled drivers that'll get that there because, frankly, it's a lot more difficult to get a stock vehicle around the race course to a finish line than it is to get a highly modified one.
But what I absolutely love, going back to what you were saying a minute ago, race on Saturday, sell on a Monday. That's exactly what Ford Racing are doing here right now. The Bronco has been such an incredible success, and I love the fact that it's born from dirt sports in America. They went out to King of the Hammers, they looked at the rule book for the stock class, and they went, do you know what? We can build something for this. And then the new generation Bronco was born. And that is then coming into a race car in its own right, and we're seeing it racing, whether it here at the Mint 400 or whether it be in Baja down in Mexico, an astonishing way for people to get into off-road racing.
Yeah, well, and I think, the cool thing is the trickle down, and Ford engineers are out here, they're at King of the Hammers, they're at all these races, and the technology that goes into the race cars is now getting applied to the street versions. So the Bronco Raptors, the Ford Raptors that you can buy off the showroom floor, those come directly from their involvement with off-road racing.
Well, and to be clear, there is factory involvement. Don't get me wrong. With the Hall family, they got Chevrolet. We've seen the Rivian guys out here. We've seen the Toyotas. We see a lot of participation. But at the top racers going, so right now we're going to throw it down to remote pit Tiff. She's got Travis Clark, the boss of the Factory Polaris team. So, Tiff, what do you have for us?
All right, guys, down here at the main pit with Travis Clark. Now, Travis, we saw that Brock was physical first leader into main pit. Shortly after that, Corbin was in there, but Corbin was able to get out before Brock. We weren't sure what happened. Give us the update.
Well, Brock just wanted to do some parts testing out here racing, so he decided to see how long an axle would live, and unfortunately, we found the limit, so he broke right rear axle, and we swapped it out and got him back out. Brock's doing Brock things, and I'm not at all concerned about where he can finish the race. So it'll be a fun battle to watch.
Well, I know that you were messaging Ricky Johnson earlier and letting him know, hey guys, we've got this spare strap with us. Everything is good. Stop talking about it. For somebody like Brock, obviously he knew that happened so quickly. He knew he's a person who doesn't make mistakes. This team doesn't make mistakes. Did that damper his spirits anything? Did that change his mindset, his drive style? Or did that give him that extra urge to make sure, hey, I'm going to show you what I am. I'm Brock Hager.
I'm not sure if you've ever met Brock, but he's about as cool as a cucumber. He never gets ruffled or upset at all. He's, if anything, I'm like, come on, Brock, show some emotion. But no, he was fine. And as you saw, he wasn't worried. He passed Corbin back. So they'll, I'm sure, happen again if the racing plays out like we hope it does. And Brock doesn't get rattled.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Travis, for the update. Still down here at Main Pit. I'm going to give you guys some more updates throughout the day. We've got a lot of racing ahead of us. More stops are probably going to stop here. I'll get you guys some more updates. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to get your insights and always great to hear from a team principal. But the thing I'm taking away from that, Ricky, that really stood out is 3 minutes for an axle shaft change.
Now, you think about that. You come in here like, if it were me, I would still be wrestling that thing. I would be up to my eyeballs and greased with the CV and pulling the axle apart. But that's the thing with the race cars and the technology. And as Bob, you were saying, they're taking what they learn out here in the desert to make it better. So how quick they can change the axles, that you have axles that are same in the front, right, and left, and the same rear, so that you know that you have a front axle, rear axle. You're able to make that change in 3 minutes. That could be the difference in the race. So things happen. A rock comes up, hits the CV boot, leaks, then things start to come apart. So, but them fixing it, that's pretty amazing.
Now, the technology has changed. So it used to be, of course, when we had these UTVs, they just had sealed gaiters on their shafts. I know here all kinds of breathers, that some of them have breather systems in the gaiters to allow the things to breathe because the grease expands, etc. And all these different things, different materials have been developed. Growth in UTV motorsport has just been absolutely astonishing, and to see the level that these guys can race at and compete.
And how the teams have evolved is just remarkable. Well, it is, and you're talking about breathers, things like that. I know just, our program, I mean, you start experimenting with different CV greases and things like that, starts to live longer, and it really is amazing how far side-by-side racing has progressed in just a short amount of time.
Really. They're going so fast now. I mean, we're seeing the pace that Brock and Corbin are running. I mean, these are speeds that even 5 years ago, before the Can-Am Maverick R and the Pro R, and now Kawasaki's got their H2 and they've got that factory program. I mean, the speeds, the horsepower, the suspension, unheard of 5-6 years ago.
And it's accessible to the regular people in the American public. That's the thing that makes a big difference here. It's like when you were talking about when you and Ricky started, you had to go from a motorbike to right away to a race car. This lets families get started when families are aged the right way. And so you do get a 20-year-old who's got a decade's worth of driving experience. Look at Connor McMullen when you will see him in Spec Truck tomorrow. 25 years old. Championships galore.
So Jim, we got some things happening. Looking at the thing, looks like we have a new leader.
Yeah, it does look now. Bradbury. Now he started right near the back, if I'm not mistaken. But this is what we got to remember: this race is on adjusted time. So yeah, Cody Bradbury here, 62nd position. He's just crossed the line in an astonishing time there to put him in the front of this race on adjusted time. Now, of course, everything's unofficial at this time.
We see Hager all the way down in position. So with him starting in the front, taking all that time, so he lost 3 minutes. So now it shows that he's behind a minute and 22 seconds. So but Brock Hager, even though he's sitting second physically, he has a lot of work to do to get himself back up front.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking here at the moment. So Brock Hager is around about a minute and a half down right now on Cody. But then we take into the account that, of course, that we saw. We take into account, of course, that he stopped for 3 minutes to have that shaft change. We also saw him stop in the pits previously to have that wheel re-racked, and it starts to give you an idea of the pace of these cars. But we're still a lot of racing to go. This is still only the start of lap 2 right now.
And I'm noticing that even though we're mid-morning, we're getting, what's it, 1020 or something like that. We still got dark stuff in the troughs and the grooves. It's still good bite, good grip.
Yeah, we haven't got that noon sun overhead yet. Lots of shadows still, but I'm looking, like I said earlier, I'm still not seeing a lot of dust. That moisture is holding.
It is.
And and a lot of times we see that right off the start of a race. Oh, there's no dust today, and then by the second lap there's dust everywhere. And I'm looking at this course going, yeah, there is glimpses of
Let's not forget that this is the limited race today, so we have multiple classes racing out on course. Some of these classes will only be doing one lap, some of these classes will be doing two, and like these, like our UTV Pros, and I believe that might be Blake Wilkie there. That is the 157, yeah, that's T57 of Blake Wilkie.
Yeah.
So Mr. Shreddy himself.
Yeah, keeping it shreddy. But now look at the dirt. Notice the dark brown lines, and notice not that much dust is coming up. So you guys called it on point, that the more you race on this track, the less the dust is coming up. And also you can see that it's getting more and more traction. So that could be bad. We've already seen one so that could play havoc on these race cars having that much traction.
Talking about Blake Wilkie, here's a guy that I got a lot of respect for, but he's become a very proper race car driver. A lot of people know the stunts and the crazy stuff Blake does, but if you actually look at the career he's had, especially the last few years, he's a very smart racer, and he didn't have the qualifying run yesterday that I think he wanted. But you watch, and come into lap 3, beginning of lap 4, I think Blake, he's gonna be there, and he's gonna be in the mix. He's going, when you have a qualifying run like him and you're down a little bit, you got to put in clean laps, and Blake's done that, and I think you're going to slowly see him claw his way back into the mix.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying high. He's in about 18th position at the moment. But I do want to talk about another battle that's going out on track at the moment, and that is in the Class 10s. And we've got Brody Akins, who's made his way up into 11th place overall on adjusted time in a Class 10 and leading class right now with a 1:45.49 as he crossed the line to finish lap 1. So an incredible drive there, followed by Todd Jackson, who's sitting in 16th position in Class 10 and second overall in his class.
And another thing that these drivers all kinds of crazy stuff, and everything in Class 11s and stuff, they got to work their way past these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Pickup trucks. No, I know, I take the mick here. That's going to be one of our 1400s, I expect, or something of that type.
I think Bob has one of those in his garage. I think, is that your dump truck there?
No, that's the one at the curb. I got a bigger truck in the garage.
There we go. No, so now you look up these canyons and stuff like that, where like here there's plenty of room for the drivers to go around or to work their way past another driver because there's optional lines. But some of these canyons, it's very one lane, very narrow. So if you get a couple military vehicles in front of you, that could take actually minutes off your time.
Yeah, or as Ricky Brabeck did, 2 camels.
Yeah, there we go.
But we're not in Saudi Arabia. We're racing in Prim Valley, Nevada. And we're out here for the thing that we all love, which is, of course, the Mint 400.
We've got a race within a race going on here. We haven't seen them yet, Class 12. The Wilsons are having a battle of the youngs versus the olds.
Yep.
We've got Rob McCackman, we got Brad Wilson, we got the guys the old guys in the Wilson team running a Class 12 car against the young guys.
Well, I will say those old guys got a lot of wins amongst them.
They know how to do this.
Well, in the one you got Ronnie Wilson, Sammy Ehrenberg, Rob McCackman, and Larry Jobe. So you got 4 legends right there from Vegas.
Oh, yes.
And so I'm gonna put my money on the old guys because anytime obviously Sammy Ehrenberg does so well. Larry Jobe also unbelievable, won 10 and 12 cars. Ronnie Wilson, what can you say about a multi-time Class 1 champion, as well as as I said, Sammy Ehrenberg and Rob Mack. Rob Mack is one of those drivers, drive anything, any place, anytime. But you know what else he's doing? He's learning the track for tomorrow.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But he's not running tomorrow.
Oh, he's not. He's not here. That's depressing.
Yeah. Can you imagine being him? That's how depressing it is.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, good correction. I didn't get that. Now this is what they call a 516. So this is better, a little bit better than quite a bit better than a Class 11, which is the stock bug.
How dare you? How dare you? Class 11s are fantastic.
I said it's a little better than.
It's a little smoother.
So this is fantastic.
What do you mean? They've moved up? Do you mean to say they've moved up from wooden blocks for bump stops?
Exactly. Well, depending if you want to use pine, it's a little softer wood.
Get more travel out of it.
It gives you a little bit more throughout the end of the race. But back to it, all the different classes, and that's the thing. If you wanna try this, you don't have to go buy the factory Polaris. You don't have to buy the trophy truck. You can find yourself you can go to Race Desert. You can find it in different places like that. Get yourself a car. Now this is going to be, I think this is the Halls in the Ford. Now notice they have a windshield. That's Chad Hall over there, and so that's one of the production trucks that they've done so well with Chevrolet as they're working their way through. But notice windshield, open face helmets, and just driving along, doing a good job. Obviously, the son of the legend Rod Hall, I use his term, you got to be Baja wise, and to finish first, you first must finish. And so Chad carrying on that legacy, and obviously you got a great relationship with Chevrolet for multiple years.
Okay, so now this is with Braden Baker. Now, this is an interesting one. We spoke about this earlier about the visor being up, but he's wearing a goggle system by the looks of that. Now, I do wonder, I don't know anything about Braden, so I do apologize. Is he from a motocross background maybe? He likes those goggles with the rips or with the tear-offs?
Well, it looks like he's just got prescription glasses inside, so or sunglasses. And a lot of the drivers wear sunglasses. I do as well, because if something happens later in the day, I can take them off. So I don't like to go to a dark shield, even though if I know it's going to be a short race. I got hung out one time in San Felipe. We broke, and I had to drive with grinding glasses with my shield up. So I never raced with a dark shield. With Cruise Armor, you can have them put that window tint on there to give you the darker shield. Halfway through the race, you could peel that off. But right now, you can see it looks like he's got dust under his shield, and that little seal might have broken, and then got dust in there. So now he's just running with his goggles up. Or sometimes, Bob Bauer, you could talk about this. Sometimes you get a little car sick racing in the dust. You open that visor up, you get some fresh air, helps you out.
Fresh air, and look at the horizon, man. That makes a big difference. The right seats get more sick than the left seats. And the reason mostly is because he's trying to do a good job by focusing on the GPS. He loses sight of the horizon, and nausea happens because your ears and your eyes don't agree with what they're finding.
Yeah, so these are two images, completely different vehicles. So on the right-hand side is Braden Baker in the UTV, and on the left-hand side there, is that one of the Halls, or is that the, I'm going to actually call that's the Toyota, isn't it? Is that the EV?
That's a hybrid, I believe. The Toyota's a hybrid.
Yeah. You know where I was going with that.
Yeah. I was saving you getting assassinated on the internet there, buddy.
That looks like a Ford.
So just trying to see who that is right now.
Question mark.
5.7.
Chris Forsberg. You want to talk about a Formula Drift guy, Chris Forsberg. I mean, he's a legend, as legendary as Von Gittin Jr. He's done just about everything you can do in Formula Drift. And great to see a lot of the drift guys making their way out to the dirt. They like to go sideways, so they handle it off.
Well, this racing offers something that drifting doesn't. That's takeoffs and landings. No wonder they're here to have fun.
Yeah.
So that looks like that was Sammy Ehrenberg in the 12 car. Looks like he's working his way, obviously underpowered. They had to change the motor this week, so it was down to the wire. But right now, Sammy's out in front. He's starting the race, and I think Ronnie is going to bring up the tails. So I think Rob is going second, Larry Jobe third, and I'm pretty sure it's Ronnie Wilson. That is a complete speculation on my part.
But I liked it.
There we go.
I'll buy it.
I'll just commit. Say that's exactly the way it's happening.
Okay, as the action continues here, we've got RPT, Remote Pick Tiff, down in the pits, and she's with Hunter Miller. Take it away, Tiff. Okay, so we're just having a couple of little glitches there. We'll be cutting down to Tiffany shortly, but we'll continue back here with the racing at the 2026 BFGoodrich 400. We are around just coming on to about a third of the way through our second lap here. And what a race it's been so far. There's been so much drama happening. We saw our race leader and our pole setter, none other than Brock Hager, taking the lead, but he lost the spare wheel just off the start line, had to come in and re-rack. We saw Corbin Leviton then taking on the lead, and a battle commenced that saw Brock Hager once again taking the lead. But right now it's all about a young man called Sean Saxton, who stepped up and has the lead on adjusted time with a pack of people racing through. Now you just saw the chapstick there.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
loving that.
Let me tell you something. I spent some miles racing with Rod Hall, and Rod Hall and Chapstick were very close friends. He picked that up from his dad. He hasn't lost it yet.
Okay, so Tiffany's down in the pits with Hunter Miller. Tiffany, what do you got?
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Hunter Miller. Now, Hunter, we talked to your team a little bit ago. We had heard that all you needed to do was change a flat out on course, then you used your re-rack. You're coming back in for the re-rack, so now you're out of the car. Tell me what's going on with your day.
Yeah, we've had a little more issues than that. We ended up breaking a front axle. The big G-out caught us off guard, and I hit it under the brakes a little too hard and broke that, but no harm, no foul. They changed it at Gene Hurst pit and got us back going, but about, 20 miles later, we ended up breaking a rear drive shaft as well. So, yeah, we're back here. We got a new tire. They're getting a new drive shaft in right now, so we'll be out there. I guess we're out of the win, but new goal is to keep Cody from lapping me.
Keep Cody from lapping you. Now, we always talk about attrition here at the Mint 400. You're starting to learn that's what exactly is about. Not only about you, but also the car. From what you've seen so far on lap 1, what are you thinking of this course?
Yeah, honestly, I was having a blast. We were taking it, I won't say we were taking it easy, but I mean, we were definitely pushing, but I didn't feel like we were abusing the car. It was rough for sure, but, it's gnarly, and by lap 4, it's definitely going to be a lot worse. So hopefully this is the end of our issues for the day. We're just going to keep on going for the last 3 laps and see how far we can work our way back up.
Well, just know this, finishing the Mint is a feat in itself. So if that happens, always be proud of yourself. We're going to find out some more information down here at the main pit, but back up to you guys for now.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, Bob.
Well, I'm just thinking about listening to what he had to say. Is the wins, we can't win now. This racer's got to race for something. So now he's racing to make sure he doesn't get lapped by his buddy. I tell you what, racers are racers. They're going to find a reason.
Well, it's by his brother, so that's a Sunday night dinner that you do not want to be at when your brother could say, "Yeah, I lapped you in the Mint 400." So between the Miller brothers, there definitely got some bragging rights going on. But no, what I love is that notice that he's looking and he's involved. These guys know the race car; they work on the race car, so that they get very involved, and that's what I love to see.
Okay, as we watch the action continuing here in the Miller pit, I'm just looking down at our score sheets, and there is changes taking place as we watch right now. Now, Corbin Wellington, we haven't seen much of him recently. I can tell you that he's just tripped through the timing loop at a 2:26 and is currently sitting in 8th position. In 7th, just crossing the line, is Hunter's brother, Cody Miller. In 6th and making moves is Phil Blurton. In 5th is Michael McFadden. In 4th is Carl Cheney. In 3rd is Caden McCachran, making his way up through. In 2nd on adjusted time right now, it's Brock Hager. But guess who's back, ladies and gentlemen? It is Mitch Guthrie. Fantastic stuff going on here. But as the action continues here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we continue here with the action. And what action we've got, Ricky?
And we are, as we look at this leaderboard, we are going to step away for just 1 minute. So we will be right back with the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We'll be right back.
The 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstalk Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing. Okay, and welcome back. This is the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we're right in the thick of the race action here in our limited class race. I'm Jim Marston. Joining me is Ricky Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, what a day of racing so far.
So Jim, we're seeing a lot of the limited cars as they come through. You can see the pace is completely different. We saw a lot of the different stock vehicles. We saw the hulls. We saw all that different stuff. But now we're going to get into lappers. That's something we got to really think about.
Well, and as I'm looking at the leaderboard here and where Mitch Guthrie is, he's cleared Gonzo pit already. He's out about race mile 35. And as we are seeing some of the limited classes and some of the helicopter footage we're getting, it's going to be real quick when Mitch starts getting into this lap traffic. So it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, we have multiple race lines and things like that, but we're going to really be able to see where the veterans who have a lot of experience racing in the dust and they know this course really well, where they're going to be able to pick their spots and get through that lap traffic. Because, you know, as the dust, obviously, you know, in certain areas doesn't blow or it blows back in your face, you've got to deal with that. So a lot of storylines going in here, but we are definitely, I would say, probably in the next 20 minutes going to start seeing the first bit of lap traffic.
Well, and as I said, depending on if you're lucky, you come up on these guys in open desert that you can get to the left because you're going so much faster than that guy you're lapping. You could be in the rough line and pass them. But if we get some of these canyons, which we don't see like we had last year, these narrow areas, you can't step off course and get around, so you're stuck.
Yeah, you're stuck. There's no way to get around, especially things like, you know, beer bottle pass, things like that. Yeah, you can know somebody's behind you,
but where are you going to go?
There's nowhere you can go. So the leader now all of a sudden is just stuck back there, and it's frustrating because you might be back there 3, 4, 5 minutes, and you know the guys behind you are reeling you in now, and then you finally pop through, and then you're able to get around. But it's like, you know, it's a sigh of relief. But you know, there you in your mind it plays mind games. You're going, oh, I lost 3 or 4 minutes there. This guy would have just got out of the way. Well, it's going to end his race if he gets out of the way and right off the cliff.
And that ramp up of emotion just keeps going unless you're really on top of yourself.
I will say that off-road is as much a mental mind game as it is actually being fast in the car.
I'd say more. You know?
Yeah, I'm just looking down at my score sheets right now. So Sean Saxton, who did actually have the lead on adjusted time, has actually dropped down to 8th position, and Corbin Leverton, who of course was battling for the lead early on, has dropped right the way back down to 13th on adjusted time. So there are things happening on this race course. There are people getting flat tires, there are people breaking things. The Mint is a race of attrition. We keep saying that, and that's exactly what's happening.
Well, this is a perfect example. That's the winningest military vehicle. That's the original Flyer as we're seeing him get past there. And you can see the closing rate is so much different. But he was lucky that he was able to be in an open part of the desert. So I just reiterated what I've been saying is that the timing of getting past these other cars is going to be important as we watch Ronnie Anderson as he's working his way through around. Looks like he's working up Joshua Tree Highway.
Yeah, so Ronnie Anderson making his way through. He's going to be right back down our pack at the moment. He's going to be something around about 30th.
But you don't see a bit of dust in front of him. It's like nobody's there.
Yeah, isn't that amazing when you think how many cars are actually out there on track?
You want me out?
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for Ronnie when he had his flat tire in his downtime. It was early in the race when everybody was bunched up together. That's the worst times, first 30 minutes of the race to have a flat because everybody's 30 seconds apart, and all of a sudden a minute and a half tire change loses you 5, 6, 7 spots on track in physical position.
So what I'm loving about this, you were talking about it earlier, Jim, about the rocks that get dragged into this race course, and this bit of footage here is showing us exactly that. Just look at these football-sized boulders that just Ronnie's coming up at in lightning speeds.
So now when you say football, are you talking like the one that's round? Or
Hey, mate, any of those will do. I still don't want to be driving over any of those. But this is, of course, none other than Brock Hager. Now, the interesting thing is that Brock Hager is currently running second on course on adjusted time. We think that he's out in front. Running at the front end of this course, but on adjusted time, he's currently behind Mitch Guthrie. But he won't mind that. He still knows he's got a long way to go, and there's open air, and it's all working really nicely right now for Brock Hager.
Alrighty, we're going to welcome somebody to the stage that has been around, has done this, has done that, and I actually met him at the Hard Rock Cafe when he was bouncing, bodyguarding for Brian Deegan. I wanted to wrestle with him, and then he was going to beat me up. But we are with the man, the legend, Eric Apple. You're a movie star, you're an MMA fighter, you've done all these great things, but tell us about what you got going on now with the betting site.
Well, Ricky, growing up in Orange County around guys like you and looking up to, amazing supercross racers and off-road racers, where we come from, this is the most normal thing in the world, right? All of us want to ride dirt bikes, we want to surf, we want to snowboard, we want to drive off-road cars, we want to fight, some of us.
Exactly.
And I'm just really lucky that I have really cool bosses who allow me to put together some budget to give to the guys who put on these events and support the sports that we love, because at the end of the day, all of us are here. We're not here for the money, right? We're here to support the sport because we love it.
But also, I love it. Where do they go? So to start with, it's Bet Online.
So
where do they go?
BetOnline.ag, we're the only place in the world that you can bet on desert racing, off-road racing. We've been partnering with these guys, Matt and everyone at Unlimited and Best in the Desert, for over a year now. I was here last year with you as well. And we have all kinds of fun stuff, not just who's going to win the race, but you can bet on is a Can-Am going to be the Polaris?
Yeah.
Is Donald Cowboy Cerrone, who is one of our athletes that we've been working with for years, is he going to finish in the top 10? Is his kid going to finish in the top 10? We have all kinds of fun stuff going on. Make sure you guys find us, betonline.ag. Go to the Unlimited site. Go to their Instagram. You can find links to our stuff. And again, we're the only people allowing people to come bet on these races. We're the only ones supporting the sport, so we hope you support us.
And you're also, just give us the elevator pitch on how many other sports that you guys that you can bet on.
Well, betonline.ag is one of the biggest betting websites in the world. And again, off-road racing, something like this is just a small blip on the screen in the big picture of things. But again, I have really cool bosses. They let me bring some budget here to support, like I said, support what I want to support. I love desert racing. We all do. It's in our blood at this point, right? Just growing up around it. So I want to help make sure this gets bigger and bigger, make it more fun, and make it more interesting to watch. Because when you got some money on your favorite driver or yourself, you're definitely more interested.
Well, I was down at South Point, and I've watched. See, I haven't been bit by the gambling bug because I'm just too cheap. That's my biggest thing. Is that I just when I get $1 in my hand, man, I can squeeze a nickel, make the buffalo fart. But I see the excitement of people gambling, and I love that. And when you have $1. We'll go back to the movie Trading Places. I'll bet you $1.
Yep.
It's a thing. When you have something to win or lose, it changes your emotion in the game. So when you do bet, it does invest you more in the game, in the race, in the fight, whatever that might be.
For sure, whether it's $1 or $1,000, the engagement, and you're paying attention now because you are invested in that,
yes.
Right? And I want to say something else, Ricky. You have been feisty today on the broadcast, and this is the Ricky that I love. I've known this guy a long time. One of my favorite people. He's been so feisty out here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go against you. Race cars don't heal; they just stop making that noise. It doesn't mean the problem went away. So you just don't hear it anymore.
So he's siding with Bob Bauer.
There we go. Well, I just have to go against the grain and everything because I got to give Bob a hard time. I mean, he's such a legend, and everything that he says and stuff I take to heart because he's been around it and seen the highs and the lows, and they don't heal themselves, but sometimes they can limp their way to the finish, but they definitely don't heal themselves. So
for sure, like I said, you just don't notice or you don't hear it anymore. Maybe it stopped making the noise, but something caused that problem. It didn't just come from nowhere.
It's like the girl that says it quit saying it was hot. Well, all the water was out of the radiator, so it's blowing air. So how much time have you had to spend in a side by side? I mean, as I said, you've done everything from acting to fighting to a lot of different things, but you're also an off-road enthusiast. How much have you driven these cars?
I did 100 miles in a Can-Am a couple weeks ago down by Plaster City where you have a place.
Yep.
And where I recently found out I have some 10 acres we
talked
about
the other day.
And I was thinking about a lot of things as you guys were on the broadcast while I was driving out here from Vegas an hour ago. One thing is we cannot overstate the impact that the UTV business and the UTV market has had on this sport. I mean, it is unbelievable how big of an impact it has. It has really lowered the barrier to entry for people to really go fast and have a good time.
As well, and I'm going to say, in some cases, it's kept motorcycle shops open because now you can go down the
Yep.
Missing a line.
Got
This
out of the rut,
is one of
huh?
our 10 cars as it goes. But to finish my thought there is that UTVs are keeping families together, and you can go down there and you can finance side by side. You can go to Coin Motorsports. You can go to a lot of these different dealerships, and you can buy a car, take your kids out, take your wife out. She could take you out for a ride, whatever it might be. But the technology has changed so much, Jim Beaver. These are not, as Bob Bauer would say, the golf carts.
Oh, they're definitely not the golf carts. I mean, you know what Can-Am and Polaris have with the Maverick R and the Pro R, the H2 with Kawasaki. It's almost like a full race car direct from the factory. You don't have to do much. I mean, you know, I remember 10 years ago, Ricky, we'd buy a brand new side-by-side, and the first thing you did was you took it to the shop and tore it apart and fixed everything that was going to break, that you knew was going to break. Now you don't do it. You just take it out of the box and go have fun.
Well, and then if you look at the Japanese factories were building Yamahas and stuff like that. They didn't have desert and stuff. So when they built them originally in Japan, it was a slow crawling, moving, and then all of a sudden, you know, some crazy Southern California guy wants to get out there and beat the crud out of it, and then all of a sudden, that's how Neil Mason, who's the state-of-the-art builder, that's how he started rebuilding rhinos.
I wanted to ask some questions of you guys, and I was kind of thinking, like, there's a lot of viewers out there who know about off-road racing or are pretty familiar with it, but they don't know every single thing. So I want to ask you a couple things that I think maybe most people would love to hear the answers on. With these UTVs, how many of these parts that these guys are actually racing with, what percentage of parts would you say are actually available for anybody to buy? Would you say 80%, 90%?
100%.
100% of everything, yeah. There's no proprietary parts on these. You know, it's especially with a factory Polaris team. I mean, you can buy the exact car that's racing today.
So think about that statement right there. Like, literally anybody can go out there and race the exact same piece of equipment these guys without having your own custom fabricator building this stuff.
Well, it gets even better than that. So, like cars like Brock Hager we're seeing racing here today, his car is going to basically be time expiring for his program, which means it's probably a year old. There's nothing wrong with it, and that car is going to be for sale. So you'll actually be able to buy Brock Hager's car. Equally, you can buy a brand new version of that car straight off the shelf. Now, if we look at the top end cars, particularly the unlimited cars that we're going to see qualifying later today, the top end one of those is going to cost you over $1 million. Now, the top end UTV, which is really not that far behind one of those top end cars, is a fraction of that cost, less than a tenth, in fact.
All right, let's go to the online. So there we see one of the trucks with the two tires on the back, and this is Ronnie Anderson as he works his way around. Actually didn't get held up that much. But back to what you were saying, wouldn't online love a handsome British guy to race one of these?
I was just going to mention
Bet Online on there.
I was just going to mention, you know, how much more authentic and how much more legitimate, as we see a great pass here on screen, how much more legitimate is a broadcast when you have a British voice on it, kind of directing the show?
It does.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
And you know what? Here's the crazy part. We're all drinking tea now. Believe it or not.
Yeah, he's got
Jim
us drinking
Beaver
hot
goes,
tea.
you know what? You know what? I like tea better. I'm like, oh my God, we're in trouble now.
That's so funny.
It's a gym thing. It's a gym thing, I guess.
Anyhow, back to the racing. So, besides Donald Cerrone, what other racers are you supporting?
At the moment, that's it. We had a deal with
I'm
Mark
putting
Burnett
my racing
for last
deck in
year,
right now.
with Mark Burnett, and that included his freestyle motocross tour.
There you go. So good. You got two
for
drivers
one.
out there, both great. I think great spokesman.
Mark's fast.
And he's quite a disc or roller skater. Yeah, he is unbelievable. You throw some wheels on his feet, he's unreal. But this is what I was talking about. When you get caught behind a guy on these narrow sections, it's really hard to get by. And then obviously you have the push to pass. So you don't have to hit somebody, let them know you're back there. You have, with the new technology, you can hit the push to pass that lets them know that you're going through. Now, when you're trying to pass a guy for position, he ignores it. He ignores it every time.
What is that push to pass? Explain that more.
So you come up, you have the thing inside. So if you have a problem, you push, like, I have a problem, come get me, or I'm out of the race. And also, when you're catching somebody, you get close enough to them, you hit it, it sends a radio signal to them, it flashes.
They get like a light, someone's behind you.
Get out of the way, I'm coming through. If you're racing for position, that means go as fast as you can and run away from them. But if you are one of the slower vehicles and you don't want to get hit, they'll let you know, and then the guy typically puts his hand out and says, hey, give me a minute, let me get clear, as we're watching one of the Wilson cars as they work their way through the race course.
Guys, how much of a different time is this now here in 2026 where you can push a button and a light pops up and the guy in front of you will get out of the way? I mean, that's something that would have been unheard of a decade or 2 decades ago, right?
Exactly. I mean, Jim Beaver, you've been in this for a long time when it was stub cans. And then
cans, yes.
Then Johnny Johnson figured out if you dump a bunch of water and they shake it all up, they get all mush. And goes, I don't know. But so they counted your tickets at the end of the race. So now they can tell you if you're 5 miles an hour too fast in a speed zone, and they can ding you time. So the technology has been unbelievable, especially right now. We're up here talking live, watching cars over a 100-mile race course, and we're jumping back and forth as we watch this rider start the next lap.
You know, another thing I wanted to mention to you guys, again, you guys are doing this all day for the whole weekend, and I think you guys are super dialed in, but I want to back up and kind of take it from a viewer's point of view. Another thing I wanted you guys to talk about was the technology with the drones. How much has that changed coverage of sports in general, but especially off-road racing? That, along with the satellite Wi-Fi, has just changed everything.
It's accessibility, but not only is it accessibility, it's the entry point cost in which we can actually get the broadcast and bring it to the real world. And I actually love the fact that you're talking about this. I've been very lucky to be involved with a broadcast with King of the Hammers, which is instrumental in bringing so much of this technology to the fore. Then we've got the Martelli brothers, who of course bring us this incredible Mint 400. And what they've done is they've taken a blend of the most recent and most modern drone technology, put that with camera technology, and also with the very best in engineers in the back room so that we can see these images today. The thing that really blows my mind is that the Mint 400 is, we have better coverage here than we do at the biggest off-road race in the world, which is of course Dakar.
Yeah.
Get your head around that. When you think about the money that is spent at Dakar, the millions and millions, and yet the imagery that we get here at the Mint 400 is far superior to that coverage. And props has to go out to our production crew and of course to the Martelli brothers.
Wow, he wants his job again next year,
exactly.
doesn't he?
But not just here. He's covering the bases. So Dave Cole, check. Matt Martelli, check.
I don't know if you noticed two things there, Ricky.
He's got job security going on over there.
We got the updated standings on the screen, and I don't know if you noticed two things, Ricky. He said, number one, that he gave everyone props here at the race.
Yeah.
He also liked what I said.
There we go.
So,
I know. He's looking for that sponsorship. But let's go down the leaderboard, Jim Marsden. So we got Mitch Guthrie. They go Mitchie up there. He is up, and then Brock Hager has worked off that 3-minute deficit that when he changed that axle, Jim.
Yeah, he has indeed. But let's not forget, we've got Cody Bradbury, who's coming up from the back end of the pack. So he started in 62nd position. So we need to see what happens there as we come back in. This is with Ronnie Anderson, of course. But yeah, once we get an update from him, we'll see exactly. That just as I say that, Cody Bradbury crosses the line at that point, and he is now in the lead of this race on adjusted time. A full minute ahead of Mitch Guthrie. So Cody Bradbury is at the moment, and we'll get an update. There we go. There's the update. Just check that out. A minute and 2 seconds ahead of Mitch Guthrie. This man is absolutely smoking.
Man, the UTVs are so competitive and so cool. And these guys, we had 6 people within 2 minutes of each other a little bit ago. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that was, outside of the anomaly that was Brock Hager in qualifying. It was within seconds of each other. It's really competitive. And, side-by-side racing, it used to be kind of like unlimited truck racing was 20 years ago, Rick. If you got to the finish line, you were guaranteed a top 3.
Exactly.
And now we're so far removed from that.
Well, and we've seen that is that last year, some of the guys talked to Matt and said, you know what? You need to chill it out just a little bit. Like we were watching guys get out of the truck and just like they look like they've been beat to death. So I think this race course is a little faster, a little less abusive on the drivers, but nonetheless, I think we're going to see more than just a couple guys finishing.
And what about the participation that we have from some of the bigger family names in the sport of off-road racing?
Yeah, I love it.
The Hall family, Cameron Steele's out here racing a pre-runner type car, I think, as well.
So yeah, as we talked about, the family that races together stays together, and everybody wants to get their kids, the next generation, into it. So that just tells you how awesome the sport is.
It's so cool. It really is.
Yeah, you were just mentioning Cameron Steele. He's in the 1416, which you say is one of those 1450 door slammer pre-runner style cars. I love those so much.
That's so cool.
I mean, Cameron does he ever have a day off? He just seems to be racing every day of his life, and I love that.
He's Cameron Steele every day.
Yeah.
He's someone that Ricky and I have known. I've known Cameron since I was, I think, 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
He could be partially responsible.
He's a boogie board guy.
Yeah.
That's a boogie boarder.
For sure.
Legendary boogie boarder. That's what Cameron's going to go down as.
Now, and Ricky, did your dad race?
My dad raced go-karts, and he built motorcycles, and he took us to the desert. So we would go there, and this is a true story. I was 7 years old riding my cousin's TM400. Yes, I was 7 on a TM400, and I hit another kid in what they called a dune cat at the time, the original three-wheelers, and went over the bars, and that was the end of our desert. And my dad said, we're going to a racetrack where at least you're all going in the same direction. And so a couple years after that, I started racing at 9, and it was an every weekend thing. So that was the thing. It also, racing kept me out of a lot of trouble.
For sure.
A lot.
For sure.
Because Saturday night I was always going to bed early to be ready to race on Sunday. So thank God I had a form of racing to keep me out of jail.
It's so cool that we all have roots here, except the British guy. I don't think you're gonna. I don't think he's gonna tell me that his dad raced out here in Marcel.
My roots go back far further, but hey, we won't worry about that.
I'm kidding.
Threw my stuff, threw my junk in Boston Harbor. That was that was Dustin Battleaxe Jones we saw there racing, and here's something that I absolutely adore. This is a Class 11 picking its way through, so this is about as close as you can get to a stock VW Beetle.
I got a question. So with the real ascent of the UTV classes, how much have the Class 11s, Class 516s, and Class 16? How much have those classes fallen away? Because let's be real. These guys are the pedigree, and this is the history of the sport.
So this is what they call the Tortuga. This is the original Flyer. This is the leader of the military class. It's much lighter than the current Flyer. The Flyer is built from the guys out of California, and now they build the current. It's called the GMP Balcon. This is the original Flyer, but the new one took the place of the Hummer. It's a center seat. The guys, Jeff Benrud, Luke Johnson, Gino Mamone, and also myself at American Off-Road do the driving for SOCOM, teaching them how. And this was the very first. This is the very first military vehicle that made of that platform. So the current one, you sit in the center, the driver's on the front, you have two shooters on both sides of you. It's a rear-engine car, so it's all-wheel drive. So this vehicle is the original Flyer, and it looks like it is back in the lead and looking for another win.
Can you answer that question about the 11s, 516s,
So here's the thing. So a couple things. One is when you bring in the factories, you bring in the different stuff, you bring in attention to the sport. Now everybody, when they want to go, now they can go on to Race Desert and buy that X5 and get that experience and get that stuff. So it's really not hurting the smaller classes, it's actually building them up because guys are standing in line. And with Blake Wilkie and a lot of the other guys, Ronnie Anderson, Brock Hagar and stuff like that want to go race these Class 11s, there's a huge demand. There's a big demand right now for the lower classes, because once you get out there, Eric, you get out there and you go as fast as you can go. You get these trophy trucks. Sure. It goes way faster than I want to go, and most every driver out there. But you get these smaller cars, you got to work your way around the bumps, and you got to just drive it to its max, not your max.
And momentum is a big thing in those cars.
Exactly. So you being a fighter, you understand that. How many times, and I know that I do it every time, go out, go too hard, gas yourself within 30 seconds because you're holding your breath and you're using all your strength. Same thing in these race cars. You have to go, I got to be fast, I got to be aggressive, don't expose my arm, don't expose my throat, don't expose my legs, but I got to make sure I keep the guy going. And that's the thing. You're in a jiu-jitsu match for 8 hours with your car.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to blow up Ricky's head too much, but Ricky, as a high-level athlete who's competed in different sports, let's say supercross and off-road racing, they're sort of similar, but there's a lot of crossover. Like, you have to understand that you have to be ready for anything to happen because it will happen. And then in mixed martial arts, they say a fight is a fight. You have to be ready for any and all weird situations to arise, because they will.
Well, and I'm going to use Tito Ortiz. I watch his boxing and all the different stuff. When he's shadow boxing, he's unbelievable. The elbows, the knees, all the different stuff. And then when they go ding, ding, he becomes a caveman and just starts throwing these physical contact. He's one of those guys that you can put him in anything. You put him in a trophy truck right now, he's going to be challenging Toby Price, Bryce Menzies, Salvo Villadosla, Alan Ampudia, and Luke McMillan. He's that good. Put him in anything.
I will say this, and I said this about five years ago. I said, and Mitch was about a little bit younger than Brock is now, but I said, Mitch Guthrie, I'd raced against the kid, I've watched him, and I go, you can put this kid in anything in the world and he will be fast. Now he's in Dakar in a Ford program. Brock Hager's the same.
I'm asking specifics though, like, is he able to look at dirt and understand how big whoops are going to be by the color of the dirt as we see
yes.
these guys getting close?
So he's driven so much, he understands it, and he has the feel. He reads it quicker. So to put it in fight analogy, if I'm wrestling, seriously, if I'm wrestling with you and I have a couple moves, you can read the move that I'm going for. Okay, he's trying to set me up for a choke. He's trying to set me up for an armbar, and you read that quick. Brock makes mistakes, but he fixes it 10 times faster than the next guy. Same thing that Ayrton Senna did, same thing that Jimmy Johnson does, same thing that Parnelli Jones, all the greats, they drive 102%, but they know they correct it quicker.
They're reading the track and adjusting for it.
Exactly, and that's where I do compare a lot of that, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. But as the race continues here, our current race leader on adjusted time is Cody Bradbury. Just behind him and physically first on track is Brock Hager. And it's all going off here, but we're less than halfway through this race. So join us shortly as we come back from a commercial break for the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400. See you soon.
Off-road racing fans, betting on the American Off-Road Racing Championship is here. AORC has teamed up with Bet Online to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on the premier North American off-road racing series. Bet Online isn't just another sports book. It's built for true competitors. Cutting-edge tech, real-time odds, and the best betting experience in the game. Now, the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Atkinson gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. power sport pros.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rule book, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
Okay, and welcome back. This is the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we are here just outside the city of Las Vegas for what is the greatest desert race in North America. And as the action continues, Ricky, what a day of racing it's been so far.
Well, I mean, it's been exactly what we expected. Brock Hager went out and qualified on the pole, lost his spare tire. The strap came off somehow. Something happened. He lost the lead to Corbin Leverton, and then obviously he had to stop and work on that. Also had to change an axle, so it wasn't just the tire strap. Lost an axle, fixed that, and now has worked his way back into the lead.
Yeah, he has. So just literally while we've been at break, these guys have crossed through the next timing loop as they make their way round lap 2. And Brock Hager now has the lead once again on adjusted time with a 2:57.06 over Mitch Guthrie with a 2:57.55. Then Caden McCachran's just behind him with a 2:58.42. But don't forget, this is all on adjusted time, so we're going to be seeing lots of players playing out as we make our way through this. And don't forget about, well, of course, Cody Bradbury, who started from right back in 67th position. Going to be interesting to see how he's made his way up through the pack. But what I want to know is, what has happened to Corbin Leverton? Dropped right back down. Did he just have a couple of flat tires? Is he nursing a problem? He's certainly off the pace, that's for sure.
Yeah, it could have been that clicking noise. They were talking about that clicking noise, and then they thought it went away. And I don't know what the clicking noise was, but maybe the clicking noise came back to haunt him.
Well, we keep saying it. Race cars don't heal themselves.
They sure don't. Now, with the whole theme of...
Thank God Bob's not here because he'd throw it in my face.
With the whole theme of me asking you guys questions that a lot of viewers might be thinking, Ricky, talk about how much in this area different regions of the desert there is, because you see so many visual differences.
Well, and that's completely different. As you watch through here, notice really no rocks. This is what they call high desert. It's still sandy, so it's not hard on tires right here. But then you go down to the dry lake bed, it's silty because all the light dirt flows down with the rain, and so it's very hard, very flat. Then you get up into the rocks where it's bedrock. Like the rocks are not going anywhere, and something's going to give. It's going to be a tire, it's going to be a wheel, it's going to be things like that. So that's the cool thing that I love about the Mint 400, is that every section is a little bit different. And there's some silt that we're talking about. We see that class 516 car, you get a little bit into that deep silt, and it slows you down, Jim Beaver. So you know what we're talking about when it comes to running from one kind of terrain to another.
Yeah, Jim's showing me. I'm looking at the map of the course out here with Jim now. Jim, kind of describe the difference. I mean, here by state line, by the freeway, by the 15, we have a lot of silt, kind of kind of mid-range, but then we're going up to high desert. We have some lake beds. Yeah. It all really changes in this lap, doesn't it?
It does, really. The first 10 miles, you're on this uphill sand wash we've talked about. It gets really chopped up, whooped out. We hit Joshua Tree Highway, which is fast, technical, big Joshua trees off the side. We go through a section called Beer Bottle Pass, really tight for a couple miles. And, we wrap around, and then you get into some open desert, some technical washes, and you kind of push it through to the outer portion of the course, and we get into some really deep whoops and things like that. Then you come back through. We've got lots of stuff like bumpers and areas like that, rockets, where it's just long whoops, and you got to get your rhythm and keep your speed. We hit those dry lake beds, then come back into prim. So like you said, like Ricky said, this race really throws a lot of different things at you, and your car may work good in one section and not so good in another.
Now we got a helicopter on screen. Is that a chase helicopter?
No, these would be production helicopters almost certainly, as this is a non-chase race. But I am just looking at my map at the moment. I did just notice that Mitch Guthrie was saying stopped at the Gene Hurst pit. So we'll keep an eye on that and keep you honest as soon as we find out some more information. Let's not forget, he was leading this race not that long ago.
But I mean, the fact that those guys are already at Gene Hurst pits at 3 hours, that is amazing. The pace right now is flying.
Well, we were talking about that earlier, weren't we? We were saying that this year we don't have the quarry section. That's going to take about 5 miles off the course. Jim, you were saying this is going to be a 95-mile lap this year. Are we going to see the first race sub 7 hours for the UTVs?
Well, I mean, we're at that pace right now. So, well, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but you got to remember, and this is something that everybody has said, that the course gets worse lap after lap. Now, you get more comfortable knowing where you can go, and you think you can drive faster because you know the course, but the holes get deeper and deeper. People start knocking rocks in the way, and you're also dealing with lappers. So I'm going to say for these guys to do sub 7 hours, that's going to be a long call. I'm going to say just over 7 hours.
So close, but no cigar. Now talk about this course out here for the Mint 400 in comparison to other off-road courses that we're familiar with. How rough is it?
It's brutal. It is, like when you're done. Like I haven't done it in a long time, but when I did the four laps for Clyde Stacy, the next day I could barely get out of bed. Now I've watched Jens Pulver the day after his championship fight in slip-ons, barely walking. His hands were like balloons. He won the fight. You know, when the adrenaline goes down and the swelling starts to come into your body, and it's trying to heal itself, you're beat to death. And when you run this race, that's how you feel. Not as bad as that.
I've spent more time in the hospital after wins than losses, to be honest. Now, and it's funny, when I raced short course, I remember everyone talking about how hard and how sore they were afterwards, and I was like, this is a piece of cake, guys.
Well, you don't have a guy that's your size beating the crap out of you either.
It's not that bad.
But for this, what this does do for you more than motocross and supercross and stuff, it's the long-term calorie burn of the thought process. You're micromanaging everything for such a long period of time, and that's what I was saying earlier. I found out that I was burning over 4,000 calories pre-running, and that's not fact.
And the PB&J fixed it.
Well, that and plus the what they call CRS fuel and the dates and the things like that. So I had my nutrition, I had my hydration, I had everything right on point, and I felt fresh as a daisy, because normally I go through a lull about 2.5 hours in. And I'm running out of calories.
And it certainly makes a difference depending on what class vehicle you're in. It makes a huge difference.
Yes.
You race a 16 car, your guts are gonna be moved.
But you're not processing information like you are in a trophy truck. So when these guys are going really fast, man, your brain, and that's the thing that you don't realize that you wear out, is your brain in the thought process of watching.
Well, that's why I always in races, and you'll see some people, they'll get out, they'll get in, you know, they'll take a breather for one lap out here, and some of the longer races like Vegas to Reno, like that, they'll get out and then they'll get back in. I never like that. I like to go, all right, I'm going to do 250 miles, and I'm going to fully focus on this, and I can put 100% of my energy into that, and then when I'm done, I'm done.
I lost you for a second because I heard two badass race cars. That sounded beautiful working through that whoop section.
Well, Jim, what you're talking about getting in and out of the car, some people are going good, like Preston Campbell, who just come off a 10th overall in the Dakar Rally. They're going to switch each lap. Colton Udall, who is a multi-time champion in Baja, he couldn't do that. If he was going to do, he could do 500 miles, but he said, once I let go, I'm done. So he says, I can crush it, whatever, 8 hours or whatever it might be. I'll be completely dead, but if I let myself come down, trying to come back, I come back, and that's what you're saying. If you're going to give it all you got, and then go.
If I could ask another question from that point of view that we were talking about earlier, let's talk about the wind. Now, most of us know that if there's an off-road race, you want some wind. But at what point does it become too much wind, guys?
I've had it when you get in the bigger trucks and you come off of jumps and it gets underneath you and it wants to lift you.
Sure.
And also I've gone across the dry lake bed where it's really windy and I'll feel it buffer the truck. Now you're not going to notice it that much in a side-by-side because it's open wheels and open cage and things like that. You don't have those everything locked up on you. But there comes a point that 2 wind is a little bit too much and you feel bad for your pit crew. That's the thing. But for a racer, blow, baby, blow. Get that dust out of my way.
So unless you're driving a big trophy truck and you're getting too much air out on the big jumps, for the most part, you don't care how much wind there is as long as there's some wind.
Yeah, and as long as it's not blowing. Also, if it's not blowing with you. I've had that to where I've had a tailwind and it keeps the cloud moving with you. And you're like, God, get out of my way.
It's chasing you.
And the headwind isn't fun either because you feel like you're always, driving against this wall. You're like, let's go. And it doesn't want to go, But if you get that crosswind and it's about like it is today, 15 miles an hour, that's just almost perfect. Blows it off the course, 15, 20 mile an hour winds, and you just get to go.
So we're pretty lucky. We got a little bit of moisture in the dirt out here, and we got a little bit of wind. It's great conditions for an off-road race, right?
It's absolutely perfect. And I think with the rain that they've had here in the past, it's made the dirt a little bit better. And one of the things that I want to say about this, we see the Sylvania, outside participation from other sponsors. Obviously, Sylvania does lights for cars and trucks and all this different stuff. So the light bulbs that are in a lot of these race lights are by Sylvania, so it's awesome to see that participation.
Who do we got on screen here?
Right, on the left-hand side there, we've got Braden Baker. And then on the right-hand side there, I am going to take a guess that is... Ooh, that's a very good question, actually. I'm not sure about the right-hand one.
No.
Yeah, and I saw, was it Rod Hall? He had an open face helmet.
Yeah, Chad Hall, because they have the production truck and also a windshield. So he's running a windshield. So I would do that every now and then. We did that in '95 with the McPherson thing, and when we had the long areas, we could gain about 15 miles an hour with the windshield because it's not a parachute. So we ran a plexiglass windshield. Jim?
Yeah, I just got some news. I've just been keeping an eye on Mitch Guthrie, and he is still stationary in the Gene Hurst pit. So it does look like Mitch Guthrie has a significant problem and is still stationary there, which does mean that Brock Hager, our current race leader, is checking out right now and making his way back to town to complete lap 2.
That's not good news for any of the competition, is it? No.
It's never good news.
You guys were talking earlier about Jimmy Johnson coming back to racing, and I said something to Matt Martelli last week on some content we did. Do you think it's accurate to say the last time he raced off-road, his co-driver held a map in his hand?
No, they didn't even hold a map. The co-driver was there to change tires. They didn't even tell you right, left. They weren't a navigator. All they did is watch the screen, watch the temperatures, and they were ready to change the tires, and also they were on the mechanics. So a lot of times the co-drivers are the guy that prep the truck.
The first thing they had, Ricky, the first thing that came in, and Larry Ragland was one of the first I ever saw to use it, before GPS, before that, were the Terra Trips.
Yes.
Do you think Jimmy had a Terra Trip back then?
No.
No, because that was pre-Terra Trip.
The point of my statement was last time he raced off-road, he probably didn't have GPS, right?
No, not at all.
Imagine
he spent the night in Baja. I think Jimmy didn't. Jimmy spent the night in Baja one year.
Just lost, waiting for someone to come find him.
Well, no, what happened was he was leading the Baja 1000. He went down through San Javier, and there's a bunch of little zigzag lefts and rights. It was early in the morning. He actually fell asleep. So he got lulled in, he nodded off, and then all of a sudden the rain hit him in the face. It woke him up, and all of a sudden he's like, oh crap. And he was going probably 95, 100 miles an hour. Woo. As you know, you get down there past San Javier, it looks like it goes down, but it turns and then goes through the riverbed and then comes back up.
Yep.
He went straight, cartwheeled the truck. Tom was in the car with him. It crushed the cage. And that was one of the things that scared the crap out of him, because he looked at where the cage was, what happened to him, and all the different stuff. And that's why we haven't seen him back. He can say what he wants. I know the truth of the matter, that scared him. And I mean, the guy's a talent. He's driven Le Mans. He's driven Daytona 24 Hours. He's obviously won 7 NASCAR championships. He's won stadium truck races. He's done everything. So this is just getting him back to his roots.
I love RJ's brutal honesty. Now, RJ, I also want you guys to both tell me something like this. Imagine Jimmy coming back, hasn't raced since the 90s. The technology and the advancement of the vehicles, all the vehicles, but especially the unlimited trucks, it's got to be just mind-blowing for him.
Well, that's the thing. He's been out here with Troy Herbst, and that's the other thing. Troy has been. This is the what we were talking about with the open shield. This is Chad Hall. You see, he's got the windshield in there. That's why he's got the open face helmet. But to go back to Jimmy, what he's realizing is now they're on 40-inch tires. The shock packages are 3.5s. As we see, was that Brock Hager?
No. That looked like Ethan Groom to me.
Okay, so back to finish the thought. When you come back, you can drive stuff so much harder now because the tire technology is better.
Yep.
You used to shred the tires off. They were 37s at biggest back in the day. And so now with the 40-inch tire, the technology and everything, it's a much, much stronger truck.
Aren't some unlimited trucks running bigger than 40s?
Some of them are. There is a couple out there that they're testing. I've tried it. I was back when I was running with the Cops team. We had 42s. And to me, it was just too much.
Hard on the brakes, hard on everything.
It took a while, and that's unsprung weight. That's that weight bouncing up and down, and it was just a little too much. Now, if you're going through rocks and stuff, it's great. But it came a point that I wanted to get back to the 40-inch.
Is this one of our leaders?
Okay, now, just looking at this now, obviously, white gloves, that would normally indicate Mitch Guthrie. So this would mean that he's back up and running again. Now, I'm just going to look at my tracker. Now, it's possible we've got a tracker issue. See if I can actually see him still stationary.
We'll say it's been a little bit of a rough day for the Red Bull team. Obviously, Corbin leading. He had, his struggles. Now we have Mitch leading. He's had his struggles. I checked in on Mia Chapman. She started 13th, was up to 4th at one point. She ended up having a tie rod problem. Had 15 minutes of downtime, so she's back up and running now. I think back up to 5th or 6th. But yeah, Red Bull team have all had really strong runs and then had their issues.
Yeah. Tell me about the Tesla truck. I got to hear about this.
Well, it's moving along. That's what, as you can see, I think he is straightening it out. The course turn there at the top of Joshua Tree Highway. So I don't know if he's not continuing. One other EV vehicle that I have driven is the Rivian, and it is unbelievable. Actually, no, their class is taking a different course.
This is the Cybertruck.
Yeah, this is the Cybertruck, but I think they're running a slightly different course. So with the Cybertruck, he's cutting over there. Obviously, does not look like it's up to speed. Don't know what the details of that are.
That's going to be a long 400 miles.
That is a long 400 miles. Is he finished? Is he coming up to check in? But we'll figure out that. But the Rivian truck, going back to that, we saw them here last year. They were over 100 miles an hour down the dry lake bed. They finished. They did a great job, and I'm telling you, I like the electric vehicles. I know I'm a gas guy, but gosh, I enjoy driving the electric vehicle. As we go back to watching Mitch Guthrie, he's back under pace, and so we have said
he's moving.
As Jim Beaver said, we've seen the Red Bull guys have had some trouble. But we're not even halfway through this race yet, so anything can happen.
Yeah, just trying to look in on these GPS there and just see if we're in 3 figures. Hard to tell, but that is pushing hard. That's getting up close to 100 mile an hour there.
They're having a good time, aren't they?
I'm noticing, what's the co-driver holding? He's holding a box.
That's his mother's at. No, can't say that.
jeez. But it's not traditional for a co-driver to carry a box like that, so I don't know what he's holding.
Yeah, he's got the cloth in his hand. I don't know what's in that box. I wanted to ask...
what's in the box?
I wanted to ask you guys, with the speed of these UTVs, I mean, they have... I know it's not unlimited suspension, but they've got big 3-4 inch coilovers, internal bypass. They got all kinds of amazing suspension. So, at what point are they at the point now where they don't have?
That's his tracker. Yeah. So hold on, Eric. I'm gonna jump in. So what he has is the tracker we were talking about, where you could hit the button to let people by, and you can push the pass. It looks like his tracker somehow came undone. It might have been mounted up there, but now he's got to look at that. So that's where he could push it.
So that's why we thought it was stopped.
Right. So he could let him go. No, they were stopped because now he's just now getting to the dry lake bed, heading back towards the main pit. So we should see Brock Hager to the main pit any time now.
There's to push the pass.
Yeah, we're seeing him manually push things there as he's holding it.
Ask it, he shall receive.
Yeah, so the mount must have broke and it must have fallen down, so he picked it up and he's holding it.
He's playing Tetris on his phone.
I wanted to ask you, are we at the point now where the UTVs have more suspension than motor, meaning that with the amount of motor they have, it's pretty hard to get in trouble through whoops and jumps?
No, they are so fast as well. That Pro R, the Can-Am, the turbo cars, they're unbelievable. So they actually have more motor than suspension.
Really?
Yes, they do.
See,
would you agree? Would you agree or disagree?
No, I would fully agree now. And now we've got some of these, obviously these other models, Segways, stuff like that, starting to run the hybrid terrain. And some of them are over 300 horsepower. I know, they're tuning these things. And Esslinger is building 4-cylinder engines for the Pro Rs. And, they're pushing well over 300 horsepower now.
So now I'm pretty sure that is our man, Rob McCachran, in the Wilson Class 12 car. So we were talking about it, and I'm probably going to text if I'm wrong, but it's either Larry Jobe, because I think Sammy Ehrenberg started the first lap, Rob Mack second lap, Larry Jobe third lap, and then Ronnie Wilson. So I could be right, I could be wrong. Either case, sorry guys, but I'm pretty sure that's Rob McCachran starting the second lap here at the Mint 400.
The former valet turned off-road racer.
He could park the heck out of a car, bro.
Isn't that the story? He was parking cars at somewhere here in Vegas, and someone put him in an off-road car, and that became his job?
Yeah, partially true. That was one of the things. And I mean, I've been a fan of Rob since I watched him the first time in Japan racing for Walker Evans in a Jeep. I watched this guy, and I just watched his career. He's phenomenal. And what I love is that it doesn't matter what it is. He's just like we talked about Brock Hager jumping from a unlimited UTV to a Class 11 car. He can drive anything.
I mean, don't we all have to pay so much homage to the people in the Class 11s, the 516s, the 16 cars, the 12 cars, because that is the roots of what we're doing out here, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially 16 cars, things like that. I saw earlier on the stream we got some Class 9 Challenger cars out here, which is really very, very limited. It's great. And especially I love the resurgence we've seen of Class 11s the last 5 years, and
cool.
really seen them come back. And, they were, kind of going away for a while, and now all of a sudden there's this massive resurgence.
They're tougher than we are, because I ain't riding a Class 11 car.
So
I promise.
I have a sponsorship idea for Bet Online, that everybody that bets, a percentage goes to the purse of every Class 11 race. So then you would get
we can do that.
I think that would be awesome. So 10% goes for the idea, and then the rest of it no, but I think it would be awesome that you could bet. I would bet on Class 11 to know that either A, I could win money, or B, and B, that some of the purse is going to go towards Class 11.
We would love to support a class like that where guys aren't really getting a lot of funding and a lot of help. We would love to come in and be the ones that do that. I mean, heck, we're the only ones allowing anyone to bet on off-road racing at all. So we love that kind of stuff. And like I said, I have really cool bosses who let me come out here and get some budget to support something that I like, something that's cool. I tell them, hey, there's nobody giving these people an opportunity to bet on themselves. Let's sponsor the series, get a little bit of TV coverage out of it. Hopefully a couple people bet. But we're really just giving an opportunity for people who don't normally bet on anything to get involved.
Yeah, to have a good time and also watch it, because now we're going to watch it for 6 hours or we're looking at 6 hours or 7 hours or whatever it might be. So your bets, you're up, you're down. Hager's winning, he's
RJ,
not winning.
You swore up and down it was going to be over 7 hours. Now it's 6.
I'm talking about tomorrow. But I'm going to say, but how often do you get to bet on something for 7 hours? I've seen a lot of people in the casinos on the slot machines, but here it's like, imagine if you bet on Brock Hager, you're like, oh yes, I'm up, I'm down.
It's so cool.
Very cool.
So are we getting close to the leaders coming in to the end of the second lap?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, just literally talking about that right now. So we're going to be starting to see our lead cars coming in probably about the next 5 to 10 minutes time.
See, I knew we needed a little change there.
That's right.
A little transition.
Yeah, there's one of our door slammers, or one of the pre-runner class cars, making his way around the course.
Where's Cameron Steele?
That's a very good question. Somewhere out there on the desert loop of the Mint 400.
He's in the desert. Let
me see if I can track him down for you.
Thank God you two are here. What would Jim and I do without you?
Yeah. So it's like the plot to a movie. Somewhere in the desert outside of Las Vegas.
Exactly. The plot thickens.
In a world gone mad. Well, I'm glad we're having a good time out here. Hopefully I bring a little comic relief and break it up, and we all get to smile as we watch this today.
Absolutely.
And thanks for letting me hang out for a little bit. I don't know how much longer we'll be here before I let one of the legends come back in here, but I'm glad to be spending some time with you and ask some questions that hopefully some people at home have been wondering about themselves, and I can be their little messenger for you.
Well, once again, Eric, let them know where they can go.
BetOnline.ag. And you go on the left-hand side, there's a tab, and you can find auto racing, and you'll find off-road racing. And you'll find all the odds for tomorrow. We have which class, you can bet on which class will win the Unlimited. So you can bet on all-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive versus two-wheel drive. I was told no all-wheel drive truck has ever won this race as of
correct.
yet. So it's a pretty good bet to bet on a two-wheel drive or even a spec truck. I know a spec truck might be hard with that limited motor, but if you want to take that long shot, you can. We have odds on whether Jimmy Johnson and the Herps will finish in the top 10 of the race. I noticed that more people are betting no than yes on that. The odds have changed. Yes.
So I'm going to interview him today, right before qualifying. I'm going to say, oh, by the way, Jimmy, the odds are against you finishing. So that will piss him off and motivate him to go, I'm finishing this race.
And that's based off the actions. And when a whole bunch of people start betting no that he won't, the odds will get better for you to bet yes to go against it, because the system will automatically sort of cover itself. I see Adam Householder is still favored to win. He's a plus 250. Shane Logan is favored to win the Open Motorcycle.
Where's Ryan Arciero at? He's always one of our storylines.
All righty, Apple, we are going to wrap up. We're going to bring back the legend Bob Bauer after this, but thank you so much.
Yeah, guys.
And I really appreciate your participation, your enthusiasm. You've been behind, as you said, you're a SoCal guy.
Yeah.
Ride motorcycles, ride race cars, fight people, actor, all of the great stuff. So thank you and the guys from BetOnline.
I'm having a good time, aren't I?
I'm
doing it.
You figured it out.
Thank you guys for having us out here. And again, we just love the fact that BetOnline is, my boss has let me come out here and support the sport. And I hope everyone at home does the same, whether it's from betting on the race or supporting the sponsors that make these events possible. This is what we love, so support all these guys.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll be back after this short commercial break. This is, of course, the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we'll be back to see some more youth racing very soon after this commercial break.
In 2022, O'Reilly Auto Parts stepped into the desert at the Mint 400 with one mission: to back the grassroots racers who built this sport. Since then, they've put more than $250,000 on the line for Class 9, 12, 5, 1600, half 1600, and 5 Unlimited through the O'Reilly Auto Parts air-cooled shootout. And now in 2026, O'Reilly is expanding that support with up to another $200,000 across all 5 championship races of the AORC series, fueling limited class purses and making a full season of racing more accessible, competitive, and rewarding for air-cooled racers. This isn't just prize money, it's preservation. It keeps the classic VW-powered cars and grassroots dream alive. The O'Reilly Auto Parts air-cooled shootout puts money where it matters, protecting the foundation desert racing was built on.
The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team. Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. What a fantastic day of limited racing we're having so far, as our race cars are hitting something around about the halfway mark in this 4-lap race. But while that's all going on, we've got the youth racing starting to take place on the short course closest to town here in Prim Valley. But joining me back in the booth is none other than Mr. Bob Bauer. Now, Bob, we've got a very special guest with us. Who have we got with us?
We do indeed. We have Mr. Phil Blurton, and not that he has a lot of experience in off-road racing or the Mint 400 or designing and figuring out how to make vehicles. You might be looking at the father of the UTV.
Well, now that's some high things indeed. Now talk to us though. Now Phil, we know that your son Phil is out there racing of course at the moment.
Yes.
Now we heard there was problems with the four-wheel drive, then the four-wheel drive was working, then all sorts of things. You just showed me on the phone a minute ago, he was hauling, doing 117 mile an hour.
I took a screenshot when I was waiting to get up here on the stage.
You do realise, of course, this causes us a problem because that means that you've made Ricky right. Because race cars heal themselves. And
that's what Bob was telling me. I had to look Ricky in the face and tell him he was right.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You've just made our day very difficult. But that's absolutely fine. We don't mind that.
That's my family. That's kind of my trade.
Now, talk to us about the Mint 400. Now, you've been out here for absolutely years. What does it mean to you guys?
Oh my gosh, for me to be back out here with my son, it's actually a lot more fun than when I was racing it, And I think I was telling Bob earlier, I can't remember the year it was, but in the 80s, the first time I raced it, and did the first lap, and there were still cars in staging.
Wow.
I think there were a little over 600 entries that year.
Jeez.
So, I mean, I know we're close to that now. What are we here?
This year, we're pushing on the 500 mark.
Yeah.
I think it's like 530, 528.
Yeah, 500. I wrote it down yesterday, of teams. That's amazing.
The cars are quite a bit faster now, though. I don't think I raced Class 1s and Class 2s on limited buggies, and I don't think I ever went 117, 18 miles an hour in those.
And here we are with UTVs. And now, I mean, we're talking about the evolution and the rise of the UTV and how incredible they are. I remember last year we were looking at Brock Hager's times and putting them up against the times of two-time winner Adam Householder, and there really wasn't a great disparity between them when you take the fact that one of these cars is $1 million and the other one is, $150,000.
Right.
And that's a remarkable fact of the technology, but it's also the accessibility that UTVs bring to the marketplace and bring to off-road racing. It does mean that you can actually literally today watch your heroes, tomorrow go and buy a race truck. Obviously there's a few things you need to do on top of that, but literally turn up at another race and go and play with these guys.
Well, what's interesting, what it's like to be here, this is my son's won every race in Best of the Desert except this one. So this one's got him, and the last 2 times we raced, he came in second, and combined time it's 55 seconds between both races. That's where he was, how close he was to first.
Oh, wow.
And then he won the desert race at Hammers, but he's never won the rock race. So that one and this one has slipped by us a few times. So I know today means a lot to him to try to pull this one off.
Try and pull this off, yeah. Now, just looking at where everybody's sitting at the moment and looking at the positions, and there's lots of things changing out there. I can just see now that Brock Hager's currently running in first place overall and first place on adjusted time, and his teammate Caden McCachran looks like he's catching him. But this is on adjusted time, obviously, sure. So we've got to wait until those times work out. So is Phil sitting happy at the moment? Is he waiting to make a late charge, or is this slipping through his fingers?
Phil, I don't want to say he's conservative, but he's a smart driver, and he knows this is a long race. And I know usually the last 2 laps, especially the last lap, is when he'll really pour it on. Even during the qualifiers, he always wants to qualify as well as possible, but he's always happy to be in the top. We were 9th this time, so he wasn't so happy about that, but if he's in the top 5 or 6, he always is, because he does want to tear the car up the day before the race. And obviously, you can tear the car up out here pretty quick in the first lap if you try.
Yeah, it's very difficult. We're talking about the tyres, because they're such an important part of what we do, and the improvements that we've seen in tyres. I mean, you go back to the 80s.
Oh my gosh!
There's people throwing tyres on every few miles. Now we're seeing people that are capable of actually running this entire race on one set of tyres. I mean, that's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, well, we run BFGs, and when I raced in the 80s and early 90s, I was sponsored by BFG, and when Phil was going to move with Can-Am to Baja, because we've been down there racing now for the last 5 or 6 years and haven't really raced in America. I said, we got to go figure out something to get BFGs on this. Not only do I feel they're the best tires out there, but they had phenomenal pit support down there as well.
Right, I just want to bring this in very quickly, because that is Mitch Guthrie, who is just crossing the line right now. So Mitch Guthrie moves up into 3rd, or is it 2nd position? I'm just looking down just to confirmation of that. I believe Mitch is currently sitting in 3rd overall on adjusted time right at this moment, behind Caden McCachran and, of course, Brock Hager.
Not only is Mitch a phenomenal driver, but he's one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet. Him and his dad and our kids are always battling over the years. So Mitch Sr. and Phil Sr. are always kind of pitting with each other, you know. And so over the last 7, 8, 9 years, our families become very close friends. People want to know, isn't that your enemy? I said, no, they're our competitor.
Yes,
you know? Some of our competitors are our best friends.
Yeah.
You know,
that makes the win that much sweeter.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to talk a little bit about your program because I know, you know, we've been talking. Phil's a very close friend of mine. He and I talk quite a bit on the phone. But, you know, we talk a lot about the Polaris factory team and what they've brought. And I argue that because I know how your guys' program runs. And I go, you know, what Phil has built with his Can-Am program and things like that, I go, it's every bit as equal to the Polaris factory. Phil's actually supporting a lot of racers, built cars for them as well. You know, he has his cars, and people are like, oh, Phil, he's won all these races. Well, I can't get that car. Well, Phil's built plenty of them for racers, you know, exactly like his. And I go, you know, so you guys are kind of the Can-Am comparison to what Polaris factory racing is built.
Yeah, I wish Phil had a few more guys working in the shop. But no, I was telling Bob earlier, you know, I was a half-decent driver when I was racing, but I've always admired people that they can design, they can build the car and drive the car. Not a lot of those have been around in decades, right? I mean, how many can you count, you know? And I mean, so I know he's got his hands full. He's working all the time. He's got a beautiful family with 2 kids. In fact, they're here this weekend. His little boy yesterday rode in the parade with was that yesterday? The parade? No, day before.
Wednesday.
His little boy rode with him in the parade and had a great time. He had a big old grin on his face. I think we're still trying to wipe it off. But no, Phil, he's got his hands full, and he has put together a phenomenal program.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. Now, as we're watching the action continue here, Mitch Guthrie has actually stepped down into 4th position on adjusted time as Michael McFadden has been making his way up through the pack, pushes his way into 3rd place on adjusted time as he starts lap 3. So Michael McFadden there started in 11th position and has just been slowly making his way through, so really doing good stuff. Now, is that Carl Cheney? Is that the one night? No, that is going to be Cody Miller. So there, Cody Miller is just crossing the line, and I think we've just actually missed Phil Blurton going through as well. So somewhere in amongst all of that lot there is Phil Blurton who's crossed through, and Phil is now running in 6th position.
Yeah.
In fact, no, I should take that back. We've got a miss on there. So Phil is actually back up into 5th position. With a 1:48.13, currently chasing a 1:42.22, so less than, what have we got there? Around about 6 minutes behind Brock Hager.
And where does that put Phil in corrected time, do you know?
That is corrected time.
Oh, that is corrected time, okay. All right.
So around about 6 minutes off the lead at this moment.
Yeah, he's, you know, right now we're just stopping every time and getting fuel, and the guys are pretty quick with that. They get that fuel system down to where they can do that within about 15 to 18 seconds to top that car off and get him going again. And we're actually sharing the pit out here with Matt Burrows from Monster, and they've been a big help. And, of course, it's one of the better sponsors that Phil's got out there, Can-Am and BFG. So they're out there. So he just went through the start-finish?
Yeah, he's just been through the start-finish. Just trying to play catch-up here with my trackers as we're looking. So there's Phil currently sitting here in 5th position. Cody Miller just behind him. And Mitch Guthrie is just in front of him on adjusted time, although Mitch is currently sitting in 2nd physically on track.
And what Hunter?
Hunter's got problems, so he had a rear drive shaft issue. And they're just trying to fix that at the moment. As he puts it, so long as his brother doesn't lap him, he doesn't care. But we keep saying this about off-road racing. We're the best of enemies on the track, but the best of friends in the pits.
Yeah, Bob and I, we always enjoy getting together and chatting because the young guys, they just look at us and they think, these guys keep telling us the same stories over and over and over. I go, well, if I do, just act like it's the first time I told you, right?
Yeah, have a little respect.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't remember telling you.
Or let me know, was it better this time?
Yeah, did I embellish a little more on this one? No, but we were talking a minute ago about communications, and nowadays we're all, look at what you're looking at here.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, this is another young man who's on a charge right now. This is Braden Baker, who's just made his way up into 3rd position.
Oh, he's doing good.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying right now. So he's in 3rd position on adjusted time, and I believe he's in 7th position physically on track.
Bob was watching this a minute ago and talking about look how smooth the guys' steering wheels are, how they're not working them too hard.
Right.
They can actually adjust the speed of the steering on the go. Yeah. Tighter. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, got the train coming through the middle of the race out here.
We got a racetrack. We got a train track.
Got the I-15. It's all going on.
I think there's a landing strip out here somewhere too for planes. So planes, trains, automobiles.
Yeah, bring me John Candy when you can.
Look at them going in and out right there.
That's the in and out spot.
It's always great when these co-drivers. It's always nice to see the co-driver know to wipe off the lens all the time so the shots stay good.
I love this. Fist pumps and waving fingers at people as they go past.
Yeah.
They're going, "Hey, bud."
Well, they're liking it. They're liking it because they're on their way out. The other guys are on their way in, so they're happy to wave to them. Right?
Now, this is the interesting thing. We were talking about the technology there. When you can see all the buttons in the front there, but those buttons are not the normal style of buttons that most people would associate. They're not a physical contactor. So what they are is they're working through a PDM style unit, and you can see the AIM dashboard that he's got there. So when we say PDMs, these are power distribution modules. So there's no fuses, there's no relays. It's all digital control.
Yeah, and they got the push to pass now, so you can let the guy know that you're getting up behind him, and he gets a signal on his dash to see that there's a car coming up on his rear end,
Yeah, and also we're not now using repeaters sat on the top of the mountain to be able to try and get those VHF radio signals back. Now so many of these cars have Starstreams fitted to them, or Starlinks fitted to them, and of course the Starlink then means that we can have what we're seeing here, which is imagery coming straight from the Starstream system as well.
Yeah, and then now with the Starlink, you can actually use the phone to talk instead of using the radio. And no matter where you are, you get perfect signal.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is absolutely incredible.
I was actually racing in Portugal last year and actually talking to a friend of mine in Australia at the same time.
Right.
It just makes the world a very small place real quick.
Yeah, now it's showing, Bob, on here, you go to the Live 360, click right down. Let me see here. Click right over, let's see. There's Phil. Let me see here. Just got to know how to work it, right?
So while Phil here's playing with his phone, so we're just looking at an app-based system on his phone, and that's actually showing him exactly where Phil is right now on course.
66 miles an hour going through the field out there with all the...
Yeah, going through the solar panels.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just came out of that speed zone that was just on the other side of it. That's a long speed zone over there as well.
It's a very long speed zone. Yeah. But this is the whole thing. Technology is changing desert racing, but it's changing the accessibility for all of us to enjoy racing as well.
I mean, see right where they are.
Unbelievable.
I'm just still admiring, and I know I've talked about this 2 or 3 times today, but the dust. I mean, you look, it's just the moisture's coming up out of the dirt, and we're just aren't getting the dust that's traditional with the Mint 400. Now that could all go away tomorrow for the Unlimited race, but today it's just absolutely beautiful conditions.
And it's just about noon. It should be windy.
Yeah, I got some news as well. Sierra Romo is on an absolute charge at the moment. She's moved up to 11th place as she starts her 3rd lap. So in 10th it's Ethan Groom, in 9th it's Chase Carr, in 8th it's Joe Tirana, in 7th it's Cody Miller, in 6th it's Phil Blurton, in 5th it's adjusted time, and in physical is none other than Brock.
Well, what's nice is the wind we have today, it's just strong enough to kind of blow the dust off the course, but not so windy to create more dust,
Yeah, the one thing that I'm really finding is now normally we start to see this course going away after lap 2, but the course is actually improving. I mean, these cars here aren't moving so fast as our lead cars, but you're not seeing great big billowing clouds of dust coming off the back of them. Yeah, there's a little bit of dust, but this is about as perfect as we can get, isn't it?
Oh, it's perfect.
And I think there's 2 things to think about here is one, the amount of rain and moisture in the ground, because it smooths things out, especially when you get those running washes, makes it a little bit quicker. But 2, we're running the opposite direction, so that course that's been burnt in year after year after year, now we don't get the square edges because they're the opposite direction. Game over
again.
Yeah.
Right. It's going to be what it was, right?
Somehow I don't think the dust tomorrow is going to be lower than it is today.
It's supposed to be a little stronger wind tomorrow.
Stronger winds.
That's what they say. So who was that parked on the side of the road? You guys notice?
I couldn't get a number on it. It did look like it was possibly a Class 12 car.
Okay.
Boy, I wonder if it's Wilson. Who would be out in the second line? It would be Rob Mack.
Right there,
Oh,
right
that's
there.
a 10 car. That's not a 12 car. Not a beam front end.
Looks like he's having an issue with the driver's rear.
So that when we talk about the difference in Class 10 and Class 12, Class 12 was what the original 10s were, but there's still an air-cooled Volkswagen engine in a Class 12. They have the beam front end, the traditional Volkswagen beam front end. When you move to Class 10, a modern powertrain package, and they've got full independent suspension with the A-arms up front.
We always didn't like calling Volkswagens. We like calling them Type 4s.
Type 4s.
Is that because it sounds more racy?
Well, it sounds a little more professional, right? They didn't have any more horsepower, but yeah, it's just a fancy name for a Volkswagen, huh?
Now, I'm loving this. Now, we talk about evolution. Here's some evolution going on right here. You can see this guy.
This is Emily
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Yeah. But they're using one of the newer generation of jacks.
Yep.
So I mean, years ago, it used to be farm jacks and all of that kind of thing. Not anymore.
Got to get the spare tire.
Now this is
There's Brock Hager.
There's Brock passing a couple guys there.
So,
yeah. You don't have to drive between the lines, do you, Brock?
Well, you know, let's talk a little bit about Brock, and I'm going to put you on the spot, Phil, because I was saying a couple years ago, your son, Phil, was on a tear like Brock was, where Phil was just unbeatable. He was winning everything. You know, and I know how hard that was for Phil to do what he did, and then we see the last 2 years what Brock's done, and it's similar to what Phil had done. You know, how hard is it for somebody to run at that level and win that amount of races in a row?
Oh, my gosh, I'll tell you, Brock, I don't know what to tell you, but he's, I don't know who made him, but I'd like to meet his mom and dad sometime. But I know Phil's put his whole life into the thing, and I know Brock, he reminds me a lot of Phil. They're both kind of quiet, thinking guys, but boy, put them behind a steering wheel with a little pedal, they turn into monsters. So.
And it's funny you say that because I know Phil really well, and he's very much like Brock the same way. Like you said, it takes a lot to get a rise out of him.
Yeah. You know, it's incredible. I mean, like Phil, he's kind of gotten over it, Jim, but, you know, the first few years he puked before every race. You know, I mean, he would just.
Yeah, but that shows passion because that means that you're getting ready. You know, everything's coming together. You're the adrenaline in your body is telling you it's time to go to action.
Yeah, and he would puke before every race, and then he'd get in the car and he goes, "Gosh, Dad, once the flag drops," he goes, "I just fall into it like such a mellow state." You know, he just loves racing. I mean, when he was little, instead of buying him a little electric quad, let him drive around, I got him a Suzuki 50, gas-powered one, put a hose clamp on it to where he could only go like 5 miles an hour, like an electric one. So I taught him in diapers about the heat of the engine and stuff. And then we rode dirt bikes together forever. And then he raced motocross for all through junior high and high school. And then he started building the 44 cars for people for the Hammers. And then he started riding with people. And I go, I don't like him riding with people. I want you to be driving. And I had bought a side-by-side and took it out to the Hammers and drove it. And I said, oh, my gosh, Phil, you got to come and drive this thing. This thing would beat any Class 1 buggy I ever raced. And away we went.
That's it. Now, talk to me about that. I didn't realize that all this story started at KOH.
The side-by-side stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had actually bought a Polaris back then and bought a 4-seater because I'd go out there with him, and he was helping people and building the 44 cars for people. And then he started riding with Rick Waterbury, if you remember him.
Yeah, I remember Rick, yeah.
Yeah, and so I drove this 4-seater. I go, Phil, you got to get in this. So he did. A couple weeks later, you know John Goodby?
Yeah, very well.
He had the race going. That's our neighborhood right there. I've known John since he was about 8 years old. And but Phil goes, hey, Dad, they're having a side-by-side race for the first time out there at Perth City. Can I take your car? I go, sure. Well, I went down to his shop. The body's all off of it. Now it's all sheet metal and blah, blah, blah. And you guys know Bo Judge. He was Phil's co-driver for a number of years. That Bo and him won more races together than you can count. And anyway, they put on a show. And so we did that for a little bit, and then we did Vora for a couple of years, and Phil won the overall points championship there 2 years in a row. And I said, well, let's fly out to the last race, the Best of the Desert, and it was out here, and let's watch the last race in Best of the Desert. So maybe we should move up next year and go race where the big boys are. And we came here. His first race was the Parker 250, and he took 5th place. We didn't even know where we finished until we got to the finish line. And then the next race was the UTV World Championship, and he's like, oh, man, all the Andersons are there, all the big guys are there. He goes, I guess I could go out and do my best. I said, well, let's just go learn. And lo and behold, the kid won the first race he went to, and 0 sponsors at this time, you know, and he was carrying all of his own weight. And then, I don't know, we were on the phone for 3 weeks between people wanting to sponsor him at that point, and we went with Can-Am, and it was a very good decision he made because it's been a good choice, and they've been good to Phil, and we've got a great relationship with the engineers, so, and everybody there. But yeah, so then he went on to win the points championship that year and Best in the Desert, and I'm not sure how many times he's done that, but a handful of times. And we went to Mexico. He's won every race in score, from the 250 to the 500 to the 400 and the 1,000. And I'll be honest though, you guys, I love Mexico. I raced down there a lot myself. Spent a lot of time down there with Phil. It's so funny. I go, oh, Phil, don't worry. Your dad knows Mexico like the back of my hand. Well, I got down there, I realized I didn't know where I was. I was on paved roads.
I've never seen these before.
I didn't know there was paved road out. I can tell you what's out there. You know? So I had to learn the paved roads above the dirt roads. So
yeah, we're just watching the second place physically on adjusted time, and I think even physically that is Caden McCachran picking his way through lap traffic there. And isn't it wonderful with all of these UTVs to see all these young gentlemen and young ladies coming up through and being picked up by these huge companies, whether it be Polaris, Honda, Can-Am, Kawasaki, now Segway coming through as well, and these guys and girls are becoming professional athletes. They're actually earning real cash dollars for racing.
Yeah, I mean, my son, this is his career. He's got a shop, and of course, winning like he has and getting the advertising he does by winning. But I mean, you know, his shop's growing. The racing's been great to him. I mean, I don't know how much money I spent when I raced. I got.
Nobody wants to know.
No, my wife can probably tell you. But in fact, his mom and his wife and everybody over here in the VIP booth watching all this out here. But yeah, I mean, I had some free tires, and Bilstein was my shock, you know, that I had, and I got some trick fuel back then, you know, and I remember Sports Fuel. Remember those guys?
Sports Fuel, yeah.
And, you know, I mean, I got some free stuff, but nobody ever gave me anything for free and money.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, Phil, thank you so much for joining us on stage. We'll be rooting for Phil Jr. out there on track right now. But if you are, this is the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we are here just outside of Cincinnati, Las Vegas. And we're seeing some motorbikes starting to get staging, and look at what's behind those. That, of course, is our unlimited cars that are getting ready for qualifying later today. We're going to cut out for a quick ad break, but don't go anywhere and join us for more action later on.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't competitive, top of the throne of the league. How you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, they're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
And welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here in Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas, and what a day of racing we are having here. The weather is just about perfect, 59 degrees and 21 mile an hour winds. The wind is our friend, of course. Joining me in the booth is none other than man himself, Bob Bauer, and of course, Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, how the devil are we?
Well, the devil in me is doing just fine, thank you.
I mean, we are here outside of Las Vegas for the Mint 400. We got racing going down. I mean, I don't know if life can get any better than this, Jim.
With a sky like that and a wind like this, man, I want to do this all day long. What do you think?
Well, I reckon that's a pretty good idea, and we'll just talk about the racing that's going on out there. We've got over 30 classes racing with us today in our limited class racing, and everything you can imagine on track. Now, Bob, what are we looking at here?
I think that might be one of the Crown Victorias that's in the race with the military guys.
Now, talk about that, because I believe we've got all of the different military groups racing with us, whether it be Army, Air Force, and Navy.
In these Crown Victorias, they're going to... they've got more. Never mind.
These Crown Victorias. Now, if I'm not mistaken, now I'm not from these parts, as you've probably worked out. These are old police cars, aren't they?
Absolutely. And I don't know how many chases they've been off-road, but they're in one for one today. There's one right there.
Yeah, that one looks like it's got the Stars and Stripes theme. So we do also have the Hoopty class, which is kind of somewhat the same thing. But, the military, we got all the branches of the military. They put together these Crown Victorias. They're out here racing. And, Crown Vic platform, Jim, Ford really didn't change it for about 30 years. Literally, they all had like 4.6-liter engines with like an E4OD transmission and
390 engine.
Yeah, Ford had them, and then also Mercury side they had the Crown or the Grand Marquis, which were all the same for a while.
Now, I'm just watching this here. That looks like one of our 1450 cars there making its way through, or 1400 class cars, should I say. That's a blazing past a Class 11 and something else.
Moving, whatever it was.
Now, let's just talk about the lead cars right now. Earlier today, we saw Brock Hager leaving the line in first position, and he had a massive battle going on with Corbin Leviton. Now, we saw Corbin able to pass him after Brock lost his spare wheel, and they battled for the next lap and a half. But right now it's Brock Hager who is leading the way, physically first on track. Behind him is his teammate Caden McCachran. Then it's Braden Baker, Michael McFadden, Mitch Guthrie, Brody Aikens, Phil Blurton, Cody Miller, Joe Tirana, Chase Carr, rounding up the top 10 right now. And sitting in 11th position is Sierra Romo. But do keep an eye open for Cody Bradbury, which I'm expecting to make a jump up the pack anytime soon. Actually, I'm just looking back down here, and he seems to have fallen away. So I'll keep you honest on that as I get more news.
Cody Bradbury's been around racing for a very long time. Been a side-by-side guy, and he's shown a lot of quickness through the years, done a lot of kind of short course work style racing. But the kid's definitely got some talent. I wouldn't have no problem calling him a veteran. So it doesn't surprise me to see Bradbury running up front because he knows how to push.
Yeah, at the moment it does like he might actually have a problem because he hasn't flicked the timing loop. But let's not forget he started a long, long way back. So it's on adjusted time. And we'll see if he clicks through shortly. Same for Kyle Cheney. We've seen that he hasn't actually popped through, or nor has Corbin Leverton or Brandon Sims. All people that are having problems right now. But I do want to talk about this young lady. Sarah Price is currently running second in the UTV Pro Stock Modifieds.
Yeah, Sarah, she's somebody, she can get behind the wheel of just about anything and drive it. And she's really figured out this kind of stock class side-by-side racing. She runs them at a very high level. It's a beautiful car that Sarah has built. But also want to say she's got the all-female team, female co-driver. I believe Sadie Gray is co-driving with her, so good to see that.
I talked to her yesterday at contingency, and even after all her amazing accomplishments at Dakar, she's still flat out excited about this race today.
Yeah, I'm just actually looking at the scores at the moment, and I can see that there is another so I think that Sarah Price is actually leading her class.
Well, and I believe, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Sadie Gray, I think, was one of the co-drivers in the
now up to position overall. So a fantastic run there from Brody. You've got to remember that they started all the way behind these Pro UTVs, so doing great stuff there on adjusted time.
I know I think Blake Wilkie's kind of moved his way up into the top 15 or 16, so somebody I kind of had an eye on. Blake kind of creeping his way up there.
And I'm showing 1061 Carrot Potts is leading Class 10.
Yeah, no, I actually think that's a mistake, and the same as Colin Mull back there. I believe that they have either flicked a timing beam incorrectly or something's not quite working, as they would be leading this race and they're not leading this race. So I think there might be a timing glitch there, so I'll keep you honest on that as that information comes back. And we saw Kareem Potts earlier racing, so doing a great job, but I don't think he's leading this race right now. That honour befalls to Brock Hager, of course, from the Polaris factory team. And Brock is now onto his third lap.
Let's just take a second to drink in what a beautiful place we have to race in. Look at that. You know, if you're back there in Akron, Ohio, where it's snowing like heck, this is our tragedy today. Take a good look.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Look at that. You got the snow off in the background there.
I mean, how many miles do you suppose we're seeing there, Mr. Marston? Would you give it 50?
It's got to be pushing that way, hasn't it? It's a very long way indeed. I was going to say something around about 25, but I'll be honest with you, these are landscapes that we don't get where I come from.
Oh, that's right. You have this little island, right?
We do indeed.
Yeah.
lots of trees, lots of rain. But that's why we always come out here, because we love desert racing.
Yeah. Here's Gonzo Pit, which normally is the last pit, but this year it's the first pit.
People are still pretty bunched up. Look at that.
Yeah, still a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, we're just into the start of lap 3 for our race cars.
You know, there's got to be some decisions being made right about now. You know, because if you're gonna make a charge for something toward the end of the race, you got to start right now.
Yeah, you have. No, well, we were talking about fuel strategies, we were talking about tyres, etc. Yeah. And the one thing that keep coming back to, these lightweight UTVs, they do not chew through tyres in the same way that the big unlimited trucks do. So that's a huge advantage for them. They also don't chew through fuel in the same way that those massive V8 engines do. And this is all comes back to the fact that it gives them more reliability, which allows them to be faster, allows them to push harder as well. So once you get your car to this third lap, is this where you start opening up the taps? Is this where you start to really push? We heard Phil Blurton Sr. in here a moment ago. So when does Phil Blurton Jr., who's out there racing, currently sitting in 5th place, go, do you know what? It's time to throw it all on the track and see if I can make my way up through and start to punch and really start to hassle these people in the top 3.
Well, and I think in the case of Phil, in the class, the division he's in, he's got to start that push now, because if you're going to try and reel in Brock, and Phil Blurton is one of the guys that can do it, you've got to start that push now, because it's going to take a while. I mean, we're not talking massive gains here. You're going to get, an inch here and an inch there, and you got to add those inches up. You know, it was one of those, one of the things I took away from my dad, who learned it when he used to pre-run with Mickey Thompson. Mickey used to say on all these roads, he goes, every corner, Mickey was always hugging the berm here and hugging the berm there. And Dad goes, why are you doing that? And he goes, I'm getting 6 inches in this corner. In the next corner, I'm going to get 6 inches. And he goes, you add that up over thousands and thousands of corners. He goes, all those 6 inches add up. And so I think when racing is this close, we're to the point where it used to be we'd be looking at 10, 15 seconds here, and I'm going to get a minute here. We're looking at, I want to get a half a second here, and I'm going to get a half a second there. And we're at that point in desert racing.
It is, but it also comes down to the other points where you can actually make up time. That's fueling and also the speed restriction zones, which we were talking about earlier. Because 1 or 2 miles an hour off pace for 2 or 3 minutes of speed restriction is giving away half a minute. So all of these little things add up, and that's why these guys are using more and more technology to control themselves rather than just staring at the GPS and trying to do a best guess.
Yeah, they like to call us cowboys. Well, we're still cowboys in off-road racing. The cowboys have got a little bit more refined.
Yeah, they know which way is in the front, which way isn't in the front.
So Brock Hager has passed through the next timing loop with a 4 hours and 6 minutes. Let's see how far behind him Caden McCachran and Braden Baker are. Braden Baker is absolutely having a fantastic run. Now, We were talking about Cody Bradbury earlier, who was coming all the way up from the back, but this is the first time he's not pinged properly. So I can only surmise that Cody is having some problems out on track right now.
Not often you see one of those two-seaters very often, one of those old style two-seaters. Couldn't quite see who that was when went by. Might have been, could have been Alexia Leeming, but I don't know for sure. Looked possible.
Day in the sky.
Crystal clear.
A couple of years ago, Jim, we were having a hard time finding the Earth.
Yeah. A couple years ago, we had a fire pit in here too. I think it was. We were trying to warm up here pretty good, but it's what you love about the Mint 400. There's been years where it's cold. There's been years where it's windy. There's been years where it's rainy. You never know what you're going to get, and you gotta bring your quiver, of weapons because you don't quite know what you're going to have to deal with.
I think this year it's going to be fast. That's what we're going to have.
This is the difference here. We're seeing a Class 10 car. We've been talking a lot about side-by-sides today, not about Class 10s. And, he's having to slow up here for this corner. He's going to get in that speed control section. But, one thing I love about the Class 10s, we saw it there, and he was just dancing across the whoops.
Yes.
And you get the deep whoops. Class 10s are so much quicker than a side-by-side.
It's such a balanced unit. I remember saying that earlier today, but that's my impression of Class 10s. This is almost like the perfect race car. Got the right amount of weight to power everything else, and it works.
Well, and I love seeing it out here today. That's Gar Robinson there. But I love seeing out here today how many of the Class 10s are there. They came out in force, and it's great to see that and see the battles that we're having and the way things are going to shape up. It seems like every division out here, even some of the divisions that aren't really hotly contested at a lot of events, I feel like the Mint 400, everybody descended here on Las Vegas, and it's and it's really the best of the best. If you win here at the Mint, I don't care what class it's in,
right.
You're proving a point. Hey, I'm a gamer. I'm here, and I'm one of the best.
Well, that tire's just flat on the bottom. It's probably going to be okay, huh?
But it's also worth noting the differences. There's so many guys and girls out here who are here to race the Mint because it is the Mint. They're not here for guns and glory. They're here to enjoy the wonders that is this race. And just finishing this race.
That must have been a double flat. They've still got a flat on the left rear, and they're putting all the impact gun and stuff like that away. That had to have been a double flat.
But the thing is the tyre that's actually on the rack doesn't look flat. No. Okay, we're back in with Ronnie Anderson, and he's chasing down, looks like one of our door slammer class, or pre-runners. Now, this is difficult.
Oh, there's two cars there. Ronnie's going to have to do some work.
And they don't look like fast cars.
They're just fast enough to be irritating, and just fast enough that you've got to make. Here we go. Yep.
Oh, look like a guy kind of tried to cut in there, and he's going to get them both. Great move there by Ronnie Anderson. He's going to be happy to get a little bit of clear air here.
It's also a good move on Chad's part. He pulled over. He knew that was going to happen.
Well, the thing is
be a problem.
There's no reason to battle it because Ronnie's not in your class. Let him go. Let's and here we're going to see this beer bottle pass.
This beer bottle, yeah.
Which was a great move by Ronnie to get around everybody before we came through beer bottle pass.
Oh, he'd have been tied up.
You would have been tied up for a good 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I've got some information. So Brock Hager is physically in first and also still leading currently with a 4:06. But Caden McCachran has moved into second place overall on adjusted time and is running around about 3 minutes behind his teammate Brock Hager.
Yeah, I never count out the local Las Vegas boys. Caden cut his teeth playing around out here in this desert, so he knows this track as well as anybody, especially with his dad, Rob. They sneak out here and take a recreate and take a peek at things. But this is a beautiful in-car with Ronnie Anderson here, just watching him work his way around one of the most technical sections on this course, beer bottle pass. And tell you what, having a 50-foot cliff on one side, it's not affecting Ronnie Anderson one bit here.
How about a 200-foot cliff? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this. As part of it, when you go downhill the other side of this thing, it gets sometimes skatey. And, there's nothing good about feeling your race car slide ahead of you when you don't need it to slide ahead.
Oh, look at this, catching traffic now, Ronnie Anderson. What can he do? Oh, beautiful piece of work there from the car in front of him. He would have just given him a push to pass on his tracker. Good sportsmanship there. We'd like to see that.
You bet.
Now, Mitch Guthrie has just also come through the timing loop and is currently sitting with a 4:12, so 6 minutes behind Brock Hager. Now, we know that Mitch Guthrie stopped in the Gene Hurst pit earlier on for around about 5 minutes, so it's hard to know what happened, whether they had to change a shaft, and that's what I guess would be. That seems to be what's happening to most people out there at the moment. As we continue here right now with Ronnie Anderson. Now, if you are just joining us, this is the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And today is about the limited race, but it's also about the unlimited qualifying. And we are going to be heading down to the unlimited qualifying very soon indeed. But we've also got something new today, gentlemen. We're also going to be doing the qualifying for the motos for tomorrow. Now, we've never done this before on the live show, and I cannot wait to get the best of the best in front of us on these cameras.
Well, you know, and two-wheel motorcycles. I've spent most of my time on dirt bikes in the desert. I don't ride motocross tracks, things like that. And there's something about driving and the dance that there is a two-wheel motorcycle across the desert. And then to see the best riders in the world going to be doing it out here, and especially in qualifying where you're not going to lay up, we're in for a treat today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That is for sure. And you can guarantee that RJ will be joining us back in the booth for that one and talking us through all of the guys and the girls who are going to be qualifying later on. And then, of course, let's not forget, we've got the big dogs, the unlimited cars. Last year's winner, Adam Householder, he's looking for the three-peat. To do a two-peat is impressive. A three-peat, is that even possible, Bob?
It is possible, but it isn't likely. I suppose I'm not supposed to have that for an opinion, but I really do. You know, that's just so hard because you have like all things working against you. It's like nobody does that.
Well, I will say, though, I will say, and I agree with Bob, it's hard, but we saw a record broken this year in NASCAR. Somebody, you know, won the first 3 races of the year, which everybody thought was unheard of, and it happened.
Yep. So, I don't know. I just think that the householders know how to win this race, and if anybody has an edge, it would be them. But you know, there's somebody in the background we don't know about yet. Somebody's going to get it. So he's going to come up. It looks like Chad Hall.
No, he got around Chad earlier. I looked a little bit quicker than Chad. I don't know. Getting into quite a few of those 1450s.
I love these images that we're getting brought to us because we now have these Starlinks attached to the cars, and then we're working with the Starlink. We then have the Star Streams. And George is working his magic out here somewhere so we can bring these images from inside the vehicles. Just look how hard this suspension's working on this car. It's just absolutely nuts to watch.
Just cruising along there. You know, and that's what you like to see. This is pretty rough, but you know, it's a car that's handling pretty good because you don't see the front end, you know, dipping and the rear end dipping. And when you're kind of cruising across the whoops and it's level and it's stable and it's not looking very exciting, that means it's a well-handling car, Bob.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? The best handling cars are the most boring to watch. It seems upside down to me. But, you know,
okay, we've got more cars making their way through the timing loops, and Michael McFadden, who started at 11th place this morning, has moved up into 4th place on adjusted time and on track. In front of him is Mitch Guthrie, Caden McCachran, and Brock Hager. So 3 Polaris vehicles in that top 3 right now. As one of our Class 10s passes through.
Followed by a side-by-side.
I do love that mix of cars here. Was that our race leader there?
I didn't want to say it,
I
was thinking it had the right colors. We'll say that, Jim. It had the right colors.
It's about the right place on course as well.
Well, you know, I've been kind of watching the times between Caden and Brock, And Brock is holding him. I think Brock is controlling it. He's keeping it right at 3 minutes, almost to the second.
I've always loved it when I've got in those positions where you're leading a race and you can control the pace.
Yes.
You really, truly can, and I think that's why Brock has clawed his way to being in the lead here physically, because when you can, in the rough spots, you can take it just a hair easy. And then, you're going to be able to have the dust in your favor, and you can stretch it out when you get into the smooth spots. So such an advantage for Brock, and he knows how far second place is behind him. And he can let him reel him in a little bit when he needs to, and then he can stretch it out when he needs to. And Brock's really just controlling. It's like the rest of them are puppets.
Yeah. Now, Phil
the same Polaris team.
Phil Blurton, of course, famously running in that Can-Am, has just moved through into 6th position on track and on adjusted time with a 4:16.09. So running at the moment around about 10 minutes behind our race leader, Brock Hager. Now, it's not that many years ago. You'd have said 10 minutes. Do you know what? That's actually achievable. They might even make that up. Nowadays, 10 minutes is like, it might as well be a lifetime.
In this competitive world, absolutely.
It is, and like I said, both unlimited truck racing, side-by-sides, and truthfully a lot of desert racing in general, it used to be get to the finish line, finish the race, you got a real good shot at a podium.
Yeah.
The times have changed. I mean, we're talking about half a second here and half a second there, and that's pit stops. You were talking about the pit stops, Jim, and how it's such a dance and it's so precise now, and it used to not be that way.
No, it didn't. It used to, people would turn up and they'd be looking for rattle guns. They've been trying to find their spare wheels. Here we go, though. This is the big dogs. This is the unlimited cars that are getting ready for qualifying later today. I believe we've got over 40 vehicles. Can you get your head around that?
Good old number 8 Todd Wiley. That truck is probably 20 years old. I raced against that truck in 2004.
Let's just talk about that as we just saw Adam Householder and Nick Whetstone. Nick Whetstone, we're going to see on track. He was our fastest qualifier last year. He was actually hauling, and he's desperate for a win here. But there's so many people in this race that are capable of winning it. Cannot wait. And of course, let's not forget this. This is Jimmy Johnson, who's going to be racing in that Terribles car. Jimmy Johnson, of course, I believe 7-time NASCAR winner.
You know where the shot is, Marston? It looks like Jimmy's on a motorcycle, but that's not Jimmy.
That's going to be our motorcycle qualifiers there.
Yeah, that's his personal assistant, going to be there the whole time.
The funny thing is everybody talks about Jimmy Johnson's 7 championships, where there was 2 that went down to the wire, and he got second in the championship before he ever got his first. So he conceivably could have been the first ever 9-time NASCAR champion.
Yeah. He is flat excited to be here. I mean, I don't know what's going on inside that car right now, but I think the elevated heartbeat might tell us something.
Once an off-road guy, always an off-road guy. He's got the helmet strapped in. He might have a little bit of nerves, but once that green flag drops, he's going to set back into his old ways, and it's all going to come back to him.
So what do you think? You think the pressure? He knows that people are looking at him saying,
he's going to quit. I think the first lap, he's probably going to feel it out the first 10, 15 miles. I think he's going to fall in a groove. But, everybody's talking it's a great story. Jimmy Johnson, and he's racing with Troy Herbst, and Troy hadn't raced in a while. And I'm going, people are forgetting that Troy's one of the baddest human beings to ever put on a helmet. I mean, he had a shark for a car. he dominated the desert for a good 2 decades. I mean, don't count Troy Herbst out. He is a bad dude. If I'm in an off-road street fight, Troy Herbst, I want him on my side. And then you got Jimmy Johnson, who has pretty much been very successful at everything. He even figured IndyCar out, and it was, so I'm going, I'm not counting those boys out.
He got back up to speed during testing. I was talking to Ryan Arciero about the test days, and Jimmy's a happy guy. He knows he's going to do well. If everything goes right, he's going to get out of the thing after 2 laps, and probably be speechless for about 5 minutes.
And you got to love what Jimmy Johnson has done, because, you talk about guys that give back to their sport in their own ways. And Jimmy, obviously, we all claimed him when he went to NASCAR, and he's always been fun and did what he could for off-road. But now he comes back, and he not only came back, but he's bringing the eyeballs of the motorsports world with him. And people that have been around him and that are part of this program and the media package and everything else, I'm going, this is stuff for this sport you can't buy. This is such a big deal for not only the Mint 400, but the sport of off-road racing in general.
Okay, I've got some news, ladies and gentlemen. We now have 10 cars that are making their way around to the 3.5 lap position. In 10th position, it's Cody Miller. Now, just check this out. With a 1:49.11, then it's Chase Card, then Ethan Groom, Joe Tirana, Phil Blurton, Michael McFadden, Braden Baker, Mitch Guthrie, Caden McCachran, and Brock Hager. Brock Hager, it's crossed the line or crossed the timing loop with a 1:42.22, and in 10th position with a 1:49.11 was Cody Miller. So it doesn't take a genius to work out there's less than 7 minutes in those top 10 vehicles.
And I just want to point this out. That gap between Brock and Caden was 3 minutes. When was the last time we updated? About 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, a little bit longer than that.
And
until we get to
3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's got to stay that same until they hit the next timing loop.
Yep.
So, but I wouldn't pay too much attention to that right now. But we have a real race in our hands here in the limited classes. That's one of my favourites. The Class 11s makes its way around the track. It's the 1196 of David Sanchez there.
Now, he won't. That Volkswagen Class 11 is not going to run 4 laps by design.
I don't think it's capable of running 4 laps even if it wanted to.
You never know. They're some tough little guys, but they run less laps.
Yes, they do. And all changes per class.
Yes.
Now, I should be able to tell you that if you bear with me.
I can bear with you. Yeah, look at that. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen at home, I just love that view. You can mark me down as saying, I like that. Beautiful sky, beautiful mountains, beautiful race cars. Well, look at this. There he is. Yeah, that's looking very good.
So still the racing continue here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. This is the limited race we're watching right now. Oh, look at this. We love that. Is that one of our 14? No, it was a UTV. Right up on 2 wheels on the bicycle there, making his way around the corner. Now this is the perfect time of day for the racing. The shadows are at their lowest point. The sun is right overhead. We've got plenty of wind. But then, as we make our way through the afternoon, the shadows will start to lengthen as the sun starts to go down.
And you know, it's actually this time of the day where it's most difficult to read the terrain because there are no shadows. And if there's no shadows, there's no features. And so all you do is find out from that little impact on your backside that you've hit something.
You know, and that being said, you know, to kind of chime in for some of the people at home that haven't been behind the steering wheel or been in a race car. So as off-road drivers, what he says is the hardest part of the day to read the terrain. The shadows, we look for, as you're driving at 100 miles an hour across the whoops, you look for inconsistencies in the desert.
Yes. Anything that changes.
And so if there's one that's a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, and you're processing all this information at a very high speed because you're looking 100 yards, 150 yards in front of the car because that comes in split seconds. So you're looking at these inconsistencies in the desert, and when the sun's up above, there's inconsistencies in the desert. So that's when you get caught up and make mistakes.
And your mind's eye, from that driver's point of view, is dealing with what I call a time, speed, distance, obstacle, impact, result frame of reference. And it moves as fast as Jim says it moves. It's quick.
It is indeed, and that's why it's very difficult from drivers that come from other disciplines, particularly from tarmac sports, to be able to transition into off-road. One of the things I'm loving about UTVs, and we keep harking back to it, is what we're seeing is people being able to come into off-road racing at a much younger age. I strongly believe that you need to have 5 years of off-road fun before you are actually dangerously fast. But we're now seeing these kids coming through, they're 16 years of age, and you're like, hey, they're too young. And then you realise they've been racing for 8 years. And it's like they have that muscle memory. They have the ability to look at terrain at very high speed, understand what that terrain in front of them means and where it means they need to put their vehicles.
Well, and, case in point, exactly what you're saying, Jim. I mean, a couple years ago we had Jenson Button come into off-road racing, and Jenson, arguably, there was a period of time he was one of the greatest drivers in the world.
Yes.
And he was winning Formula One races. He comes to off-road, to our world, and Jenson, I mean, I think it was a little bit of a reality check, and he was very humble about it, but he goes, he never quite got that pace that I think he thought he was going to get right out of the box,
Everybody thinks they can match the speed they see in the films. What they end up doing is matching the result you see in the films.
Yeah, well, and truth be told, you put me behind the wheel of a Formula car, and I would have been way off the pace also.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right, well, as the action continues here, I can tell you that Sierra Romo is on a charge. She's made up another place and is now sitting inside our top 10, which is fantastic stuff from that young lady. So Brock Hager currently has the physical lead and, of course, the lead on adjusted time here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. But we're going to pop out for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have the qualifying for our unlimited trucks later on this afternoon. We'll see you soon. The 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. Have you got a starting list for the unlimited cars? Springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win.
Are we going to cover motorcycle qualifying at all?
BP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstore Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing. Okay, and welcome back. This is the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and here is our current standings on the left-hand side. Now, this is very interesting indeed. I'm just seeing there, it says there that McCachran has moved into first position, but that is not correct according to my scoring. It should still be Brock Hager, who is still in first place right now. As we're moving into this race, so it's Brock Hager from Caden McCachran, from Mitch Guthrie, from Braden Baker, from Michael McFadden, Phil Burton, Joe Tirana, Ethan Groom, Chase Carr, and Sierra Romo rounding out our top 10. And joining us back in the booth is none other than Ricky Johnson. How you doing, mate?
Fantastic. I was out there. I got to do a couple interviews. I interviewed Ryan Arciero as well as Jimmy Johnson. What's funny is it's great to see a guy with so much heritage as we're watching. These are the unlimited trucks as they're going out to staging. Is that Jimmy is like a little kid again. He's got his helmet on. He's strapped in the car. He's like I'm going at 12 o'clock, and we got to go to, I don't want to, So I love seeing somebody that's won 7 NASCAR championships, raced in Le Mans, raced 24 Hours of Daytona, done all these great things, and now he's back to being a kid again. And so he wants to put his best foot forward. I was able to bust him up a little bit about the finishing rate, but right now we have Tiffany down with Ryan Arciero. So let's hear what the guy who has this race has eluded him, but he definitely wants it. Tiff, take it away.
With Ryan Arciero. Now, Ryan, we always chat every Mint 400, and unfortunately some things happen for you, but I have a feeling this year is going to be your year. You've got a great truck, you've got a great team, qualifying in just a little bit. What do you think it's going to take to get that top spot, especially since there's a ton of wind today?
Yeah, it is. I mean, once again, just happy to be back here at the Mint 400. Obviously, this race is it's been tough for me, but we keep coming back every year. You can't give up. And this year, all I can say, it's in God's hands. So as long as we're safe, We're going to do everything we can to bring this 32 truck to the front, and qualifying is important. We're going to have wind tomorrow, so that's going to help a little bit, but it's not going to help everywhere because at some point you're going to be going into the wind, and that dust is going to be coming right at you. So qualifying is still critical. Keep our head clean today, have a good qualifying run, and a great race tomorrow.
I love that. I love the enthusiasm year after year. It's always great to talk to you. Ryan Arciero, ready to qualify.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always great to hear from Ryan Arciero. Now, we've seen him leading this race on so many occasions. Can he put this one behind him? Can he bring home the win, Bob?
Hey, Bob, it helps if you put the microphone by your face.
Huh? What?
Wake up, Bob.
Is it my nap done?
You're up. Can he bring it home, Bob?
He definitely can bring it home. In fact, I'll tell you, the first 10 cars you're going to see qualify, all of them can do the same thing.
Indeed, but now look at this man on the front of the grid here. Tiffany Stone's down there right now with Adam Householder, who's looking for the three-peat.
Now a person going for a three-peat is Adam Householder. Now, Adam, I know you've got a big target on your back. You've got a lot of great drivers behind you. Qualifying super important, but besides that, what are you looking for this race this weekend?
You know, we want to come out with a three-peat. That'll kind of set the history books. Two of us done back-to-back wins. That's me and Lofton. So if we can come out with a win and do a three-peat, you know, that's what we're shooting for. That's the one thing. I want that number one.
Well, we've been talking about it for a little bit. This is like kind of the Householder era. You know, you've been racing this for a long time, but everything's just come together. You, your team, your co-driver. It's great to see this. When we're looking at qualifying times, are you a person who wants to be out there, get that clean air, or chase somebody down?
I want to chase. I'm looking for a top 5 today. Let someone else kind of set the pace. Right off the bat, we kind of know we push too hard. The attrition rate falls off, so I just kind of want to sit there and just kind of follow, and it's worked out for me in the past, so that's what we're going to shoot for.
Last year, you finished this race 7 hours and 1 minute. What do you think the predictions are going to be for tomorrow?
Oh, we'll be under 7 hours for sure.
That's what the guys are saying in the booth. They say that this is going to be one of the fastest Mint 400s to date.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, this is a man who's super confident, but I'm going to throw this out there because I've got to do that because it's my job. Adam's now got 2 cars. He's got an all-wheel drive car and he's got a 2-wheel drive car. Is this going to split his team's responsibilities? Are they going to still be taking the same amount of care, or is there going to be some little glitches in that armour now they're having to look after more vehicles?
Well, anytime you add more things, that adds the percentage of not tightening something, of a strap falling off your spare tire as you're leading the race. So, but the Householder crew, I got to give it to him. Adam was one of those guys last year and the year before, ran so many races, and they would just come home, prep it, and go. So his crew, the Monday to Friday guys, do a phenomenal job. So if anybody can do it, definitely he can.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. So Adam Householder, 41 out of California. And one of the things I like about this, we talked about this last year, he's really raised his game, not just professionally but personally as well. He takes this incredibly seriously. His life is racing this truck, and I can't wait to see what he can deliver out here. But it's going to be a hard task. There are so many talented people. Jim Beaver.
Well, yeah, there's so many talented people. I mean, Adam, what we've seen on the fitness side, lost a bunch of weight. I mean, he's looking great. Obviously, he's driving at an elite level. But to win at the Mint 400, you know, he said he wants that three-peat. He wants to, and it's going to be so hard because you look at this lineup. I mean, you know, we talked about Ryan Arciero. We've got the 2 Herbst entries. You know, we talked about Bean and Tracy Groff, who are quick. Eric Harden, who's a previous winner. You know, I could
well,
go
I'm going to hold you there because I know that Tiffany's down there at the moment with Eric Harden. As you say, a previous winner. So let's see what Tiffany had to say to Eric. So as we're just waiting to get on past that down to Tiffany, I guess she's ready for us. Tiffany, what have you got?
2023 overall winner Eric Harden. Now, you've done it before. You know how to do it again. Qualifying is just about to start. What are your thoughts today for the session?
Oh, man, we're really stoked to get out here. The Martellis have put on an awesome course like they always do. We were able to do a sight lap, a pre-run lap this morning, and we finished that good, so I'm stoked on that. Qualifying at Parker, I got a flat tire, hit a rock. So today we're going to just try and not mess up in qualifying and just have a nice, clean run, and hopefully we can start somewhat towards the front and, you know, have a race truck for tomorrow morning.
Well, as somebody who's won this before, we're going to counterclockwise this year, right out of the gate, wash, uphill. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, it's not my favorite direction for sure. I like it clockwise, but I mean, it's cool to mix things up. It's definitely different, like going down some of those hills, and it's definitely different, like going down Beer Bottle Pass versus going up it. There's just a lot of areas to make mistakes, so you got to go fast. There's rocks everywhere, so I think whoever can run clean and keep the pace is obviously gonna, there's a lot of fast guys out here this weekend, so it should be fun.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. This is a person who knows what it takes to get that overall.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear. Now, Eric, he's got a real chance in this race. Now, let's be honest, he's an underdog in this race when we look down at some of the other people, but you've got to be in it to win it, and that's exactly what he did in 2023. He drove a great pace, got it to the finish line and took that win. And let's be honest, since that time, he's got better as a race car driver. You were talking about that earlier. Once you get that first win, it makes a huge difference.
Well, and he was the underdog when he won it a couple years ago. So he's not one of those guys that, as you said, he's not the flashy name, this and that. He's not a Herbst. He's not an Arciero, all the different stuff. But when you watch him, he is fast all the time. Like, I listen to the cadence of the throttle. I watch the approach on the berms. I watch how fast he blitzes that. And one of the things that he's got one of those old ID trucks, and he's so familiar with it. And when you get guys that are fast in an ID truck, they're unbelievable because they're a little nervous, a little twitch, and they react very, very fast. But he's definitely a guy that we cannot count out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I also want to talk about a guy called Nick Whetstone. Of course, Australian, comes out here racing, and he's qualified incredibly fast here in the past. And he's been leading this race for huge chunks. I think he got out to lap 3 before mechanical issues took him out last time. I mean, he's got to be fancying his chances once again.
Well, I'm very proud to say that when he first got into a trophy truck, I got to coach him. And I realized he's a very quick study. A couple things here and there, polished it up really good. Then all of a sudden, he's worked very closely with the Geiser brothers. I saw Rick Geiser last night at dinner saying that Nick is in the right place mentally, and he just needs to drive a little softer, just soften up the edges a little bit, and I think you're going to see those big wins come because he can run with everybody in any condition, sand washes, short course, all the different stuff. So keep an eye on him for starting up front.
Yeah, as we continue here and we're waiting for the qualifying to start, Tiffany Stone is down on the start line with none other than Justin Bean Smith, who's moving into the unlimited trucks.
Justin Bean Smith, it's always great to talk to you. You and Tracy Graff had a phenomenal run at the Parker 400 earlier this year. Coming into the second race of the season, we're here for the qualifier. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a stacked field. There's more people here than Parker by far. So, we'll see what the wind does, but qualifying up front is definitely what you need to do. So we're going to hopefully lay down a good qualifier today. Hopefully my skill set and our luck matches and aligns, but tomorrow's even more important. But we're going to need to be up towards the front for sure. Obviously, there's pros and cons to clearing the road and being first on the road like we were at Parker the first lap, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, this year we're changing things up. We're going counterclockwise on the course that you guys normally know. Going right out of here, that big hill right up front. How do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, we got an uphill wash right out of the gate, and it's going to be chattery, especially these side-by-sides, the limited cars racing today. It's going to get beat up. There's a lot of rocks out there. They bladed some of the course a while back, but there's more rocks in the course than I think ever before. So I haven't done a lap lately, but talking to everybody, it's going to be brutal. So we'll see. We're going to try and keep these BFGoodrich tires under us, trying to have a clean day, no flats, and see what we can do.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to Bean and Tracy Graff.
They're talking about the rocks. There's more rocks than he's ever seen before. We've been talking about the weather and the rain. And what it's done is just washed the silt away from the rocks and exposed more rocks. And so it's, on one hand, it's given us traction and good dirt, but it's also given us rocks, which is bad for tires.
So talk about this man here. This is Jimmy Johnson lining up and getting ready to go right now. And as you say, he's bringing so much more to the sport than just his mere presence. He's also bringing a new audience to desert racing.
Well, and he brought his off-road racing to NASCAR back when he started there. So I've had the pleasure of knowing Jimmy his whole life, and I'm still great friends with Kathy and Gary, his mother and father, Jesse and Jarrett, his brothers, and talked with Kathy this week. She couldn't make it out, but Gary is here, Jesse's here, his youngest brother, and it's Old Home Week. And so Bob, you remember Gary. He ran one of the rigs. He ran the mid-rig for BFG, and that's how Jimmy got his start.
That's exactly right. We used to play with Jimmy in the tractor and trailer, the BFG tractor and trailer, where they stack the tires up.
Yep.
We'd play. Jimmy would be in one stack of tires. My son would be in the other stack of tires. We'd play whack-a-mole with the kids.
There you go.
And and I've also seen Jimmy Johnson when he was probably about 20, before he was married. He was down in San Felipe. He was after this little lady that was interesting to him. Mother Kathy grabbed him by the ear and took him back to the motorhome, and he just went.
Well, I had Kathy grab me by the ear a couple times because she was like a big sister, like a mom, like a second mom and stuff like that. So it was great having Gary and Kathy like a big brother and sister. They're always a sounding board. I always had my birthday parties at my 16th and my 18th birthday party over at their place because they had a rec room and a pool. So there's a lot of love going for the Johnsons. We are not blood related, but I got to catch up with him and shoot a little breeze with Jimmy Johnson. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's my interview with Jimmy. Here we are at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we are welcoming back NASCAR legend. But in my mind, it's like my little brother Jimmy Johnson. You've done so much in NASCAR. You've raced in Le Mans. You've raced 24 hours at Daytona. What brings you back to off-road racing?
Brother, man, so good to be here. So great to see you. This is about having fun. I've always intended to come back to the dirt and go racing. But I've just been a little busy, ended up monkeying around with some Indy cars. I went to Le Mans, but now I'm at this point in life where I just want to go back to my roots, find these bucket list opportunities to have fun with, and to run a current day trophy truck, or trick truck I should say. Man, what an honor. It's been a lot of fun. I've had great support from Carvana on this journey post-NASCAR, and here we are in the desert getting dirty.
Well, I gave you one of my challenge coins. I said that if you put it somewhere that you're guaranteed a top three, and you said, where do I have to put it to win? So regardless of what you say about having fun, you're a competitor. You want to do the best you can. And I know that when you were 6 years old on a mini bike, you always went for the win. So that's always in the back of your mind. But as you said, you get a chance to go out there for hours and hours and go have a good time.
That's the thing that it's just reminded me of. I mean, NASCAR right now, you can't even test your race cars. And I've been able to come and bounce around 3 different full days in the truck. This morning was able to do a pre-run lap. So the amount of seat time that you have before an event and then, of course, in the race is just a great opportunity. And then it's the most fun driving you can ever do. You know, it's three-dimensional, as you so well know, versus the two-dimensional of asphalt. But it's just been so much fun. And, you know, I want to hold my own. I don't want to be in the way, but I certainly don't want to make a mistake and want to give Troy a truck that is capable to go on and win.
So you went out and you ran it in the earlier one. You got to run a lap. What did you think of the course versus what you tested on?
Yeah, it's wild to see how much it changes. Everybody has talked so much about it, and now I've been able to get a sample of it. But you know, the big thing is just how the rocks continue to move. I'm remembering some of them now, and we obviously have our notes. But it's just wild how these big boulders move into more awkward positions around the racetrack as everybody goes through.
Well, I know that all it takes is a little prod to motivate you. So I want to put this out there for you and Troy, because it's been a long time since Troy's been back in a race truck as well. So the betting community says you're not going to finish. So I'm going to tell you that to prove them all wrong. So you can tell them all to put it where the sun doesn't shine. But I know you're going to finish, and you're going to run strong, but you got to show them guys wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I thought you were going to say we had a low percentage to win. I mean, we didn't even get respect to finish the damn race. That's hilarious. Yeah.
Well, but as you know, there's so much going on. But it's awesome to see you back here. You're a team owner. You're doing so much. You're still racing. You got beautiful daughters, beautiful wife. You got so much going on in your life. It's got to kind of feel good to kind of step away and be a kid again.
Yeah, it really is about being a kid, and how many people I've been able to see really since I was a kid. So, I mean, it's really been an incredible couple of days here, and then the testing as well. And I certainly hope that I can come back and have more fun, really integrate my family into this community that I grew up in. You know, there's so many great lessons learned here, so many great stories that come out of a weekend in the desert. And I know my daughters, they didn't have school, they'd be here. They're just dying to go for a ride in the truck. They can't believe the videos they've seen.
Well, I know, as I said, you're out there to have a good time, but I want you a chance to get your race face on. You got Dunk over there, who's an absolute superstar when it comes to spotting. How do you like having somebody screaming notes in your ear?
It's taken a little while to get used to it. I mean, a spotter telling me where another vehicle is all I've really experienced. But now the trust that I have and understanding of the process and the notes, and then us being able to refine those this morning on our pre-run lap, I'm really learning to trust it. And he clearly knows what he's doing, not from just a navigation standpoint, but as we've worked on the setup for the truck that I've been looking for.
Well, it's been a long time since you spent the night in San Javier. A lot has changed. Trucks are more dynamic. There's more stuff inside the vehicle. We can watch you in the car the whole time. So, Jimmy Johnson, welcome back to off-road racing, buddy.
Thank you, brother, man. Looking forward to it.
All right, love you, man. Go get him. Well, there you go. So my time with Jimmy Johnson, it was great to catch up with him. It was great to see him, like I said, with the helmet on. The nerves are going. Dunk was in and out of the truck a couple times. Jimmy's like, I'm staying right here. I'm in my comfortable place. And also, you got to realize, he's a worldwide superstar. So if he steps out of that truck, people just gravitate to him. And so we've talked about it. Back when we were doing ASA, he said he loves the feeling of cruising down pit road before he goes onto the track, and you click the shield down and you get into the zone. So now he's back into an off-road car with 19 Industries, racing with Troy Herbst, who is a legend in himself when it comes to this. So these two guys are going to have an awesome day. But look who he's right behind in qualifying.
Yeah.
And the beautiful story about that, their first race was the two Arciero boys and Jimmy down at a FUD race in Placer City. I don't know how many years ago it was, probably 30 years ago.
All of the years ago.
Yeah, all of the years ago.
And had Butch doing hops and skips and jumps. He was excited.
Yeah, and they cut the part out that I talked, I talked a little bit with Ron Arciero, but we're going to jump away to a commercial break, and we will be right back for qualifying for the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We'll be right back.
Off-road racing fans, betting on the American Off-Road Racing Championship is here. AORC has teamed up with Bet Online to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on the premier North American Off-Road Racing Series. Bet Online isn't just another sports book. It's built for true competitors. Cutting-edge tech, real-time odds, and the best betting experience in the game. Now, the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true. Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rule book, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here today for the limited race, which is at this moment being led by none other than Brock Hager from the Polaris factory team. But we are now getting ready for the unlimited qualifying. Ricky, this is the big guns, isn't it?
This is absolutely it. And you know, for someone like Jimmy, who is unbelievable car control and everything, but to put him into a short course mentality, that's a difficult, because he's been out testing in the desert. He's now comfortable running the berms, the whoops, and all different stuff. Now you're going into 180s and 90-degree turns with berms and all the different stuff. So it's a different animal when you try to drive that. And Jim Beaver, you've gone desert short course, completely different thing, but you have to have both when you want to qualify on the pole.
Well, yeah, and you absolutely have to have both. And I think, one of the key things here is you talk about, everything Jimmy's accomplished and stuff and stock cars and things like that. The guy was a hell of a road racer.
Absolutely.
So you start talking about the technicalities and the left and the right and stuff like that. I think Jimmy's going to surprise some people. I don't think anybody's, expecting to be on the pole, but I think he's going to put in a strong run today.
But one thing that doesn't happen in a road course car is they don't want to roll in the middle of the turn. So
fair enough.
But I have to say, Jimmy was so out of control when it came to short course. He was on two wheels. He learned and he pushed the envelope all the time. So he's such a quick study. I think he's going to do fantastic. But it is a hard call to go from to flipping it left, flipping it right, how deep are the ruts and all the different stuff. So it's going to be a little bit of a learning curve for me. I hope he just gets to it all on four wheels.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be exciting. I mean, we got the eyes of the motorsport world watching us today, and they're excited to see, Jimmy's return to off-road. And I think, the coolest part about this whole story is, and you kind of got into it with Jimmy when you did your interview, but I think one of the thing that's got me the most excited is there's this whole fan base of Jimmy's that didn't know his roots and didn't know where he came from. So there's a lot of people out there in NASCAR world that are be like, what's Jimmy doing? Well, guys like you and I are going, he's coming home.
Exactly, 100%. And when I remember when he first started with Herzog's, and then because he was a California guy, which, trust me, we were blackballed back in North Carolina back in the day. And so it was like, oh, he's a rich kid from California. I'm like, you have no idea. They come from, his mom was a school bus driver. His dad worked for BFGoodrich. He used to go out there and work in the desert, and he was able to get a shot in a short course car, did phenomenal. Then we put him in the stadium truck, did phenomenal. John Nelson put him in the desert, did phenomenal. So he's earned all of it. But I think, as you say, a lot of people know him as NASCAR Jimmy Johnson, and that's why you can see the smile on his face. I mean, I'm getting to go race trucks, and you get so much time, and you're not doing the same thing every lap.
Well, that's what he said. He goes, you can't even test a NASCAR anymore.
Yeah.
And here he is, out here, and he's had all kinds of days in the desert. Went and pre-ran this morning. He said, did a lap. And I think, he's stoked, and he's, the amount of seat time he's had in preparation for this. And I think, that's one of the cool things is it's not like he's just coming in here with no practice. I mean, he's spent some time out here in the desert.
Well, and he's learned that over the years. When we were at Nelson and Nelson, we did as much testing as we could. And John Nelson was go break it, go roll it, go crash it. You try to break this thing. As we're watching, here we go. Duncan over on the right seat, and Jimmy Johnson as he's looking around, getting the feels. I can feel the nerves for him. Like I said, when he was in the car, he didn't want to get out. He wants to stay in the zone. So I'm just so happy for him because, as we've talked about, I'm going to say it a bunch of times, is off-road racing is unique, that you get to go drive and have fun, and you're sliding and you're catching the car all the time. And a lot of times you're just doing it by yourself. You're out there, you're in someone's dust, or you're chasing them, or you're trying to leave them. But there's not a lot of door-to-door here. So good for him, and he's going to do phenomenal.
Yeah, so right now it looks like they're out on their sight lap. So everybody that qualifies gets one lap around to sight at their pre-run lap, so to speak. It's at a controlled pace, but they get to take a few quick notes and make some observations.
Well, and another thing that's really important, besides what Jason Duncan sees, he's talking about the different things with the downshifting and what's going on and where to hit the berms and all the different stuff. Dunk can help him because he not only is a great, one of the absolute best co-drivers, but he's also a suspension guy. So he's the one adjusting it. So he can say, Jimmy, calm down a little bit, or because Jimmy right now doesn't know where the ceiling is because the trucks are so good. But the Dunk can definitely help him throughout that time.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, this is it's got me as an off-road fan kind of giddy. I mean, this is a big moment for our sport, and it's great to have him. This is the equivalent of when Fernando Alonso went to the Indy 500 the first time. Jimmy Johnson's coming home. This is going to be fun.
Well, I'm gonna throw something back even further than that. Remember when Parnelli Jones came off-road racing? Like the world was just, oh, but what is he doing? He's doing this crazy Mexican 1000. What is that? and a lot of people hung on to that image of Parnelli Jones because he really could showcase how gnarly of a driver he was. And so right there, now you got 7-time NASCAR champion, IndyCar racer, Le Mans racer, 24-hour Daytona. I mean, all of that, and now he's back. He's back in the desert, so he's back where he belongs, in my opinion.
Well, and I said this earlier when you'd stepped out, Ricky, but I go, don't sell this team short. Jimmy's going to come back into his own. I give him 5 miles tomorrow, and he's settled back in. And then you got, and I said it, Troy Herbst is one of the baddest dudes to ever strap on a helmet.
I agree.
You got Troy and you got Jimmy. Don't count those boys out. You give them 4 laps out here in the Las Vegas desert, they may surprise some people.
Well, and obviously with Jimmy's endurance racing that he's done, and Troy that has won, I think, pretty much every race that there is. So they know what it is. But the only thing different, some time has gone by, and so the pace right now, like when Adam Householder says, "I just want to ride," his ride is flying. It is unbelievable fast. So even though they say they're cruising, that's not old school cruising. So it's going to be great. I think this race has everything, including we got a couple all-wheel drives. We have Tracy Graff, and then we got Serapis that's going to be out there. So we have some all-wheel drives that can definitely contest these guys, and also going to be very, very fast when it comes to qualifying.
Yeah, let's not forget we've got Robbie Gordon out there as well in an all-wheel drive truck. And we've got a couple of all-wheel drive, or at least one all-wheel drive Class 1 truck, Vaughan Gittin Jr. at the helm, and Mike Caputo, who's in the Brenthal all-wheel drive.
He's the defending champion in all-wheel drive.
No, the defending champion is in his two-wheel drive truck.
He's the defending four-wheel drive champion.
Ah, right, yes.
Correction.
Now you've got me.
Not overall champion, but he did win the all-wheel drive. He was the first all-wheel drive to finish last year.
You are correct on that one. Sorry, I misunderstood what you meant.
That's okay. We do that all the time.
So we're in board at the moment with the 2-time champion, Adam Householder, who's going for the almost seemingly impossible task of trying to three-peat here at the Mint 400. Can he do that? But while we're in here, I just want to talk about this, because we've still got a race going on with the limited cars, and right now Brock Hager is making his way back towards town to complete his 3rd lap. So it's Brock Hager from Caden McCachran, Mitch Guthrie, Braden Baker, Phil Burton, George Moore, and Sean Saxton has made his way back up into the top 10.
Well, Saxton's been that guy that's been bouncing back and forth. He hasn't been in the physical league, but his speed is phenomenal.
Yeah, well, he actually had the the lead on adjusted time. You're quite correct. But then he fell back. He had a problem, but he's making his way back up through the field. But there are some notables that have fallen right back by the wayside. Dustin Jones, Brandon Sims, and of course the man who was fighting for the lead all that time ago, which of course was Corbin Leviton.
Yes. So now you're watching the drivers. They're going to go out there. They're going to check. What's good is that they're breaking the track in, so it's not going to be muddy when they go out. It's not going to be too slippery, but it is going to get rutted up as it goes. So it's not going to be too much different. And for the guys, I think the top 5 guys that are going up, I think they're going to have the best track, in my opinion.
Like, come in and square up.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're waiting for the action to start here, just want to talk about a few other classes. So Brady Aitkins is leading Class 10 at the moment, 11th overall. In second in Class 10 is Matt Belafontaine in 13th. If I go right the way on back down through the field, I can find Mario Ledesma, who's leading up the 1600s. And then Sarah Price in 42nd overall is leading and first in the UTV Pro Stock Modified. So fantastic run there from Sarah. And in first in Class 12 is Sammy Engberg. In Class 12.
Sammy Ehrenberg. Yep,
it's
Class 12.
Written incorrectly.
And then you'll check them and try and get inside. Get way in there.
Oh, I love that.
Yep. Fuck yeah.
Well,
so we're in car there with Adam Householder.
Everyone's going to go outside.
That sounds like Duncan to me. So if I have to make my choice,
I would stay right side. 100%. Wherever you end up, just don't lift. But I would just take up all the real estate and stay right side.
So that's going to be the in-car from Jimmy Johnson.
So that's in car with Jimmy Johnson. Now that got a bit confusing there for a moment because we were in car with Adam Householder, but we're getting the in car from Jimmy Johnson's track. I hope we get that when they're actually racing. That'll be incredible. I'm just having comms coming on board there from production saying that we will have in car with Jimmy Johnson. So just looking back up here at my tracker, and I can see that we're going to be seeing Brock Hager, who's going to be coming through town very shortly to start his last lap here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. So I'll keep you honest on that.
Played a bunch of real weight games at one time. It really helped us lead the starting line. There's an amount of weight, and then there's how far back. How far back, yeah. You can get lighter and just move it back to achieve the same thing, but get acceleration.
So these are our unlimited vehicles getting ready and lining up now for their qualifying run.
So as I'm listening in, and I'm a fly on the wall, I'm listening to Duncan and Jimmy talk about tires on the back of the truck and good versus bad. And because when I walked up there,
No, the suspension.
let's listen.
Okay. This is race, same thing we had in the race. Okay, I thought you had some settings that you worked through. Oh, I can soften it up or I can stiffen it from where it was. Gotcha. The problem is everything's cold. So, once we get up there, I'll get out and look at it.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so I'm going to read between the lines. When I walked up there, first thing Jimmy was saying to Duncan was, why does Ryan have one tire? And so then Duncan referred to me and says, you like to go light, which I do. When I don't like to have that extra rotating mass. Two-wheel drive, sometimes having that extra, as we're looking here at Robbie Gordon, having that extra weight on the tail gives you traction, but also you got to think about, Robbie's decided to text and drive. I don't know if that's legal. We might have to call Bill Savage and get him disqualified for that.
He's talking trash on Instagram, Ricky. Let's get it right.
That's right. That's right. So he's on his dating profile. Super sexy Robbie, 17, out here in Vegas partying. Anyways, back to what they were talking about. So we're going to see different drivers run tires on the back.
I love the sticker on Robbie's car there. Good luck, go fast, don't die.
There we go. That's my motivation. That's basically what I say every morning.
Do you know what they have on my car? I have a big sticker they put in front of on the dashboard. It says, "Don't be a dick."
Well, that's you. I mean, you have to think about that. It comes natural to me, so it's kind of hard not to.
Yeah.
But anyways, back to finish the thoughts about Jimmy and Duncan, what they're talking about is, are they going to run, let's hypothetically say, half a tank of fuel with one tire? Are they going to run 2 tires, low fuel? I don't know.
Well, this is the interesting thing, the difference between 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive, isn't it? A lot of the 2-wheel drives, they'll want to be running those extra spare wheels. They'll be wanting to run more fuel load to be able to get those tyres to actually give you traction as they're moving onto the track. However, the 4-wheel drives have the advantage. They have that front-wheel drive to pull them into the corners, so you can do what you say. Actually, run without any tyres on the rack. Run a lighter fuel load. The 4-wheel drives give you that flexibility and that option.
You're absolutely right. But you have to remember, I'm going to say half of this track is short course.
Yeah.
And the jump from corner to corner to corner is very important. So having an extra couple 100 pounds, I don't know about,
make a lot of difference.
I don't know about that. So
let's be honest, it's personal preference, isn't it? And a lot of it is in your mind as well as under your foot.
There is a big deal there, Mr. Marston. And if a driver believes it's good, it's good. If he believes it's bad, it's bad.
I mean, how many times have we got into different vehicles and you see how many people set their cars up completely differently to someone else, and yet they drive within tenths of a second of each other?
Even Jimmy talked about tailoring this truck to get it tuned the way he wanted.
You know, and it's funny because I think a lot of times, especially at unlimited truck qualifying, guys overthink things. I mean, I've seen guys, oh, we got to drop the tire pressure by 2 pounds. Oh, we got to put an extra groove here. And, you know, at the end of the day, you're either going to be fast or you're going to be slow.
Exactly right. And I agree with you, because we started doing that at Villadosas a couple years ago. We tried lowering the truck, changing the suspension, all this for qualifying. And guess what? I had to adjust my driving style, and in that fraction of a second, I'm too wide on a corner. I'm pushing, I'm doing this. Maybe if I knew how to drive it that way, it's better for that circumstance. But just knowing it's going to do it's going to kick where you know it's going to kick, or if it's going to push where you know it's going to push, you can drive past that and you can make it more time. So I agree with you. Trying to overthink things, just go drive. You know, just go drive and haul ass. So I went out with Paul Krause. I've been working with him, and stopped with him day before yesterday, and he's really made some big strides, because the thing that made him click was snow ski. He's like, yeah, I go, you know, when you come in, because when you ski, you actually slide the back more than the nose. So you know when you slide the back of the skis around? He goes, yeah, and you plant your heels. I go, exactly. Don't get on the gas until you plant your heels in the berm. Don't try to drive early. Don't try to do that. Plant your heels. Plant your heels. And it was like a light bulb came on for him, and it just like jumped up. So Jimmy's got to learn to plant his heels in this car, because he definitely knows how to plant his heels in everything else that he's driven. So it's going to be great to see. And here we're seeing Nick, who is definitely one of those guys that can put it on the pole. He's done it multiple times. He's got that high horsepower, 1,000 horsepower motor. He's got that new Geyser G6, very comfortable, very fast. So he's definitely someone to look at for being on the pole.
So as we're waiting for our unlimited race to start here, we're also going to talk about the limited race as we watch Nick Whetstone getting ready for qualifying, because Brock Hager should be coming into town any moment now to complete his 3rd lap before he makes his way out to start his 4th and final lap here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Now, we saw earlier on Mitch Guthrie's co-driver holding onto the tracker, and this is a great view here. You can actually see that tracker box mounted on Nick Whetstone's vehicle.
And notice that he has it so Nick can't see it. So he's got it arranged, because as a driver, you see a big bright red light or this or that. And a lot of times your co-driver, if there's a push to pass, he's not going to tell you.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want that guy to go by, he's just going to, okay, we need to pick up the pace.
Yep.
It does a turn, he's still 2 miles ahead of you, but it's like, see, it came on. But I think that they need to do something with that. Maybe at the certain checkpoints, if you get buzzed, because you have to work so hard to catch somebody. If you get buzzed, you don't pull over, they hold you at the checkpoint.
Well, they do. They now actually penalise you. Yeah, that's true.
Do it during the race, and if you hold, first one, a minute, second one, 5 minutes, third one, 20 minutes. You know what I mean? You make the penalty that people are going to get out of the way.
You know, I'm looking at every driver on their phones before qualifying. We have all their cell numbers. We ought to just start FaceTiming them.
Adam, get off your phone. Focus on the race.
Adam, pick up what's up.
I'm going to call Adam right now and see if he picks up. Hold on a second. Hold on. This could... Oh, I don't have it. I don't have Adam Householder's number. Dang it.
Oh.
Who's got Adam's number? Somebody text me Adam Householder's number. I'm going to call him right now.
Adams. I knew I had Robbie's. We'll see if I have Adams.
I was just thinking the same. I might have Adams. Hold on.
Nope, I don't have Adams. We got motos getting ready to go too.
Yep. So they're lined up. That's Kieran and on the Ducati, which is awesome because Ducati's now in off-road bikes. They've built adventure bikes in the past, but now they're racing Supercross. They're doing which is I'm going to call it an enduro bike because it has a headlight. So they're working with Hero Racing, Giovanni Spinelli, and also Kieran Anon, who's was the score champion 2 years ago, and now they're working back. So they're getting used to that bike. They're working with Precision Concepts. They're doing a great job. And
he's won the Mint 400, I believe, too.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable rider. I'm a huge fan. Because I worked with him when he was a kid on 80s. And honestly, true story, his father, Barrett was the one that recommended me for the Menzies ride. So,
okay, I've got some news. Brock Hager has now crossed the line and is on to his 4th lap. He crosses the line after 3 laps with 5 hours and 10 minutes.
All right, there's a couple of people who've sent me a Householder's number, so I'm going to call it. Go back to Adam Householder's in-car, see if he answers my call.
We're just keeping them honest. What's
happening?
You know, we're watching you on live. Get off your phone and focus on the race, would you please? You're making me nervous. Knock it off. Put down your phone and focus on the race. Okay. You can spend 5 more minutes on Instagram, and then let's get back to the race. You got a 3rd one to win in a row, okay, buddy? Yeah, right. All right. Love you. Go get it, buddy. Bye. There you go. I didn't think he would answer the phone. I swear to you, I didn't think he'd answer the phone.
RJ coming there. He knew what was going on.
Okay, now this is our 2nd place car right now in the limited trucks. This is none other than Caden McCachran, racing for the Polaris factory team.
Getting ready to go out on lap number 4, I believe.
It is indeed. So Caden McCachran is the 2nd car across the line and chasing his teammate right now, none other than our pole setter, Brock Hager.
And you know what, Mr. Marston? It's still 3 minutes exactly.
Amazing.
Brock is in charge.
There's a lot of racing between now and then.
Yeah.
But Caden has put himself in the right position, and he just has to. He has to race his own race and don't think I got to drive over my head to catch Brock Hager. And not that he's not capable, but is the car capable? Is the car able to take that?
Well, they're racing exactly the same cars, so we have to take that into consideration. So, right, what have we got here?
That's right. Scrattle. Get on the gas. Get out. Oh, it looks like a broken spindle. So the steering rack broke. So he's gonna. Yep, steering is gone. Broke a shaft or something like that. So just trying to idle his way back to the.
Trying to put some weight on the back, it looks like.
It looks like a broken fender on the back there. Is
that Allsup? Yeah, that is Allsup.
Allsup, yeah.
Well, Josh Rowe. It's an Allsup car. I know they all carry the Yokohama branding as well. So.
Yeah, see, he can't steer it.
Yeah, they're trying to put some weight on the car to be able to.
Oh, this is not good.
Come on. Lean right, buddy. Lean right. Lean right.
This
there
is one that
you go.
A lot of times, you'll have your co-driver stand there and they got to manually turn the tire when you want to
kick it.
This is not a good scenario.
Well, the co-driver is going to get one heck of a workout today.
Exactly.
The thing is, the co-driver thought he was going to stop.
Jim?
Okay, so this is actually, I think that's one of our 12 class or a 1400 class cars.
That looks like a 16 car.
Is that a 16?
Yeah, 16.
That's a 16 car.
It's a 16, you are right.
You want to talk about a momentum-based class, those 16 cars. They work really well when they're bouncing across the whoops and, the corners, though. That's why they say it's a driver's class. You got to keep that momentum. You learn racing technique in the desert in a 16 car.
They're narrow, they're nimble, they're light, and momentum is everything.
So we've got more cars coming around now. As this race starts panning out, we've got vehicles that are going to be starting their second laps, vehicles that are going to be starting their third laps. But our lead cars are now making their way out onto the fourth laps. And we're just waiting for Mitch Guthrie, who should be coming through anytime soon. Hunting down, of course, our lead vehicle, which is none other than Brock Hager and Caden McCachran. Now, Caden actually started ahead of Mitch Guthrie, so he has him on adjusted time and on position as well.
I go back to, I think one of the coolest wins was when Caden was riding with Rob, and they had no radios, and they were taking pictures and giving times and splits and all the different stuff. And then at the end, oh, man.
Oh, dear. I know somebody's going to have to buy some beers tonight.
That's just
like,
hard to do.
Wait.
That is a long run.
Yeah, that's Prim in the distance. That's a long way.
Gone.
Given the distance, I wonder what his hurry is.
Yeah, I think I'll be taking my helmet off about now.
I'd be screaming at the drone, can you go tell him to stop? Hold on, let's call Robbie right now. We're trying him. I am going to give Robbie Gordon a call right now.
Be careful. So Mitch Guthrie now crosses the line and is our third car to start the fourth lap. Here is Mitch Guthrie, T51.
And you got to give Mitch some credit. He's running a very, very strong race, very smart race. He's been in it since the first lap, and he's just slowly getting quicker and quicker and quicker. And Mitch has got a lot of car left for this fourth lap.
Well, we know he was stopped at the Gene Hurst pit for quite some time, so he lost, I reckon, somewhere 5 minutes, maybe even more. But he's currently running with starts this lap at 5 hours and 18 minutes. Caden McCachran started at 5:13 and Brock Hager started at 5:10. So here we go. We've got some motos going off the line now. Huge jump there and up onto the back wheel.
Let's talk about, this is
history right here.
Well, it's history, but I just got to say, you watch the dance that these riders do and how they guide the bikes, around these corners and through the rough, Ricky. It's unlike anything you'll see in anything.
Yeah, well, that's on the Ducati right there. So, as I said, this is awesome. Here's another factory into the moto department. He's going to be running that down in the Baja Series as well. But as you said, he's been very, very strong here at the Mint and definitely someone to keep an eye on. Oh, he's like, thank God the car finally stopped. All right, let me see if Robbie Gordon answers the phone. I'm watching you, dude. You're going to go to jail. It's illegal in Nevada for you to text and drive.
No, this thing's overheating on one engine, unfortunately. I was talking with Rick.
That's a good news about having two. He just shut that one off.
Yeah, the problem is It's the good one, the one that drives the rear tires.
No, that ain't good. That ain't good. A front-wheel drive trophy truck is not exactly optimal.
No, not so much.
So,
but how are you? I heard you're on. You're doing commentating, huh?
yeah, I don't know. You're commentating right now. We got you on. We got you live. There you go. So let's flip me off. Let's see it. We're watching now. I can see you on camera. But
no, technology's awesome. It's amazing what we're able to do. You know, I was actually talking to Max and watching him on live stream as he was on lap 2 of the UTV as well, which was cool.
How's that going? How's Max doing?
I think we're in 5th right now. We were leading. We had a mechanical issue. We've now, I think we're back up to 5th place, and it's only, we're just halfway into the race.
So how stoked are you about being back at the Mint?
It's good to be here at the Mint. We won poker with this truck overall, and it'd be nice to repeat here. We made a change between the electric water pump and mechanical, and we're probably putting the mechanical back on tonight. It doesn't seem like we can go more than about 30 seconds without it getting up into the 230-degree temperature.
Yeah, so I just get it to survive and then start working your way through the field tomorrow is what it sounds like.
Yeah, no, we're going to come back out and qualify. So, what is our time splits? 1 every 2 minutes? What is it?
No, I think a little further than that because they want to make sure you guys are out of the dust, so you got plenty of time.
Yeah, I think I probably got, at least an hour. Has the first truck taken off yet? Has the first truck taken off yet, Ricky?
No. We're still on motorcycles right now, so you got a while. I think they're on about the 4th or 5th motorcycle as we speak.
Okay, cool. Excellent. That's good to know.
How's
Jimmy
work.
doing?
What's that?
How's Jimmy doing, your little brother?
It was awesome. He's like nervous. He's got his helmet on. He wouldn't take his helmet off. He's strapped in. He's not going anywhere. So it's good to see. It's good to see someone that's done so much like you, a little nervous and thinking about what he's got to do. So he's got a long haul. It's been a while since he's been in one of these things.
No, he'll do good. He's an excellent driver, and obviously he's got tons of experience. So this is gonna be fun to watch.
No, I'm looking forward to it, and I think that your dual motor, and I know how quick it is from corner to corner. You are going to be flying up Joshua Tree Highway, so I think you're going to set a new record there.
Yeah, no, it could be cool. The 2 motors is really cool. You saw it come off the corner there. I mean, it just lays back on its back legs and takes off. It's good.
Well, good. Well, hey, I'll let you get back to it. I know that you're on your Instagram talking to all your followers and stuff. So.
No, I was actually talking to Rick. I was talking to Rick Geiser, and we were communicating about what was going on here with one of the engines. So we're making a change right now, and we'll go get back in line for staging.
And one last thing, how cool is it to be working with Clyde Stacy and Rick Geiser again?
No, it's awesome. These are good guys. Clyde and Justin. You worked with them as well, and got to have a lot of fun driving their trucks. And for me, it's really cool to be able to do it also.
You got it, buddy. Hey, enough of your time. Thanks for answering. Go kick ass, champ.
All right, take care, bud.
Later, bye. Well, there you go, folks. Robbie Gardner. That guy, like I swear he's like Elon Musk. Like when I feel lazy, like I'm going, oh man, I'm so tired. I have so much to do. I just call Robbie. He's like, I'm in China. I'm developing a new 2-engine four-wheel drive truck. I'm taking Max here. I'm racing NASCAR. I'm doing rockets. I mean, he is constantly going. I'm doing stadium super trucks. So whenever I start to feel sorry for myself and feel lazy, I call him. I get motivated. I get out of bed. I'm like, okay, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Why are you still sleeping? You got to make the day longer. So. I think they'll figure that out. That is not a good thing to have that thing go up to temp like that, but Rick Geiser will figure that out.
It's the technology of these trucks, and we keep talking about it, but there's the difference between, do you use mechanical water pumps, do you use electric water pumps, what are the advantages of each? And there are massive advantages to be running the electric ones, but now we're talking about working them with PDM systems, smart management systems that are working inside, whether it be MTech or ECU Master, whichever ones you're choosing to use, and they actually regulate the water pump speed so that you keep an optimal engine temperature at all times. It's not just about charging and making that water pump work as hard as possible. It's about making sure that the engine is working at, say, I'm going to work in C now, and this is going to confuse you all, isn't it? Yeah. It will say working at 98 degrees, for example, which I have no idea what that is in Fahrenheit.
190. You're close. You're close. Well, here's a question for you, Ricky. I want to take it back to the motorcycles, but we're talking about the technology and side-by-sides and unlimited trucks and stuff like that. For outsiders looking in, These open class motorcycles look the same as they did 25 years ago. How has the technology changed in these dirt bikes, Ricky?
Quite a bit. So now, between, obviously, everything has been water cooled for the past 20-some years. So that hasn't changed much. But the technology in the frame, the parameter chassis, the aluminum chassis, KTM and Husqvarna, they have a steel chassis. They want to stick with that. The fork technology, also the tire technology has come quite a long ways. All of these guys have what they call a mousse. That's mousse means foam. So like a crossbar pad foam, they have that in the tires so that you can stab it, you can do all the different things. The biggest worry that you have is melting it. So you're going across some of these dry lake beds, the friction at real high speeds, you can melt a mousse. You know, because what happens if it doesn't have the grease on it or the lubricant on it, it gets a dry spot, it chafes, and it goes away, Bob.
You know, interesting enough, Ricky, the question I've gotten a lot is why don't we use mousse in the truck tires, in the light truck stuff?
A little too big. So
it's
we
too
have
big. The mousse is too much. Too much mass. It would do exactly what you said. It would melt away.
Well, but they have those for UTVs. They call it tire blocks, and then householders. We're watching Householder. I'm going to finish this on. I'm going to take it to Jim Marsden. Remember when they had tire balls?
Yep.
And
still use them.
Exactly. Now you can't use them anymore because I remember seeing Shannon Campbell one time coming to the finish, hit a rock, and it looked like, we were at an arcade game. It looked like 100 balls went flying all over the place. But anyways, that's some of the technology, and they're just refining it because that's the beauty of a motorcycle is that you can't fake it. You can say I ride a motorcycle, but till when you get out in the desert, you get exposed very quick.
Yeah, you're talking about inflation devices, tire balls. It depends on what races you're running in, etc. We actually fit them for military applications over in Europe. We're still allowed to use tire balls in certain race series as well. But while I was at Hammers, they are allowed to have devices inside the tire that will almost like a rum flap, but they have to be a certain physical size. And this year I saw something new for the first time. They're actually foam inserts. Okay. Instead of BFGoodrich obviously have used their tire liners for a long time for short course, etc. But these were a foam version of that, and I've never seen that before. Apparently they're absolutely incredible and work incredibly well for these trucks. But that's some of the new technology that we're starting to see that's filtering down through rock sports that might even be coming into desert sports as well.
Well, and it is that mousse like we're talking about, but it's just not filling the whole tire up. So
exactly.
in motocross, you fill the whole thing up. But if you filled up a 40-inch tire with the weight,
the mass,
and if something got off, it would probably feel like it's going to rip the wheel off the car.
Okay, right, I've got some news right now before we get started here on our unlimited qualifying. Currently lying in 7th position is Phil Blurton. In 6th is Joe Tirana. In 5th is Ethan Groom. In 4th is Braden Baker. In 3rd is Mitch Guthrie. In 2nd is Caden McCachran. And in 1st is Brock Hager. But, Jim, you've got some news.
Yeah, I just got a report from Mark Queen, the engine builder for Braden Baker. He's actually currently running, but he's got a broken drive shaft. So he's currently running in two-wheel drive, only with two wheels spinning because of the broken drive shaft. But he's still continuing on. But I would assume at some point he's going to drop back. But
yeah, well, it's a tough break there for Braden because he's absolutely had it all going on and currently sitting in 4th place as he makes his way out onto the 4th and final lap here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Now, we were talking about nerves earlier. What is Adam Householder thinking right now?
You know what I saw, it's going to sound kind of swishy, but a gentle confidence in him. The look on his face, he's not bubbly, he's not dead serious. He's like, I'm ready to do this.
The interesting, I'm going to just say this, Bob. The interesting thing, this is a guy who's never won from the front. Does that make sense? So he's not all about, I've got to have the fastest qualifying time. His wins have come from working the way back down the pack and playing the game.
Which is what he said he wanted to do. He doesn't want to be first. He doesn't want to be first car on the road. He wants to be 3rd or 4th or 5th back and chase people down.
And if you look at the weather forecast, why wouldn't you? We're going to have wind tomorrow. Yep. It's a chaser's game.
Definitely. But I agree with Ricky. I tell you, there's just a calmness there.
Yep. Well, as we're watching the bike qualifiers as they go by, you can see losing the front wheel a little bit, but the new technique is on the pegs a lot. So watch when he comes down here, when he goes into the turn, the guys aren't sitting down and turning anymore. So, we did it some back in the day, but the tires, technology, and the strength of the forks, you can push the front wheel a lot harder now, and then also lean. So watch as he comes to go into this next turn, he'll probably stand up the whole time. Yep, never sit down.
So is that easier on your knees and wrists?
There's nothing easy on your wrists and knees when you ride a motorcycle, but actually what you're doing is you're not bouncing around and that mass stays neutral, so you become another shock absorber, and you can control your own compression and dampening. Do I want to suck that up and absorb the takeoff, or do I want to preload to get higher? So you can do a lot of different things with your body and change. So you see he sit down, then as he comes out of the corner, he'll be immediately standing right back up. So off the jump, stand up, through the whoop, standing up, leaning the back, shooting it, and then scrub the jump a little bit.
And so that was coming in there to finish the qualifying run.
So now we're getting ready for Adam Householder to go back out. That was the last moto to finish qualifying. So, all right, gentlemen, who's going to be on the pole in the two-wheel drive class? Bob, who are you taking?
Ryan.
Okay.
I'll go Nick Whetstone.
Okay. Jim?
Two-wheel drive class, I'm going to go with Ryan.
I think I saw him there. I'm going to go Dale Dundell. I think I saw Dale.
Yeah, Dale is there.
That's right.
Big Booty Judy is hanging out there.
So I'm going to go again. I'm going to go against her. Either going to be, I get to pick two because I was last. Jimmy Johnson, Dale Dundell. And here we go. Adam Householder, our defending two-time champion, looking for number 3.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And going off the line now in the unlimited trucks is none other than the two-time champion, Adam Householder.
And he is running the package with 2 tires on the back. So we don't know. Is he running a light fuel load with 2 tires, which sometimes guys disagree with that because they want it lower. There you can see he's got the Turbo 400. Or no, or does he have the manual? Using the steering a little bit?
It looks like it's a manual. It looks like a sequential gearbox there.
Yeah, it does. You're right. He's got the 5-speed. It is not. It's not a Turbo 400. So I'm not sure if he has the X-Track, a Fortin, or what he's got under there. But it looks like the 5-speed. No, but that's correct. It's a manual, but it still has a converter, so it's not a square. There you'll see him just sequential, pull it back in. That's the shift right there.
Yeah, look, he was grabbing the cutting brake there for a second also.
And he is trying. Look at the pace. Look how hard he's coming into the corners. He wants to be up where he can. He's saying he wants to be about 5th, but he knows he's got to put his best lap forward.
Hey, look at the truck just dance. It's working.
I really like what they've done with this qualifying track. It's a little bit, you see, opens up the turn a little bit, but it's not. It's technical, so it's not just wide open. You really got to drive.
There goes Jimmy.
Okay, off the line now, it's none other than the Australian Nick Whetstone. What can he do? He tore this track apart last year and the year before. Can he lay down the fastest qualifier? I'm not betting against it. He's my boy.
No, he's very fast, very good driver. I'm very proud to say that I got to coach him one day. As I said, very quick study. Very quick, and I like what he's doing. He's using the berms, but not killing him. He's making sure that he stays on track.
Now, the interesting thing is, no spare tires.
So they're trying to run a little bit heavier fuel load, probably about half a tank, and then they're wanting that squirt to go. So he works very closely with Jeff and Rick Geiser, so they definitely know what they're doing.
This is going to be Joseph Hurling up next. Number 50 truck, hurry up and wait here.
I think we're going, like Robbie said, every 2 minutes, but I'll time the next batch so we know for sure.
And you can look at the wind now. So very stiff breeze out there.
Yep.
Perfect race conditions.
I'm sorry, but did they line those banners up absolutely perfect? It's like they tried to do that. All righty, Joseph Hurlings is off the line.
Oh, that was a big slam there.
A little bit of a hard hit.
He might be carrying a heavy fuel load for that deep rear to slap like that.
Yep. I'm telling you, the biggest thing that's one of the hardest things to do while you're qualifying is breathe. Good. Oh, got over the top of the berm. Lost it's like lift your hands and run out of gas. That's definitely what can happen because you're pushing yourself so hard. You got to see this once. Even though they're telling you what's right and what's left, you're trying to memorize the course and try to stay smooth even though it's complete chaos in the truck.
Nice and smooth here, and out on track in front of him is none other than Adam Householder, and of course behind him is Nick Whetstone. Now we were looking at the times yesterday, the TVs were around about that 6 minutes mark, weren't they?
Yep. Joseph just taking his time, nice and smooth, starting to work into it, not doing anything too crazy. Obviously that jump is not as kicky as it was for the side-by-sides because they got the longer wheelbase, so it doesn't absorb the whole takeoff when they get ready to go. So
this is Jerry Hurling now, off the line.
So it looks like we're going every minute and 30, or minute 30.
We should be getting the first times in here momentarily.
What I like is that I'm watching Bob sitting here. It's like watching my father-in-law watch a MMA fight. You're flexing, you're leaning to the left, leaning to the right. You're riding with these guys. You're not watching.
I know. I'm being a fan. I'm not supposed to do that.
You're like, you're leaning, like turn, don't go over that. No, I'm a fan, Bob. I'm watching you enjoy this race and reliving when you were in the car.
Oh boy.
When was the last time you co-drove, Bob?
Co-drove?
Yeah.
Well, you mean just solid co-drove? Because I swapped seats.
Okay. When was the last time you were in a race car?
There we go. Yeah. Now let's narrow that down.
2017. I took my son first in France. I said, if I could do that at the 50th annual when I'm 72 years old, that's badass enough. Get out of the race car.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's the bad man himself. It's Mr. Ryan Arciero. The man who could have won this race on so many occasions. Incredibly fast, incredibly talented.
Well, and he comes from a great heritage. He's got his uncle, Awesome Albert, as well as Butch, Frank, his dad. So notice how hard he's jumping. He's a lot harder than the other guys, and it's not going down in the back. So he's running a light fuel load. He's got the balance of that truck, and watch, he is charging. So I really like what Ryan has. He has the back a little bit more support. It's not sagging so much in the back. You can see he's running one time.
But he's on the edge.
But if you talk to Awesome Albert after the race, he's going to go, you know what, Brian, I probably would have been 20 seconds faster.
Okay, we've got a finisher. Adam Householder has crossed the line with a 6:14.
So that's the index. Let's go from there, huh?
Yeah, 6:14 for Adam Householder as he crosses the line. Now, what's our fastest time going to be? I reckon we're going to be somewhere around about that. Ooh, where am I going to go with this? I'm going to go 5:59.
There you go. I'm going to say 5:45.
Wow.
Well, because we also have the all-wheel drive. So let's see if Jimmy's truck reacts the same as Ryan's, because Householder's was very low in the back. You can see it was sagging. He also had the two tires. We saw Ryan's was more perched up, a little more flat playing ground. But if you look at the attitude of Jimmy's truck, it looks a little bit higher in the back. So a little bit, I'm going to call it more racy, not so much old school where nose high. But obviously Adam Householder knows what he's doing because he's won this race 2 years in a row. Once again, these are just my opinions, so you can disagree. That's fine. Right, Jim?
Absolutely.
I already told you were right once.
Oh, no, I'm not asking. Did you notice I didn't say Bob?
Yeah, I did. I can't pick that out.
Okay, here we go. It's Jimmy Johnson off the line here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Land and stick, two of them.
Very balanced, very balanced.
He's looking
Land
strong.
and stick.
There you go.
Tell you what, he is quick right now.
Oh, no. I mean, you don't win 7 NASCAR championships by being slow.
Look at the lines he's taking, too. A little bit different lines than everybody else.
Well, he comes from a motocross background. So when he was a little kid, I sponsored him on 80s and 60s. And so that his roots are riding motocross and reading dirt. So he definitely knows what he's doing. He's going to jump right back in. That truck looks fantastic as well. Cutting the corners right, cutting that corner. Not too hard on the berm, doesn't go out wide. Great job, Jim.
Okay, I got some news. Nick Whetstone has let me down. Nick, you've let me down. 6 minutes and 15 seconds and goes into second place.
Oh.
Yeah, it's surprising. So whether he had a problem out there on course or whether this is tactical, let's not forget the weather plays a huge part to this race.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that, Jimmy Johnson, road crossing jump.
Nice and smooth.
Gotta say,
Ooh,
this
look at
car,
that.
this car looks really switched on.
Jimmy has got a great pace going right now. I'll be honest with you, I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised I'm not surprised how comfortable he is, and he's not overdriving the vehicle. Everybody blew that turn out a little bit. Somebody like Duncan in there that knows what it takes to put Luke McMillan up front, and so that's going to help him quite a bit.
So this is Tim Hurst in the 19 car. 119.
Technically, I found out yesterday this is not Tim behind the wheel, it's Tim's son Thor. So Tim, he's going to be doing the first 2 laps. Tim's going to be doing the second 2 laps. I guess according to Tim, he wanted, they had the bad accident previously. He wanted to get his kid back in the saddle sooner rather than later, and so he's out here qualifying and be starting tomorrow.
Yeah, we saw that at King of the Hammers. Took a nasty kick. No fault to the driver, just a rough bit of dirt caught him out. Okay, now we've got Joseph Hurling crossing the line, and he comes across the line with a 6:44. So around 30 seconds off our lead car at the moment.
Well, when we're watching Jimmy, I like how that he's not fighting the car to stay on line. So if he does like their little bicycle, if he lets it go offline like that, he's not hassling himself. His hands aren't all over the place. He's not jerking the wheel back and forth. He's just keeping momentum. So really, really good job watching the 84 truck as it goes. Once again, a little bicycle here and there, but a great momentum by Jimmy Johnson.
Our next car that should be finishing out will be Jerry Hurling. I'm expecting a very similar time to Joseph Hurling, with Jimmy Johnson in hot pursuit.
Here we go, the man with the Ford and Chevy dealer in Las Vegas, Steve Oliga. Steve is one of those guys that supports racing. His son Jack is an unbelievable stud in his own right, won the championships, so keep an eye on Steve. He's one of those guys that you got to keep an eye on all the time.
Yeah, and I caught up with Steve yesterday for a good half hour on Fremont Street. We talked about all kinds of things, but he's going to be doing the first 2 laps tomorrow. His son Jack's going to be doing the second.
Gotta say, loving the new livery. Looks absolutely fantastic there.
Steve's recovering from an injury.
Yes. What was it? I believe he hurt his back last year.
Oh,
well, that's right.
I can't remember what race it might have been.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for a truck, either Ford or Chevrolet, you're in Vegas, go see Steve Oligas. He'll hook you up.
Family Ford.
Yep.
And Jerry Hurling crosses the line in a 6:55. And next coming across the line will be Ryan Arciero. Now, what is Ryan going to do? We've got Adam Householder as our fastest qualifier at the moment with 6:14. I'm expecting Ryan to be around about 6 seconds faster, maybe even more.
It's going to be Paul Krause.
Driving a whole truck with 4 tires.
Yep. So Paul used to have a UTV team, and he was driving that for a long time. And he's one of my students. So he was the driver that I was just out working with on Wednesday, and he's really stepped up as we're watching. This is going to be Thor Herbst as he works his way through. So great job for the Herbst family to say, hey, you had a crash. Don't worry about it. Let's get going. Let's take a look at Ryan Arciero as he gets to the finish. Jim, let us know the time.
Full commitment there. And Ryan Arciero crosses the line in a 6:23 and moves into 3rd position.
Really?
Now, I was not expecting that. What a run from Adam Householder.
Yeah, he put it together in the other things, which I got to eat some of my words. I mean, the way the truck was laying low in the back, maybe all that extra tire and that extra weight was giving him the traction that he was looking for.
Yeah, and this is Paul Krause now out on line. This is Jimmy Johnson.
Going to be bringing Jimmy home here.
I really like where Duncan has him going. So he's like letting him know to cut this turn, open that turn up. Notice that he's not killing the berms, getting everything straight, keeping that momentum going forward. So I'm looking, we could see Jimmy Johnson on the pole, ladies and gentlemen. So great job through the berm, didn't overdrive the middle, good traction coming off. He's on it. JJ is on the move. So Kathy, if you're listening, your baby boy is ripping right now. Also Shani and the girls. Be proud of your man. There you go. Look at the hands. Correction, but notice how his hands are just soft. He's not gripping the wheel hard. He's feeling the reaction. He's correcting. He's doing what he needs to do. Little correction there. Back straight when he lands, but eyes forward. And then look at Duncan. Constantly
Duncan is
talking.
busy.
Yep.
Good. Right behind airplane. Keep it on. Good.
Here goes Justin B. Smith with the Tracy Graff. Now this is the first 4-wheel drive.
I think we have Jimmy's audio.
Yep.
Now is that Vincent Gloss?
Yeah, Graff. Tracy Graff. Turn right before the finish. Damn.
Oh, Jimmy. That's just embarrassing. Oh, man.
What a rough one for Jimmy. Had a phenomenal run going.
The Mint 400 does things.
Well, I hate to say it, but I said going from racing desert to the short course berms, it's a different thing, and it bites you. So that's what happens. You have that 180 turn. He flicked it in. The berm got a hold of him, and he didn't quite catch it. So, but you know, here's the good news. One is they're okay. Two, the truck is fine. There wasn't a hard hit on any of the corners. Jimmy's getting himself out. Everybody's okay.
He's getting out.
He's going to go make sure Duncan's okay.
Try and get Duncan out. You know, it's uncomfortable when you're upside down unstrapping, too, because there's a big boom when you drop.
You got to figure out how am I going to land this deal.
Well, yeah, you have to slow down. You go, okay, support my head. Don't undo it. If you undo the steering wheel, don't take the steering wheel shaft in the gooch. I mean, there's a lot going on. But the first thing you do is make sure that your power's off, all the everything's off. The truck's going to be fine for tomorrow. The good news is the 190. Actually, the race shop's in California, but they have obviously enough support here. So tough blow. And I have to say, this happens, folks. This is what happens.
It does.
And Jimmy was running phenomenal. Duncan was doing an absolute perfect job. It's one of those things. I've flipped so many times. I can't even begin to tell you. You know that this happens. So tough deal. Tough break. But actually,
it's part of racing.
I'm trying not to cry right now.
Yeah, it's part of racing. And the thing is, we all sit there watching it, and you think to yourself, hold on a minute. Let's just remember this guy's pedigree. He's raced all around the world. He's won multiple championships. And it can still happen to him.
And so our producer just made a good point. That see, now these guys are slowing down, so they're probably going to put Thor back out.
Yeah.
So this is going to be great for him. He just got to go drive hard, and then now he gets to get another run at it. So they'll stop everybody on the course, get him back, and start back over again. So
he's got a pre-run lap at speed.
Exactly. That actually happened to me down in Mexico. Ryan Arciero had a problem and got stuck on the course, so I was able to get basically 2 parade laps. People didn't like it, but I loved it.
It doesn't matter what they think.
Yeah.
Rules are rules. But it's also going to be a rerun for Vincent Gloss as well. We saw him go out on track. And, you did call it as Tracy Graff, but I think it was Vince that was going out there.
Yeah, Justin Bean Smith. You know why they call him Bean?
I have been told this in the past.
It's not because he's a Mexican. It's because he looks like Mr. Bean. The pride of England. So all right, let's take another look. So now Jimmy comes in, and now he turns in a little early, flicks it. As it comes in, the back hits, and then all of a sudden hooks. He turns into it, but it happens so quick and so violent. 1, 2 and a half. So tough blow for Jimmy. But as I said, no hard hits on either of the wheels. So get in there, finish your lap.
A great demonstration of nothing bad happens slowly.
Yep. So Jim, talk to people about what you want to do after a truck's been sitting upside down before you just fire it off.
Well, it's not his truck, so I'll just start it up.
All right, I'll take the ball. So what you got to do is you got to turn it over without the power on, because you can vapor lock the motor and blow one of the heads off of it, because if the cylinder's full of oil because it's been sitting upside down or fuel. So what you want to do is turn the motor over, let it pump the fuel, let it pump the oil out of it. A lot of times you're going to see a big plume of smoke. So what that is is that extra oil. So everybody, including Steve Olagus, get another shot at this.
Yeah, I think there's going to be at least 3 cars that are going to get a rerun off of the back of this.
Yeah, it's a tough break. Yeah, there's that plume of smoke Ricky was talking about. He's going to get this thing finished up. He's going to have to start at the back of the pack tomorrow. That's going to be, could be good or bad, Ricky.
Honestly, I think it's a good thing. You know why? Because it's going to hold him back. He doesn't get a chance to run with the guys that do this all the time. So now he's going to have to work his way through, pick his way through the field, and then he's going to give it to Troy. And that's also going to give Troy a chance to work her way back. Now, we've seen Bradbury in the limited race that's going on right now come from way back with all the different carnage. Sometimes starting in the back can be a good thing.
It can indeed. But as the action continues here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400, we're going to pop out for a short ad break while they re-rack the starters and runners for this qualifying session, and we'll see you in a minute.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that isn't fetid, them top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, they're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. What a day of racing it's been so far. We are racing for the limited classes. Brock Hager is our current race leader and is making his way out on lap 4 right now. But as we watch this is the qualifying for the unlimited races. Here are our current standings right now. Now it says that Graf is coming in first, but I think we're going to see Tracy Graf actually getting a rerun after that accident we saw where Jimmy Johnson put his car on its roof. And we're back off with the action once again. Now, Ricky, who do we think this is?
This is Eric Harden right here. So we watched, as I told you, he's very comfortable with that truck. It's an older ID chassis. And Eric is very, very comfortable with it. Watch how he's very quick to correct with his hands. That chassis is proven. It's won so many races, including the Mint 400. So keep an eye on him. Right now he's off to a good start. But the guy out in front is looking for number 3 as far as two-wheel drive, and that's Adam Householder. But Tracy Graf with Justin Bean Smith was able to get him by a couple seconds.
Yeah, now we're watching that, but that time must have come in after the accident. So did they clear the accident and then he was able to go through and take that time?
I think he was right before. I think he was right. Well, actually.
No, he wasn't. Jimmy Johnson went out definitely before him. So we're going to have to see what happens. Now, it's possible that they actually cleared the course and that he was able to come in without being affected at all. But I'll keep you honest on that as I get more information.
Well, at this time, I'd like to welcome to the booth Mr. Cam Theriot. If you guys have ever seen a sticker that has Lucky Pollywog, this is our man. So, Cam, welcome to the booth.
Thank you very much, Ricky. It's great to see you. It's been a long time, and you and I have a lot of history together.
A lot. Yes. We won't get into all of it because we want to make sure that we don't go to jail. But, Cam, you have been around off-road racing. You are friends with everybody. I mean, the list goes on and on. Obviously, we just last year lost a great friend in Malcolm Smith. But you've been one of those guys that have been around racing forever. You got friends. You've supported racers. You've done a lot of great things. Well, we're straightening some stuff out here. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to go back. Eric Harden, you see that, gentleman? He just straightened out that ester and straight through the bushes. So we're going to see if that's going to be, legal or not. But we're going to see the track get opened up a little bit as we're going into Alexander Wagner. So back to Cam Theriot. So, Cam, what brings you out to the Mint? Obviously, you love the race. You've been here for years. But what brings you out?
Well, I haven't been to the races in a couple of years. I did the Nora race with Marty Field, kind of a good friend of ours. And this is the 40th anniversary of this race for me. I won the race in '86. I was first overall across the line, and then Larry Ragland, of course, lapsed my time by 8 minutes. Is there something wrong with the mic?
Yep, yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I wanted to come out, like I said, to see my old buddies, and Bob Bauer is a close friend of mine who's ridden in the BFGoodrich Blazer with me, and it's a great environment. It's a great race. It's a tough race, and this track actually, when I won in '86. In '85, the track was on the other side of Las Vegas. Yep. It was up by the Air Force Base at Nellis, and this was '86 was the first year to run this course, and it was tough, and it's, I think, getting tougher every year. I mean, it's just pitted out, and it's kind of frightening to think how far this sport has come, because the car that I won in had 185 horsepower, and the little side-by-sides now would leave it at... Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, Cam. We got somebody on his side. We can't see who that is. Oh, I think this is Harden, because he's got the 2 tires on the back, and it looks like if we get the drone around the other side, I'm pretty sure this is Eric Harden, who is over on. Yes, it is. You can see it in the front. Harden. They're getting out. They're okay, but that looked like it kicked in a very high-speed area. So we got a replay of it. We're going to come back to that. So Cam, keep an eye on this.
Here's a replay.
So. Up on board, getting moving. Oh, he's off course.
Wow, that was like a snap roll.
Well, so that's where I was talking about, how he was straightening out one of those corners. So notice where he crashed. He straightened out the corner and found a big dirt pile. So he was looking for an advantage, and that's when you can't pre-run that stuff. That's what can bite you. So Eric Harden is on his side. Tough break. So back, what was the car? What was the brand of car that you were driving when you won in 86?
The car I was driving was a copy of a Cheneth, and it was a home-built thing that I'd raced the Mint actually 5 or 6 times before, and always finished in the top 3. And we were very fortunate that year. Robbie Gordon was racing a buggy. He started 251, and I was 220. And by mile 30, he blew right by me, and the guy that was riding passenger with me, I said, "Don't worry, he's going to be getting out of that thing soon." And sure enough, he blew the transmission down the road. So that was one of my main concerns, was having to race against him. But we had a nice smooth race that year, and we switched every lap. And
who did you run with?
I ran with Greg Gaynor, the gentleman that built the car.
Got it. Okay.
And then my good buddy Larry Ragland came across the line in a single seat Porsche powered buggy and beat us for overall elapsed time. But
it happens.
Yeah, it does. It happens. But I've loved the people in this sport are all my best friends that I know in my life. And thanks to Ricky, I'm married to the most wonderful woman in the world.
You got to thank my wife Steph on that, because.
Well, yeah.
So a little backstory, people. So Cam took a fancy to a girl on Facebook, and he tried to reach out to her, and she really wasn't buying it, and so he talked her into a date, and her caveat was, "I'm not going unless Rick Johnson and his wife Stephanie go."
It had to be a double date, and so they were watching my hands the whole time, and we were fortunate enough to go have a nice dinner at Mastro's, thanks to Mark Post, and from there it's been wonderful. 16 years of marital bliss, and a bunch of grandkids, and.
So we're back, and we're seeing what's happening. You see Michael Scafuti had to slow down, so pretty much I think we're going to have to re-rack him again. So that's going to be here comes the safety truck to get him back on his wheels, but now they are going to be blocking the course. So right now they're going on the radios telling everybody, abort, and so instead of sending the guys way out here, because you can see we're quite a ways. This is the farthest point away from Prim. So what they're going to do is have the guys not cut the course racing-wise, but just cut across the course, get back into staging, and try to get everyone going. So
this cleanup might take a while too. There's a lot of shrapnel just laying around. I mean, unlike Jimmy's slow speed crash, this one, I mean, there's fiberglass and metal pieces all over the desert there.
Yep, and so Eric Harden started lucky number 13th, so that's a tough blow for him. So Cam, what are you up to now? You've moved to a couple different places. You were in NorCal, then you moved here, then you moved there.
Well, I'm in because my wife's one of her daughters had babies out in Charleston, South Carolina, so we have a new home out there, and I like it. It's very nice, but we kept our place in Orange County here in California because you can't beat the weather here, and we're kind of chasing our grandkids around. My son's busy on television, and my daughter's got 3 little boys, so we're just spending our time traveling and trying to see all the family as much as we can.
I was going to say that about your son, though. I mean, Max, he was a heck of a wheelman himself before Hollywood hit.
Yeah, he actually qualified second for the Long Beach celebrity race on the pavement, which was a miracle. I didn't teach him anything. He did some work with Al Unser Jr. Luckily, they didn't drink too much together. And but anyway, yeah, Max is quite a talent. I remember the year was 2007, I believe, when I raced open class with Malcolm Smith, and my son Max raced with Malcolm's son Alexander. Okay. And they ended up beating us. They finished, I think, 4th in class, and we were 7th in Class 1. But it was a peninsula run, and we actually got to go pre-running with Danny Sullivan. I had a great 4-seat pre-run car, and I told Danny, I'm not getting in as a passenger. You're going to be the passenger. And the minute we took off, he started pointing out every rock on the course. And I finally said, look, do me a favor, keep your hands on your lap. I said, if we get an Indy car, that's a different deal. But here, this is I've got a lot of experience. I first started racing in '77 and actually did Mickey Thompson's first stadium race, which was quite an experience. And along the way, I've met some of my best friends. Ricky and I have known each other now quite a while, and he still behaves himself. It's
I quit that a long time ago.
What, quit behaving? Or?
Exactly. Well,
okay.
I'm trying to get back to my youth.
Well, he's got a granddaughter now, and his son is extremely just ecstatic about it. I'm sure the whole family is. And
oh yeah.
Being a grandpa is a cool deal. It really is.
It's a very, very cool deal. So, hey, are we going to see you down in Nora?
I don't think this year. I got a few conditions with my spine I got to get fixed, and but they say it's not going to be a problem. It's not operative. It's all done through zapping the the nerves and stuff like that. So hopefully we can fix that. And if we do, by the time I get back in, I'll be 72, and that's fine. But I still got plenty of energy. And thank God, I've taken pretty good care of myself for the most part.
You look fantastic, bro.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
So I get to go run Nora with our buddy Mark Post. So we're talking back and forth about with Raglan and myself and Mark. So we're gonna run the Nora. So it's gonna be a good time. But hey, I want to get you back up to the VIP and enjoying this race. It's always a pleasure, Cam Theory. Thank you for coming by.
Thanks, you guys. I never met this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim Marsden.
Very nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you, Cam.
Yeah. You guys have a good afternoon, and I'm going to sign off. And
tell Max and your beautiful bride I said hello.
I will, yeah. My son's made quite a name for himself in Hollywood, and he's making more money than I can even count.
Well, but that's a good thing. And then, hey, get off your wallet and get down there and buy some Bad Boy Club merchandise from my wife. Come on.
That doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?
It has nothing. It has all to do with her, because I know if I said it's mine, you won't buy it. But if it's hers, you'll go dump the wallet.
Well, of course I will. Yeah, I get it. Well, I want to go down there just to see your gorgeous wife again. So
there you go.
All right, gentlemen. Have a great day.
Beautiful day. Thank you, Cam. Have an awesome day.
Thank you too.
Okay, right. Getting back to the racing now. So it's Eric Hardin now. Let's just have a look and see what's been happening for this last hour, because there is action all over this course. So here we go. It is 7 times NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson showing us the underside, the overside and underside once again of that incredible 19 Industries truck. Not the debut he wanted back here at the Mint 400. And there we go. Mint 400 winner Eric Hardin.
So what happens if you look where he crashed, the line of his trajectory, he cut that corner off, was breaking new ground, and found a giant mound. Who knows what caused it? It could be just the bushes catching the sand, but it flipped Eric. Definitely not lucky number 13 is where he was his qualifying position.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting move, because straightening out the course could be defined as course cutting and therefore could have initiated penalties. But these guys, they're looking for an edge. They're looking for a way of getting on the front row of that grid for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, but that's one of those things, man. When you make a mistake, so going back to watching the limited race that is out on the course right now. So this is the guys that are working their way around the backside. This is the notorious whoops around the corner. I can remember this, believe it or not, folks, from 1995. We raced in the other direction. This section of the course, once you see it, you remember it. And you can see how big those bumps are. And it's a completely different racetrack, Jim Martin.
Going down and you're going so fast and it narrows in, and there's a big gate with a fence, and you got to thread the needle through the gate, and if you don't get on the binders enough, you're going to get collected up in the barbed wire fence. But the interesting part is depending on the way the wind shifts and the lines that are run, every year either the right or the left could be faster or slower, so you never really know until after the first lap which is going to be the hot line.
Now, just watching here, you can see a car making serious ground through these vehicles. We're not a million miles away from seeing our race leaders come through this section. And I'm actually wondering, if we are actually seeing our race leader here, just in the foreground. Is this Brock Hager? The pace would be right. I'm being told that Caden McCachran is somewhere behind. So just have a look here, see if we can do it. So this is Caden McCachran that we're watching right now. So this is our second place car on course, and that means that must have been Mitch Guthrie who is behind Caden, who's going for a charge. Don't forget, Mitch Guthrie has to get past him. In fact, that is Mitch Guthrie.
Yeah, that looks like a Red Bull on the side.
That wasn't the Grape Ape. So you don't know that, Jim. There was a cartoon called Grape Ape back when we were little kids, and so that I just thought of when you look at Caden McCachran's car, it's got the purple livery on the side.
Right, okay, now, so who's this? Is this Caden McCachran coming through? Because if it is, it does mean that Mitch Guthrie has made the pass.
This is one of the stock class entries, kind of holding up traffic here.
Well, remember what I told you, depending on where you go, trying to get by these guys, even though they're going way slower, you can't see to get around.
And they kick up a lot of dust. Look at the dust coming out of the back of that big truck.
They're hitting the push to pass, but where are they going to go? They can't get off to the left or to the right because there's just rocks everywhere. So you just got to get up there, get close enough to see their tail light, make sure that you're in their tire track, and hope that you don't go smacking a big rock along the way. Here we go. Got off to the side. That is not Caden.
No, that is definitely not.
So got a couple of cars trying to get through here.
Well, and this is what we talked about. You know, with these other vehicles, and you're lapping and you're doing the different stuff, that could be the difference. We saw Ricky Brabeck lose the Dakar Rally by 2 seconds. How long do you think that guy was sitting behind that truck?
Yeah,
at least 15 to 20. So that's the kind of thing that could make the difference in this race. But right now, on corrected time, where are we seeing Brock Hager?
Brock Hager, I think he's somewhere around the race mile 50 right now, which means that he's approximately halfway through this fourth and final lap of this limited race at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And there's one of the new Segways.
Yes. It's always great to see new companies come into the mix. And the new Segways, I haven't seen a ton of them, but I've heard a lot of great things. So great to see them out here at the Mint 400.
Someone said to me, they said, oh, they're not very fast, are they? I said, well, you got to remember that all the fast guys are in Polaris and Can-Ams. It's like, get someone in there, let's see what happens.
Well, and the development, if you look at how many years, you know, my son was one of the, there we see Eric Harden's truck. You can see it broke. Did it break the spindle, or did it just DB the tire? So we can't quite see.
Yeah, it looks like a spindle to me.
It's like a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that truck, I don't know that we're going to get that thing functional for tomorrow.
No.
I have been fooled before.
Well, because that is what took the hard hit. Then that started the barrel roll. So that more than likely he broke that spindle. And so looks like we will not have, Eric Harden will not be going for his second win. Tough break. As Ricky Carmichael would say, I hate to see that for him.
It was a bold strategy.
And let's welcome back to the stage, Bob Bauer. How was it?
It was wild out there. Wild.
Did you see anybody?
Yeah, I did, actually. I talked to some folks that were saying, we have come from the Midwest. We're here on a trip. We've never seen anything like this before. It's amazing. So we're getting new exposures for new people.
Well, speaking of new people, this is Aaron Selico. Now, Aaron isn't new to racing, but the chap sitting next to him is. It's Ben Russell Smith from Triple R Lights. Now, this is pretty cool because I've known Ben since around about 2012, and I believe is the first ever British-owned company to sponsor the Mint 400.
Well, there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Well, this sounds like an invasion right now. We got you in the booth. We got them on the sponsor. So there we go.
As invasions go, it's a pretty timid one.
Storming the beaches of Normandy. Las Vegas, same thing.
Well, they got some sand. It's about as far as it goes. But so this is Ben's first ever time in a desert truck. And Aaron's just taking his way round. Ben's going to be in there for the first lap tomorrow.
All right, here we got Michael Scafuto, our defending four-wheel drive unlimited truck champion from last year. He did not win overall. Adam Householder did, but Michael Scafuto has done a lot of work with that. Is a all-wheel drive Brenthel truck. The balance of the truck looks a lot better than last year. It was a little bit low. It kicked him quite a bit, but right now got a good pace going. So let's see if he can put it up there in the top 5.
Yeah, he came out to King of the Hammers, had a fantastic time out there. Raced very hard indeed. Really nice guy. If you go and see him and see his car, he'll show you all around. He'll tell you all about it.
Well, he comes from the music industry, and so he's all about promotion, but not just himself. He's always trying to help out the other drivers and create events for people to come out and have a good time. If it's golf tournament, if it's a music festival, whatever it might be. And so he's one of those guys that just likes to help other drivers, and it's great to see him getting more and more comfortable behind that wheel.
Indeed. Now, Tracy Graff is still showing as our fastest qualifier with 6 minutes and 8 seconds. But I'm still a little bit confused by that, so we'll keep you honest on that as we come through, because I still think he had to have come through while Jimmy Johnson was on his side, and that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'll let you know as that unfolds. So this is car number 13, which we saw racking up earlier. This is Michael Fry.
Local out of Las Vegas.
And we've still got a lot of qualifiers here. No spare tyres in the rack for this one.
Well, and ladies and gentlemen, Robbie Gordon is changing his truck around, and he is always a threat when it comes to being on the pole. So, and with that all-wheel drive, as fast as it is from corner to corner, if Rick Geiser can cure that overheating issue, Jason Bean Smith and Tracy Graff need to look out, because that could be the guy for the pole position. Back with Michael Scafuto. He's got great support from Falcon Tire. And if you watch, notice that it's not as loose, meaning what I mean by loose is the back of the truck sliding around, because he's got that all-wheel drive, and it pulls him through the corner a little bit better than the two-wheel drive. So there you can see the times right now. And here's the thing, with all of these vehicles, wherever you qualify is where you start. They don't separate the classes. So right now, a four-wheel drive would be in the front. The rest of them are two-wheel drives. Then we have they call it the specs, the unlimited spec class, which is going to be the LS package. A lot of times, Jim Beaver, they finish higher.
Well, yeah, they do. And obviously they don't have the raw horsepower, but those trucks are so dialed. Especially, we can go down and, you got, the Herbst trucks are so solid, that package they've got there from 1.9 and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, the spec trucks, they're not going to be, raw speed right out of the box, but it's like over the course of the race, they just get so consistent. They work so well that by the time, the chips are down at the end of the race, they're right in the mix.
Well, and I think it's because they're driving it at 70 to 100% throttle, where these guys with 1,000 horsepower, they're like at 20 to 40%, and they're just blowing the tires off of it.
And the suspension is essentially the same.
Yeah, suspension's the same, but what they're doing is they're riding it harder, and that's a lot of times you'll see in motocross and supercross, depending on the riders, the 250s can be faster because they're easier to stop, you drive them harder, and you're not breaking the tires loose. So it's going to be interesting, because some of those spec trucks are going to be up there in the top 10. I'll almost guarantee that.
And that looks like Terry Householder there, getting ready to go.
Yep.
In the 224.
Well, we got Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, maybe I got that wrong, actually, because that's certainly not Terry, that's for sure.
No, that is not. Terry's in the back. He's back quite a ways.
Yeah, it looked like his car just from that distance. Which would make sense, as he's running in the limited, or should I say in the 6100 class.
This is Bill Apgood here. This. Good looking old truck, though.
Yeah.
Love it when they use the vintage bodywork. It's like the Eisenhower truck.
I love that Eisenhower truck. Between the look and the sound, makes you want to stay in the desert.
I love the fact that the Eisenhower truck is still actually a door slammer as well.
Yes. Well, and take nothing away from those guys. The Eisenhower boys drive the snot out of it. I mean, they drive that hard. So, and they got it working very, very well. So what they got, motor package, chassis package, shock package, tires, they got a complete package underneath them.
Yeah, just looking here, Alex Wacker crossed the line with a 7:10. Shane Lewis crossed the line with a 7:03. So solid run there. Didn't see Tim Hurst go out there. So this is Aaron Selico here, making his way around with Ben Russell Smith next to him. So Aaron making his way around here. It's a beautiful looking truck. Saw this in Fremont Street yesterday. He's making his way back round. And we've already had so much action on this course. We saw Jimmy Johnson taking a tumble early on, and so same as Eric Hardin as well.
I think Eric Hardin's not coming back, and Jimmy is.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, Jimmy, he crossed the line. 11 minutes, 14 seconds.
No, he rolled on that corner there, didn't he?
Yeah, that's the corner he rolled on, right at the finish line.
He did record an official qualifying time.
So now Michael Scafuto made a lot of ground on the other drivers. So here, these are the first two back. Yeah, 90 seconds apart, and he was right behind him. So we should see Scafuto up there pretty high.
Yeah, just waiting for Michael Scafuto.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes into second place in class and 5th overall.
That is a great run for him.
Yeah, so Michael Scafuto laying it down there with a 6:28. So our our fastest qualifier right now is Tracy Graff with a 6:08.
So I just got a call from Robbie Gordon. He's like, "Are they done qualifying yet?" I'm like, "Nope, they're still going." He goes, "All right, we're still working on it." So him and Rick Kaiser are hard at it, trying to get that truck going. And I just told him, "Hey, man, I think this course really plays out well for him because there's not a lot of huge bumps, and because when you get to stuff like San Felipe for that two motor truck, that's a lot for it to handle. But when it comes from corner to corner, that thing's a beast."
So tell everybody, why is it a lot to handle for San Felipe?
Well, that's a lot of moving weight. I mean, the truck is obviously very heavy, and so when you get those giant bumps, those bumps are sometimes, it sounds ridiculous, but 3 to 4 foot deep. I mean, they're massive, and it's just so rough, and so and also the dirt is very, very hard. So for Robbie, it's hard to throw it around. So
we just saw the number 8 car there out on course, and that would be Todd Wiley.
Todd Wiley, he's been around for a long time. He comes in and out of the sport, hits up some big races here and there. Used to race Class 8 way back in the day with his truck.
Same truck.
Yeah, and then he converted it, Frankenstein, into a unlimited truck. So it's been around for a long time, and Todd's got a lot of seat time behind the wheel of that.
He knows how to wheel that truck.
I think
I'm not
Todd's
sure
the only
competitive with this field.
No, but I think Todd's probably the only guy on the planet that could wheel that truck. I think it's definitely, if you look at it, it's he's very comfortable behind the wheel.
Like an old friend.
So this is Michael Fry making his way back into the short course. So let's see what we've got for Michael Fry. No spares in the rack there as he makes his way around there, taking it nice and steady. He saw the videos. He saw what happens. So he crosses the line there. Michael Fry goes into 11th position overall and 9th in the two-wheel drives with a 7:23. A solid run there.
Respectable. Now, is that Dill Dardell?
So Big Booty Judy, she's out there doing what she does. One of my favorite trucks.
Hey, Dale's going to be quick.
Now, can he be the man who can upset this? Look at the roost coming off the back of this car. So that's number 44. That's Bill Apgood coming on in.
Bill got a good pace going. A little swapping side to side.
Yeah, looking real solid there. I think that's going to be good for a top 8. Let's have a look, see where he goes in there.
Ricky, I see that little kick at the end, and I'm thinking that's going to get a kicker for the day.
Exactly. Well, because it's getting deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
Now we call this truck Big Booty Judy because he mounted the tires so far back, and so what that does, it puts more weight, more leverage, and more traction, and that's the thing that we saw Adam Householder. But the Dale is one of those guys that builds the truck, drives the truck, does everything to it, and it looks like he's got that thing going.
Bill Apgood crosses the line in 6th in class and 8th overall. So a solid run there from Bill with a 6:46. Now Dale Dondale, he built this car a little bit wider, a little bit longer, and this was his answer to the four-wheel drives that were coming out a few years ago. Well, had some bad luck, but he was running some innovations with the new ring and pinions for the rear gear. Didn't quite work out for him, so it's great to see him out here racing.
There's Reese Milne and the Jackal.
A lot of different theory that went into that Jackal with Reese also.
Totally counter thinking everywhere. Is light.
Well, okay, guys. We have a good idea. So share with us. I'm going to go first. Beaver, what are some of the things that's different about the Jackal?
Well, it's extremely lightweight, just the theory behind everything. I mean, it's all-wheel drive too, correct? And then,
correct, yeah.
And then he's running, he was the first guy to take one of those. He's running side-by-side wheels and tires on it for the real skinny, tall tires.
Yep.
And, there's just so much different about it.
So this is Eric Connor. This is getting a rerun. We saw him catching up there with Eric Hardin earlier on.
As I said, I love that body. I love the old body style.
Yeah, so he crosses the line. And Eric Connor crosses the line in 10th position and 8th in class with a 7:01.
The looks of the car kind of remind me of the early Chennas.
Yeah.
The Arrow they made for Phil Blurton.
I love the flames as Brent Venstra goes off the line. Now, if you're going to have a truck, have flames. That's what I always say.
Flames always look fast.
They always look fast. I've got Hot Wheels.
It's like I will always say the old FabTech trucks, the blue with the big flames on them,
Yeah.
those things are always a thing of beauty.
And crossing the line there, that is the number 8.
Wiley.
Yeah, solid run there. He looked quick as he came to the finish, and he was 6th overall and 4th in class.
Not a bad run for Todd Wiley.
Exactly. That's a 6:37, so very fast indeed. But our current fastest runner is Tracy Graff, which was, of course, Justin Bean Smith at the helm with a 6:08. And that is the 66 of Chris Hirsch there, waiting to get started. We're making our way down through our qualifiers here at the Unlimiteds. So I'm keeping an eye on the limited races. We're keeping on with our qualifying here for the Unlimiteds. I can tell you now that Brock Hager is still leading out front. And he's around about just over the halfway mark round on that 4th lap as we watch Chris Hirsch going off the line in that 66 car. Amazingly well turned out. Saw this one in Fremont yesterday. It's just stunning.
All right, Tracy Poole just coming in on the finish. We'll see where Tracy Poole with a great run, actually in 6th place. So with a 6:31, really good, right behind Scafuto. So that 5th place for Michael Scafuto, he's got to be really proud with that. He's learning the all-wheel drive truck better and better. The crew is getting more experienced, and so really proud of what he's developed into as far as the driver and the team, because we joke about, there's no I in team, but there isn't a driver. But if you don't have a team behind you, Bob, it takes everybody. It takes a village to win an off-road race.
And they don't just start doing it on the day of the race.
No.
That's months ahead.
Exactly. You start winning the next race as soon as you cross the finish line. What are you going to do better? What are you going to change? What were you strong? What were you weak?
We used to tell guys that, you come to the start line having won the race. And all you can do after they throw the flag is lose it. The trick is to lose a little less than the other guys.
There you go. Is that Big Booty Judy?
Yeah, that is Big Booty Judy.
Where did he come in?
4th.
It's a 4th place for him. And he comes in with a 6:23. 8 seconds behind Nick Whetstone. It's a great run there from Dale Dondell. Now, we were sitting there going that these guys are going to be running sub 6 minutes, but it doesn't look like it. And check this out. This is our race leader in the limited class race. This is none other than the man himself, Brock Hager.
as he works his way down thumpers, picking to the right side, to the left side. But look at the pace. Very smooth, very fast. I mean, there's a reason why. You can see what that's hanging off the back. That's just the mud flap to stop the roost from hitting, tearing up the CVs. And so what happens is you get going so much. Holy cow.
He is moving. I mean, it's full tilt. That's not normal for a side-by-side, let's put it that way.
Well, and he's kind of short coursing it because you come in, you go, I can time this, I jump that, I roll this, and so you got to mix and match. You can't just get on top and bang through all of them. So Brock Hager's showing what he does best.
It is indeed. And when you're racing Brock Hager, how do you counter this? How do you come up with a solution to beating Brock Hager? Because I don't think anyone's got an answer right now.
No, they don't. But it's a whole package. Polaris has done a great job. Travis Clark is doing a great job managing that program. And for them to step up and go, we're going to sell complete race cars, I think it was a great move by them. But when you have guys like, obviously Brock and Caden and the different guys that in there's so many that they make the cars look good, but the cars are great themselves. So you just have to go, what can I do to be 1% better every race? And then you got to get into the ballpark with Brock Hager, which is very, very difficult. And then that's when you worry about beating him. But first you got to be within a couple minutes of him before you even think about that.
Doesn't hurt to study your competition either.
No,
People
do what he
learning
does.
From Brock, watch what he does, figure it out.
He crashes in practice. I'm crashing in practice.
Yeah. Must be good.
I'm serious. I do everything that he would do. I go, what do you eat? What do you drink? How much do you sleep? I'd try to do everything I could to take what I could from him, but once again, he's just a great talent.
Yeah, this blew my mind. So Brock Hager went out to Dakar. He raced for 14 days. He won Dakar by over 4 hours to regain the title for the second time. He came home. Do you know what he did the first day he got home after a 16-hour flight?
He went to Maria's Mexican shop for a carne asada taco.
Now, you and I would have done that. No, he went out testing.
Yeah.
This is Andre Lauren here. OTSFF, been around for a long time, run a lot of spec truck. Used to have a Canadian motocross team.
Yep.
He's just a really good guy, and he's one of those that slowly has been, working his way through the ranks. Now they're in the unlimited truck class, but good to see him out here.
All right, here's the Jackal. See what it comes across with.
Big jump there.
Next up to start qualifying should be Robbie if you got that thing fixed.
Well, but I don't know if it's ready to go yet.
I think it just crossed the line in 17th position.
Okay.
So right now our fastest qualifier in the Unlimiteds with a 6:08 is Tracy Graff, being driven of course by Justin Bean Smith.
That looks like a Serapis car.
So we didn't see Robbie Gordon go off, so did he miss his spot?
I'm guessing yes.
So if Robbie missed his spot, there's a chance that Robbie and Jimmy Johnson are going to start right next to each other at the back of this field. Tell me that in a storyline.
So I believe that this is Kyle what we're in board with right now. So this is Carl McMullen in the Class 1.
So is that Connor's younger brother?
Your guess is as good as mine on that one.
Jim Beaver, do you have a copy on that?
What's that? McMullen?
I don't believe it is.
It's not? It's no relation?
No. I think there's just Connor, and that's it.
Okay, got it. Well, just because Connor used to race in Class 1, so I thought, well, maybe it's... It was a guess at best.
Oh, keep it up.
We like guessing.
You might get it right.
There we go.
There's the Serapis entry back there we were talking about.
All right, here's Mikey Lawrence as he works his way out onto the track.
I want to talk about another guy that's just a good guy.
No, the Lawrence family, I got some history. His dad, man, I'm aging myself. His dad, Mark Lawrence, we were on Team Yamaha together in 1981. So we were both pro support riders. He was the 250 rider. I was the 125 rider. Yeah, believe it or not, my big ass was riding 125s at one point. I was 16. So, but yeah, so we were teammates, and it's great because the whole family. I raced against Clay in the Legends class. Also, Steve Lawler is always in that seat with them. So, but a bunch of good family, and they get after it. And Costa is the one that looks after that truck. So, Mikey's one of those guys that could definitely put it up there.
Yeah, so Bob and I were talking earlier, Ricky, I don't know if you caught that, but so Robbie Gordon didn't make his spot.
Yep.
And Jimmy Johnson obviously had issues. So we may see Robbie and Jimmy at the back starting side by side.
Well, actually, no. Jim
fighting like kids.
Whoever missed, because Jimmy still had a finishing time. It's 11 minutes. He's way off the pace, but he did finish.
It might be good enough for last place.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here goes. I don't know if this is Brett or Christian, but this is Brett Serapis.
Yeah, I believe this is Brett, yes.
Yeah, no, but I've just been told here, being passed this by Tiffany Stone, of course, our lady from the pits, that the last time he was driver of record was 2019.
That's been a while. But these two Serapis boys, very, very fast. They were in the Mason spec truck, and they were both champions there. Then they got into trophy trucks. They're both really fast. So...
And they're second-generation racers, so they've been around it almost all their lives.
Yeah, despite the fact that they have Steve as a dad.
Yeah, sorry, Steve.
I think they've been doing some side-by-side racing as well, and, just can drive just about anything in the desert.
Well, yeah, and as you were saying, Steve was one of those great racers in Class 10. I actually got second to him in the Mint. I think it was in 1992 or 93 or something like that. So I got second to him, and was very, very fast in a Class 10 car.
And that's Carl McCullen there crossing the line in 11th position and first in Class 1. Great looking car, that.
Yeah, it's not McMullen, it's McCullen.
McCullen. You are quite right. I do apologize.
That is definitely well. You said it right. I was saying it's not Connor McMullen.
Ah, right.
So we're missing an M in there.
Really? We were having a day of this. I said that you're right. Now you're saying I'm right. What's going on?
I think we're getting tired.
Well, look at Brett Serapis, though. This is a burner. Look at how quick he is.
Yeah. That's a Mason all-wheel drive. Straightening out that turn a little bit. Hopefully he doesn't find one of those holes. Good job. Little bicycle.
Look at that.
He's got a good run.
This is a solid, strong run for Brett. He's just hitting his marks.
Yep.
There's Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Vaughn. I think Vaughn's running that in Class 1, isn't he?
Yeah, so Vaughn Gittin Jr. is running his 5400 class Bronco out here in the Class 1s. So this is a Triton Engineering IFS vehicle, all-wheel drive, of course, which is the big difference for them.
What I love about Vaughn is he will race anything, anywhere, anytime.
Yep.
And I love that about him. He's just a driver, and he's very good at what he does. But I just love the fact that he went from drifting, which makes no sense, drifting to rock crawling. I mean, could you pick two different ends of the spectrum?
The cool thing about Vaughn is he switched off road. You talked to him about it. It wasn't like Ford threw a bunch of money at him and said, "We want you to go do this." Vaughn just was passionate about off road, and he started at the bottom. He didn't start in the premier class. He started at the bottom and worked his way up.
Yep, as we're back watching the limited races, we're seeing some of the side-by-sides as they work their way around. We can see we are at 6 hours and 40 minutes. So the guys are running very hard. I think this could potentially be Caden McCachran working his way back towards it. So these are the guys that are working their way back down Thumper. So I think this is Caden McCachran.
Caden's shown on my timer is in 7th place now.
Well, that's corrected time. But I think overall we should have him right around Mitch Guthrie because we saw Brock Hager come down through here a while back.
Well, we see into the third sector, we've got Brock Hager and Mitch Guthrie, the only two drivers that have hit the third sector yet.
Yeah, this is Mitch. Now, this is interesting because I'm seeing Caden McCachran as showing as not passing through. That means that Mitch Guthrie has actually made the pass on Caden. So big changes at the front of this race right now. Brock Hager crossed the last timing loop with a 6 hours and 27 minutes. Mitch Guthrie with a 6 hours and 34 minutes. But where is Caden McCachran?
Well, if we, Jimmy, you want to take a peek at the tracker and see if he's stopped
Already,
somewhere?
I'm already all over it.
All right, buddy. I got my Inspector Gadget over there. Don't let me down. You can see how rough it is. That's Mitch Guthrie in state-of-the-art Polaris Pro R, and you can just see the elevation up and down and up and down. Those bumps are like at least 3 foot deep.
You know, though, what I'm seeing, Ricky, is he could probably go a lot faster and skip over the tops, but this doesn't beat up the car. Notice how he's keeping his tires on the ground, always accelerating, always driving.
Well, the problem is that these aren't the long wheelbase like 4-seater cars. They're the 2-seater, so it's a short wheelbase.
Yeah.
So what happens is you fall in between each bump. If you get a longer car, sometimes that's what helps. We saw with Jim Beaver, you could talk about this. When we first started seeing guys doing unlimited side-by-side, they started stretching those things out, looked like a damn limousine.
Yeah, they were stretching them out, and then, it was because at the time the 2-seat cars were really, really short, and the 4-seat cars weren't quite as long, and then the 4-seat cars got really long, so then the 2-seat cars got a little bit longer, and so now we found this happy medium.
Yeah, okay, now I'm just looking back on my tracker right now, and I can see that Caden McCachran, he is running, and he is still moving, but he's quite a long way behind. Our leaders at the moment are around about 5 miles behind, and it does look like his teammate, Joe Tirana, has moved into 3rd position as they carry on through here. But we're going to keep you honest on this race, but we're going to pop out for a short commercial break here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, and we'll be back with all the action from the limited race and the unlimited qualifying very soon.
I got time to...
The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
Kyle Jurgensen throughout the last few years have really come into his own.
You want to come out with a bang. You want to win, and that's our whole goal, is to win every single race.
And this really showing people what Camberg and MagnaFlow is capable of doing.
This is the series to win, and I know Team Camberg really wants it, so I want to give that to them.
The excitement to see what a spec truck is capable of doing with the right truck, the right team, and the right driver, it's pretty amazing.
What's really cool is meeting one of our goals. One of our goals was to overall a race, which Kyle did at this race, and the whole Camberg team coming together accomplish.
Coming into this year, the truck now feels like it's my truck. Now when I drive this one, I know exactly what it's going to do.
The Mint 400 is going to be probably the biggest race of the year. Where else are you going to see 60 of these trucks? Probably 70 on race day. We're in Las Vegas, the weather's usually great, the course is gnarly, that's competition. I know Kyle, he only wants to win, we only want to win, so he's gonna, just like at Parker, set a pace, stick to his pace, and know what he needs to do as the laps start clicking off.
The 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstalk Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. and by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing.
And welcome back here to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. I'm in the booth. I'm Jim Beaver along with Bob Bauer. Ricky Johnson going to be joining us momentarily. Jim Marsden just stepped away for a brief minute as we get a glimpse here of our leader, that is Brock Hager. Number T96, and almost has led this thing wire to wire. Had a little bit of slicing and dicing there early on, Bob, but Brock Hager putting on quite the race here at the Mint 400.
The first lap was a seesaw. That's where they swap positions 2 or 3 times. The third lap, you can see he's probably got it in the bag if he doesn't mess it up.
Yeah, I guess probably the only misstep that Brock has had all day, and it wasn't even his fault, was in the first 30 seconds of the race. And ever since then, we haven't seen anything, out of his camp that was any kind of mistake. But look at this. This is him earlier on across that dry lake bed, and I think they were saying he was pushing close to 120 miles an hour in a side-by-side earlier.
Yeah. I mean,
that's just, to me, it's mind-boggling, the speed. But Brock Hager, obviously, what we've seen him accomplish the last couple of years is nothing short of extraordinary, as he is looking like he is in a very solid position to bring this home and take home yet another Mint 400 victory.
This is the big old solar field here just adjacent to the racetrack. Nobody's racing in there, but we're racing on the outside.
Yeah. Well, and, this is the point in the race here where as he's bringing it in and you're a driver and, you're very close to the finish, you start smelling all the fluids. You start hearing every creak and crack and groan of the chassis as we've got Jim Marsden back, and we're going to be joined by Matt Martelli as well. Well, it looks like we got to get Jim's mic tuned back in there. But, we got Brock bringing it home. Matt, joining us in the booth. How's things looking out there, Matt? Well, looks like Mike and Matt does it. It's just you and I, Bob. We're just carrying the show here, buddy.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not schizophrenic, and neither am I.
No, all good. But, we're getting a glimpse there. Yeah, once again of Brock Hager looking to bring it home. Mitch Guthrie currently in the second spot. Obviously, I think it's going to take a miracle here for Mitch to be able to catch Brock with a handful of miles yet remaining.
I don't know. Is that a speed zone? Because it ain't right. Yeah. He's going slow.
No, there is a speed zone there as you come in.
Oh, that's the power.
Yeah,
I got it. I know.
You got the split lane here, and there's
where you wave to your guy 2 miles behind you.
Yeah, that's where you high five your teammate. As we've got Jim Marsden back on the mic.
Indeed, it's great to be back on mic. And, of course, we've got none other than Mr. Matt Martelli, the mastermind behind the Mint 400. How are we doing, Matt?
Well, it's a little dusty out there, a little windy, but fantastic. It's been a fantastic morning of off-road racing. It took a while to get all those cars. I mean, a couple hundred cars off the line. So, it's great.
It's absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm just looking back down at my tracker, and we've been talking about racing and everything. And let's be honest, Brock's been taking this race away since about lap 3, but I want to talk to you about a race that's going on right now. Now, we have Phil Blurton Sr. in here earlier on, and we know that Phil's desperate to get on the podium and try to win this, but there's a battle going on for third place now. As Phil crosses our timing beacon with a 6:42, and he is less than a minute behind Joe Tirana, who's sitting in third place right now. So we really do have a battle for that third place position. And I believe that is Joe Tirana we're watching right now.
Yep, that's one of those factory razors. As Ricky said, they all kind of have their unique colorways.
Definitely.
Yeah, we were teasing them about looking like the Teletubbies, right?
I think that's a little unfair, but I see where you're coming from.
But they're very fast Teletubbies. Let's not take anything away from them, especially Brock. But Joe Tirana, new to the team, really, really fast guy. He's done well here at the Mint 400. He was in a different vehicle then, so I'm very curious to see how he does in his factory vehicle.
I like this with the Polaris factory train. They're not scared to change it up. They're not scared to give people an opportunity, and that's very important indeed. When they picked up Brock Hager, we've seen Brock coming through all the different disciplines of off-road racing, whether it be short course, whether it be pro lights, Yeah, anyway, we'll come back to that. I know what I'm trying to say, but it's not got the words aren't coming.
Well, so
yeah,
the kid's really good.
He's absolutely incredible. But to see him right now, this is just a masterclass after masterclass from Brock Hager.
He was so fast when we looked at him, going through thumpers and things like that. I mean, he's doing things in a side-by-side that you shouldn't be capable of doing in a side-by-side.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because when he came in last year and he started the pace that he started just like this year, I was like, he's not going to be able to maintain that. The car will come apart. And clearly I was wrong. The car's doing great. He's doing great. And he had a little bit of drama on that first lap. He had a flat, right? I think.
No, he lost the spare tire.
Oh, okay,
it popped right off the car, maybe a mile into the.
Yeah. They forgot to strap the tire down, and it just exited right out of the car, right off the infield jumps.
That's not good. I think the pit crew's going to be doing some push-ups for that one.
Well, it's going to work out in their favor as we get another shot there, one of the factory Polaris cars.
Well, there might be a forgiveness in there, Matt, if they win.
Of course.
There's jokes afterwards when you go ahead and win.
Well, it has to be. You can't let
this
people
is a great shot of thumpers, and you can see how people are taking different lines. There's an outside line there, an inside line, and neither one of them are easy. It's
good. He's going to
look at him.
Get them both
hanging it out there.
And
that car is set up.
Yeah, and that was we saw Brock come through here not too long ago, and he was doing the same thing, just skipping across the whoops. It was just remarkable how fast he was. I believe that blue car is that Ethan Groom, I think.
It is
in the blue
Ethan.
car?
Yep. That is correct. But this is our race leader right now. This is Brock Hager. He's through the speed section and he's making his way back down towards town, towards the main pit, and most importantly, towards that finish line.
You see him just lift that inner front tire, almost like a sprint car going around that corner.
He's just so in touch with this vehicle, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very comfortable in this car.
With the pace he's run today, it's going to be interesting to see how it stacks up against the Unlimited field tomorrow.
I was chatting to him yesterday, and he was saying that this is going to be the last race for this particular car, and he's going to be stepping into a new car, absolutely identical, for the San Felipe 250.
We may break that seven-hour barrier we've been talking about. It's going to be close.
Yeah, just looking on here right now, and we're at 6:53.58 right now. It's going to be very close indeed. This would be the first time we'd ever seen a UTV finishing inside of 7 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here we are. This is Brock Hager, the man who can. Two-time Dakar winner. Not only a two-time Dakar winner, he gave them a schooling, winning by over 4 hours. He went to King of the Hammers. He won there. He came to the Mint last year. He won here. And you wouldn't bet against him doing it again right now. Only a few short miles out from the finish line. There was drama this morning. Only a few hundred yards from the start. The spare wheel came off the back of the car. But Bob Bauer called it. He said, if you were going to have a man who was going to do the Mint 400 without a spare tyre, it would be Brock Hager. So this is Caden McCachran. Now, Caden has had a fantastic race, but he had some problems on this fourth lap. He went from second place down to fifth, and he'll be making his way into thumpers. And you were saying earlier about how well set up these cars are. They're just incredible, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, to think that this is where we're at now with these vehicles is pretty incredible. And the fact that, you can buy this car directly from Polaris and come out and race amongst these guys. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty cool.
Oh, it's mind-bending. If you'd said this is where we would be 15 years ago, you would never have it. Right, okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. This is Brock Hager making his way through the pits right now.
Trying to bring it home. Got this long stretch down pit row. Should we get the celebratory waves from...
And people will just stand there in awe. They just don't know. What do you say about this man? What hasn't already been said? It's just so impressive. It's almost impossible to understand how good this guy is.
And then for those that don't know him or had never met him, and they do meet him, and he's just so quiet, even-keeled, no flap, no nothing.
Yeah, and there's the finish line in the background. Now you can see there is Prim, there is Buffalo Bills, there's Prim in the background. This iconic setting for the Mint 400. Now, we were trying to work this out earlier. Is this the 53rd running of the Mint 400?
No, I think it's 56th, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
I can't count that far. I've only got 10 fingers and toes.
That's too many beers ago, right, Jim? Too many belching beavers ago.
Exactly. So he's just going to be passing here. Now, this is a great example. We were talking about this earlier, about how you can lose seconds on these speed control areas. Just got to be patient.
Yeah, you can't pass in the pits unless they're pulled over, so it's kind of...
Yep. And the 1450 at the moment is going, why is everyone waving at me?
Right. This is, he definitely made the highlight reel.
Yeah. Okay, anytime now they're going to be coming out the speed control area.
Yep, it does this little jog back into the short course, and then they're back on it here.
So I'm just watching the race clock. We're at 6 hours and 57 minutes. Here we go.
Look at that. 4-wheel drive right there. That's the pickup.
Now this looks to me like we're going to be under 7 hours. And I'm going to call this, I'm going to say it's the first time in history that we've ever had a UTV complete the iconic Mint 400 course in inside of 7 hours. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brock Hager, and he crosses the line with a huge jump here in Prim to be our unofficial winner at the limited section of this race at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Can this man do anything wrong?
Man, Brock is he's on another level. You know, and I said I compare it to what Mitch Guthrie was doing a few years ago. He ended up getting picked up by the Ford program, and, you know, now he's running the Raptor T1 Plus in Dakar. And I could see the same trajectory here for Brock Hager. You know, he's going to win some more races, but I think at some point you're going to get these foreign teams and some of these unlimited truck teams going, you know, we need this kid to wheel one of our rides.
Well, I think they're going to have to get some very big checkbooks out, because I think Polaris are going to be wanting to hang on to him.
Yeah, I'm super stoked for Brock. He really deserves it. He's put in the time, and he's definitely the man to beat. I mean, what an incredible run he's had over the last couple of years, and it continues.
Yeah, so here we go. This is Brock Hager, who's just crossed the line, unofficially in first position with 6 hours, 57 minutes and 56 seconds. Astonishing stuff. Yeah. So as we watch Brock Hager, he'll be making his way round towards the main stage. We'll be getting up and finding out about all the stories.
And, you know, Jim, just like so many cars that win, he looks so clean. Looks so empty, you know.
So we're going to come back very shortly, get Brock Hager down there chatting to Tiffany Stone. But before that happens, we're going to cut to a short commercial break. But do not go anywhere. There's still so much action coming here from the limited race and the unlimited qualifying at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Off-road racing fans, betting on the American Off-Road Racing Championship is here. AORC has teamed up with BetOnline to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on the premier North American Off-Road Racing Series. BetOnline isn't just another sportsbook. It's built for true competitors. Cutting-edge tech, real-time odds, and the best betting experience in the game. Now, the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Anderson gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
At Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best racing head-to-head. The American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Moments ago, we saw Brock Hager crossing the line to be the unofficial winner here at our limited race. But I've got some great news. He's right now chatting to our pit reporter, Tiffany Stone. Tiff, what have you got for us?
Thanks, guys. A big congratulations to you, Brock Hager. First physical driver over here for the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Still looking at numbers, still looking at things, but right now, unofficially, you are probably the first driver in UTV history to complete this race under 7 hours. Last year, you did it in 7 hours and 12 minutes. Now you are on a roll. We talked earlier about coming here, going for the back-to-back, but having a target on your back. Walk me through the 4 laps of today's race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm just very happy to be here. It was a long race. It was brutal, but you know, it's what you expect when you come here to the Mint. So overall, just super happy to be here. My Polaris Razor was phenomenal all day long. We had, you know, first lap I took off and I had my spare tire fall off right here in the infield. So I pretty much did a little bit at the beginning with no spare. So I had to stop at pit 1, get a new spare, a new strap, which is kind of a little time-consuming thing. So I ended up getting passed in the pit, and then, yeah, me and my co-driver, Justin, we just put our heads down, went and passed back for the physical lead, and then, yeah, we were just chugging along, and then, you know, coming in at the end of lap 1 to start 2, we had an axle eject, so we had to stop, you know, in the pit at the end of lap 1 there and change an axle and lost the position again. And yeah, we just kind of put our heads down and got back out front. And then yeah, we just kind of ran our race. The lappers and the other limited class stuff was pretty insane. So it kept us busy all day, kept us kept it very exciting all day. And you know, overall, just happy to be here with my Polaris Razor.
Well, I always like talking about lap times, and consistently you were around an hour 42 minutes for each lap. It did seem like you were getting a little bit faster and faster. Going counterclockwise for 2026, did that play a factor into your drive style, the method of your racing, or any of your pit strategy?
Yeah, I mean, the years I've ran in the past in a Class 10 car and a spec truck, it was going this way. So definitely felt like familiar, you know, and you know, last year it was fun also going the other way. So overall, it was it was fun. It's fun being here in Vegas, you know, here at Prim, racing the Mint 400. And yeah, I just got to give it up, you know, to Polaris RZR for such a phenomenal car. BFGoodrich Tires, I know they're a presenting sponsor here. So just happy to be here to see how we end up.
Wonderful. Well, we're still looking at numbers, but right now, officially, Brock is our first physical leader to finish the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Brock, we're going to get some more numbers for you, make sure everything's all good, but nice job. Congratulations. Once again, Brock Hager has done it for 26.
Amazing stuff. So, right, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mitch Guthrie crossing the line to be unofficially second here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Wow, what a race this young man has had.
It was a great race by Guthrie. You know, the funny thing is you see Brock completely cool, completely calm, no dirt on his face, no sweat. It's like, oh, I could go do another 4 laps of this.
He nearly smiled.
Yeah,
I saw that. He nearly smiled.
He almost did.
No, you can't take anything away from him. How does that race suit stay that clean? I have no idea. But Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Brock Hager, they are America's finest right now. They are doing amazing things. Both just come straight off the back of Dakar. And this is the future of off-road racing. These two guys are incredible.
Yeah, I'm stoked for Mitchie to come back and get a second place here. That means a lot. You know, he's had a little bit of a dry run here in America, so it's nice to see him back on the podium.
Yeah, just, you know, and the funny thing is he's doing so much with the Ford program and the Rally Raid stuff that it's like he was known as the side-by-side guy here, and he won everything you can win and how many King of the Hammers and Mint 400s. And it's like we forget how good he was in the desert. And you say, like, it's weird to hear a dry spell for Mitch, but the side-by-side stuff's become like second fiddle to him because he's, you know, he's the guy for Ford globally.
Right.
Yes.
Right, which is cool, but we miss him here.
Yeah.
Right?
We need to get the Raptor T1 Plus over here racing the Mint, Matt.
Well, there's a rumor. There's a rumor that it may be coming to Vegas Reno, so we'll see.
So here we go. Let's check out some highlights from Brock Hager today. Now, what a day this was. But of course, we saw him leaving the line and we're like, okay, this is going to be normal action for Brock Hager. And then all of a sudden, drama. That spare wheel falling off the back of the car. But you called it, Bob. You said if there was ever a man who could drive the first part of this race without getting a flat tire, it's Brock Hager. And that's exactly what he did. Then the team came together. They made the magic happen. They changed that, managed to find a tyre, get it in there. But not only that, this is the bit that blew my mind, is they had a spare wheel strap. Who carries those things? Remarkable. There they had to get back on track and chase down Corbin Leverton. Now, Corbin Leverton was punching hard out there on this track. We saw some incredible passing going on. But the way this Polaris works on this course, it really is a triumph of engineering. Right the way from the start to the finish, Brock has been the dominant force in the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. And he crosses the line to 2P here at the Mint. And where does the future lie for this young man? Who can tell right now? But at this moment in time, I can't think of anyone who can possibly beat him. And that's worldwide.
Yeah, I think he said it worldwide. He uses side-by-sides globally. He's the guy.
100%. I mean, look, it was really nice to see him go over to Dakar and have the success that he's had. But then, you know, really remarkably carrying it forward on all these different types of tracks, on all these different types of terrain. I mean, he's just dominant right now, and it's really cool to see.
That's the thing that gets me is that, you know, many drivers are really good at this, really good at that. There's hardly any that are desert, short course, you know, even rally style. And this young man seems to have figured it all out.
You say that, and I'm going, the only other guy I can compare him to would be Rob McCachran. And that's a statement when you start comparing Brock Hager to Rob McCachran.
Okay, just check this out. This is Joe Tirana, teammate, of course, to Brock Hager on the Polaris Factory Racer team. Now, Joe, I'm just looking down to see where Joe started. He started in 16th position today. So he's had a fantastic race. New to the team.
But not new to this track.
Absolutely. Did you like the way I left the door open there? So before we see Joe Tirana crossing the line, we're going to pop back down to RPT, Tiffany Stone in the pits, and she is with Mitch Guthrie. Tiff, what do you got for us?
Mitch Guthrie, it's always good to chat with you over here. Now, you're no stranger to the Mint 400. Looking back on 2021, first in class, 5th overall. Last year, 3rd overall. You did it in 7 hours, 25 minutes, obviously a lot faster. Unofficially 2nd right now overall for the 26 Mint. Walk me through your day.
Yeah, it was a great day. We started 5th, got the guy next to us off the line. We were in 4th, and eventually it started picking people off, and we were in 2nd, I think. We were behind Brock and had one little issue where we had to pull in the pit, so that set us back, and then we had to kind of make some moves to get back up in the pack. But overall, great day, very little issues, and I mean, it's honestly insane, the pace that we're running, and like lap 4, if you guys could see it out there, it's pretty wild. So what an amazing machine this thing is to even make it through that race at the pace we're going is crazy.
Well, seeing you grow up and obviously do tons of things throughout the world, see Guthrie Racing really expand and do a lot of things for you. What have you seen throughout the last year that you were able to take from racing all over the world to implement here at the Mint 400?
Yeah, I'm really blessed to be doing so many things. So first off, got to thank God for all the blessings in my life and being able to go race Dakar and be here and with my family and our awesome crew. So yeah, Dakar in the T1, the pace is insane. The whole time we're driving 120%. So we kind of put a little bit of that into the Razor, but they're a little different machines to drive, of course, but it's really crazy. I mean, we were pushing this thing 100% all day and 0 issues. So testament to Polaris and thanks to all our sponsors.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, I do need to say this. Congratulations once again to you and your wife. You're going to be a girl dad, so I love this. Girl dad for Mitchie. It's wonderful. We're going to still look at some numbers for you, but once again, congratulations. Mitch Guthrie right now, unofficially 2nd overall at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always great to see you. And always great to speak with Mitch Guthrie, of course. And just some of his highlights from his day out there on the track. These Polaris machines, they just deliver at a level that is quite remarkable, don't they? Day in, day out. First started watching Mitch Guthrie, and as we used to call him, Mitch Guthrie Jr. Let's not forget, his father was the GOAT when it came to racing UTVs.
In the rocks, for sure.
In the rocks, yeah. I think 6 or 7 King of the Hammers championships. It was big shoes to fill for Mitch Guthrie Jr., but he stepped up, but he didn't just race rocks. He's been racing desert successfully all over the United States. So here we go. So we're going to be cutting back to the qualifying in our unlimited classes later on and seeing where these guys check out.
Yeah, we still have quite a few spec trucks to qualify.
Yeah, I'm taking a peek over at spec truck qualifying right now. It's Kyle Jurgensen currently sitting on the pole.
That's not surprising.
No,
I was going to say.
Surprising. You know, we changed up the qualifying course a little bit this year to make it a little bit more technical. So it doesn't really favor the big motor vehicles, right? So you really got to drive it.
Oh, that's, we got to talk to Matt. I mean, obviously one of our big sponsors, but how about the package that Kyle Jurgensen's racing?
Oh, it's, that's one of the things that's really cool about this sport is it's always changing and always evolving. And, the Camber guys have built a fantastic truck. They've got a fantastic driver with Kyle. And they're doing development. They're doing development right now on a shock package and a brake package that's proprietary. And as you can see, it's working. When you watch these cars go through all the terrain, the Camber car is just incredibly planted. It's not, sliding all over the place or bucking. And, Kyle's smooth as silk, so it's going to be interesting to see.
Okay, now check this out. This is Phil Blurton, who's crossed the line unofficially in 3rd position, but we need to watch this because Joe Tirana obviously started in 16th position, so it's going to all be about adjusted time, and that is Caden McCachran making his way in down through the speed control zone right now. So Tirana is somewhere in between all of this now. Just looking back through, doing some quick math here. Tirana started in 16th position, and we saw Phil Blurton starting in 9th position. So something around about the 5 minutes between those. Actually, no, less than that, isn't it? 3 minutes, something like that. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
You know, ultimately, this is a timed race. So theoretically, somebody could come from the back and win it. Not likely, but it's...
well, we actually saw Cody Bradbury earlier on an absolute tear. Coming through, started in 62nd position and was holding holding the lead on adjusted time over Brock Hager.
Yeah, Cody is really fast, and he's one of those guys who hasn't had a lot of luck lately, but he's one of the ones that I knew could actually win this race, you know?
Yeah. Oh, his pace today was absolutely remarkable.
The level of competition in Pro UTV is just incredible. You know, I think the Pro UTV and then the Spec Truck class have the deepest fields of talent, you know, in the entire field of racing.
Very much so. And the thing about these guys is people talk to me about off-road racing. They say, oh, you know, these guys are professionals. And it's like, well, actually, hold on. Because the majority of the drivers, particularly in our unlimited class trucks, are guys who are fortunate enough to be in a position to be able to fund their own racing careers. However, in the UTVs, we genuinely have professional racers like Brock Hager, like Mitch Guthrie, like Joe it goes on and on and on. The list of people that are professional drivers in UTV, it's inspiring.
More than any other class.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that's really what's kind of special about what we have, you know, and obviously we've got Ford and we've got, you know, some involvement with Toyota and things like that. But, you know, you talk about factory level racing and what we're seeing in side-by-side and how people are making a living. I mean, you know, we've got more tire manufacturers, more wheel manufacturers, more everything in side-by-side racing.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ethan Groom, also a teammate and stablemate of Brock Hager, has just crossed the line and gone into 4th position unofficially. But watch out for Joe Tirana. Joe Tirana is somewhere out there right now, and he started back with adjusted time on his side. However, he needs to be crossing that line very soon if he wants to be traveling Phil Blurton. You know, in fact, I think actually it does look to me, I'm just looking here at the racer clock, and I think he's missed that moment. I think Phil Blurton is going to be on the podium.
Well, you know, I want to talk a little bit about Ethan Groom, too, because this is a very, very young kid. I mean, I've known Ethan since he was really small, but, you know, he kind of worked his way up through the ranks, through the NA cars, and got this opportunity at Factory Polaris, and he's become very, very fast. You know, and I think a lot of people at one point when he got this ride, everybody's going, we don't understand this, and now I'm seeing this, you know, potentially 4th overall here at the Mint 400. That's huge. That's a statement. That's a huge thing for a kid that's very young still.
Yeah,
but for his age, a lot of seat time.
And, you know, he's a quiet kid. He's very reserved. In it, started racing with you know, some of the smaller TVs. So, you know, even though he's young, he's had quite a bit of seat time and a lot of good people around him, you know, helping him come up. And that's what this community is about, is, you know, really fostering the youth to get out there and become the next champions.
Well, and, you know, and you talk about a kid like that, it's such a young age in this factory ride, and he's getting to learn from guys like Brock Hager. I mean, it's going to do nothing but elevate his career. Same with Caden McCacker, you look at his teammates. I mean, this kid, he's got a bright future.
He does indeed.
I'll tell you what I did find inspiring there was seeing Braden Baker making his way through the speed control zone. Let's not forget, I think it was yourself who said earlier that he had a broken drive shaft going out onto lap 4.
Yeah, he had a broken drive shaft, so he's been running this with a broken drive shaft this lap, and we thought he'd fall off the pace. You keep looking, and somehow he's sticking around.
Well, something that is worrying me, well, it's not worrying me, but Joe Tirana has not crossed the line yet. So I'm going to suggest that maybe he's got a problem out there, maybe a flat tire, maybe the car's broken down. We saw him come through the speed control section, and he was hassling Phil Blurton. There was less than a minute between the two of them. So real tough break there for Joe Tirana.
Yeah, back to Braden Baker for a second. Fantastic racer, you know, very young man, and I think he's just going to get better and better. And, you know, this is one of the unique things about races of this scale, is it's kind of being thrown to the wolves, and you really see if people can hang. But it teaches you a lot, because if you can come out and even get a top 10 at the Mint 400 with a field of 62 pros, right? Like Pro UTV 62 field, and you're top 5 or top 10. That's pretty remarkable.
Well, let's just talk about that, because Brock Hager, professional driver; Mitch Guthrie, professional driver; Phil Blurton, professional driver; Ethan Groom, professional driver, and then Joe Tirana, which we're expecting to see. But Braden Baker, he is a talented amateur, so to be along with those guys is incredible. But we're seeing here, this is Phil Blurton, but moments ago, Tiffany Stone had an opportunity to catch up with Phil, so let's see what he had to say.
Nice job, Phil Blurton over here. Earlier we had a chance to talk, and you said you were really looking for this win. Obviously, we're still looking over numbers. We just want to talk about your race day. But looking over this right now, starting for the 26th season, you walked away with a Parker 400 win, possibility to add more points to this overall championship. You did mention that you had a different co-driver as well for this race. You know, you've raced with Chris Williams 2 times in Baja, won those, so you guys had great chemistry in the vehicle. Talk to me about your day.
Yeah, it was good. It was a really fun day. I mean, that was probably the most battling I've ever done in a race before. I mean, back and forth. Cody Miller and I were out on the trail ride together for a while there. It was fun. I mean, we never got out one time. These are the same BFGs we started the race on and finished them. I forgot how brutal the 4th lap of the Mint gets. It's rough out there.
Well, talking about that, we switched things up, and, you know, does that change your strategy at all? I had a chance to talk to Brock earlier and Mitchie about it, and they said, you know, it changes a little bit, but you're a great driver, you know exactly what to do, and you're doing it right now.
Yeah, you're always taking these cars, right? And you're trying to figure out your fine balance of, like, do I save it for the end? How much can we beat on this car all day long and make it finish? And I don't know, this car was flawless all day, so it worked out.
Awesome. Well, we're going to still look at some numbers, but right now, hopefully Phil Blurton could add some more points to the 2026 championship. We'll see what's going to happen for you, okay? Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. So we've got more trucks that are making their way around. Now, some of these will be coming in to finish.
So this is interesting. This is interesting if he's coming in. That is a Honda.
Yep.
And that would be Jamie Campbell and Mr. Dakar there on a bike.
Yeah, so Caden McCachran has just crossed the line in 5th position unofficially at the moment with 7 hours and 21 minutes. Now, Caden, of course, is running in 2nd place for a majority of lap 4. So we still don't know what happened to Joe Tirana, of course, his teammate. But we'll be getting Tiffany down there chatting to Caden McCachran, son, of course, of the legendary Rob McCachran. And this is his backyard, isn't it? This is the place where he would have grown up wheeling.
Yeah, going out with Dad, having some fun pre-running.
Well, definitely. I mean, he's actually a 3rd-generation racer. His grandfather raced as well. And for the locals, they had Las Vegas Buggy, and one of the local shops that supported all the air-cooled cars.
I'm just looking here at the moment, so
trying to find Joe Tirana.
Yes.
You know, Caden is another young man to talk about. You know, just tremendous career already, and he's just got he's only in his 20s, so he's just got a huge career ahead of him, and really, really fast. One thing I'm really impressed about him is how mature his driving is. I think one of the traits that all the younger guys have when they first start is they're just going crazy, and they destroy a lot of cars. They have a lot of breaks, but Caden really hasn't had that. You know, even with the truck racing that he's done, I've been really impressed with the level of self-control.
Right, I'm just looking now, and I can actually see that Joe Tirana is in the main pits. So, I mean, he is less than half a mile from the finish line, so he must have a significant problem if they're holding him there. Tough break there, watching his teammates go past. But let's just talk about that. So we're talking about the Polaris factory team here. And so we've got Brock Hager, who's finished. We've got Ethan Groom. We've got Caden McCachran, also part of that same team. And Mitch Guthrie, by way of the fact that he also runs the same vehicle, part of that team. A remarkable feat.
Yeah, we got a glimpse there of the Segway, Matt. I mean, obviously we're seeing more and more of these manufacturers pop into side-by-side racing. It's great to have those guys out here.
Yeah, really cool vehicle as well. Stoked on having them out here. But yeah, it's really cool. Now we have Honda in, we've got Segway in, we've got Yamaha, Kawasaki, and of course Polaris and Can-Am.
Tell me about Segway. That's new to Bob. Is that the old Segway machines?
It's same company.
Same
yeah.
company.
This one's
transporters.
That's me. This is Mia Chapman here. Coming in, she had a problem on the first lap, broken tie rod. Spent about 20 minutes of downtime fixing the broken tie rod. Was able to get it back and nursed it in, and they swapped it and back out there. I think she's top 5 in her class right now, Pro Turbo.
Awesome.
Looks like Sarah.
What's a class 16 car?
Oh.
12. Yeah, this one of our 1600 cars out here.
Yeah, we had a pretty good field of 16s. About 9 of them came out. This is not a course I would want to do in a 16 car, just to be clear.
And the 16 car drivers love it. They love being beat to death.
Yeah.
They are cut from a different cloth. I will give them that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm always impressed with all the limited cars that come out and race. It's really cool to see them all out here. We love having them.
All right, so Matt, we got to talk a little bit about unlimited qualifying. Some of your key takeaways from watching that. Obviously, Jimmy Johnson had a burner of a lap going on until he didn't. But Adam Householder, solid lap. I mean, we have Brett Serapis, I believe, on the pole. What are some of your takeaways and kind of setting the stage for tomorrow?
Well, it's interesting because we have this really interesting dynamic happening. We have a battle between 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive unlimited trucks, and then a battle between all of those guys and the spec trucks. So it's going to be really interesting.
Okay, here we go. So this is Braden Baker making his way across the line. Now, Jim, you called it earlier that he actually went out onto that 4th lap with a broken drive line. So absolutely remarkable that he managed to get it to the finish line. And what a placing as well. Made his way up into 6th position unofficially.
That's a great finish for him.
Yeah, and I think at one point he was highest 4th overall with a drive shaft issue, but to be able to drive almost an entire lap with a broken drive shaft, that's
driving half a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. But such is the talent of these young gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm stoked for Braden. This is a really solid finish for him.
That's a good family, too, and, there's great to see them out here, and they've got some support, but they definitely don't have one of the factory cars. So to be able to throw down like they just did, that's something. And factories at some point are going to take notice of this young kid, going, yeah, maybe we need to pull him in here and give him a ride.
Isn't it interesting? At least by my observation, our off-road culture has been pretty steady state, and then UTVs entered, and they have really changed the face of our sport and our culture.
100%,
and the industry as well.
I mean, not just on the racing end or the top end, but the youth racing that we have now is incredible. And one thing I'm really proud of is, the guys that are out here winning today: Brock Hager, Mitch Guthrie, Groom, McCachran. All of them came up through this.
Well, it's funny. We talk about the legacies and how things have changed, Matt. I know you and I were talking about a week or so ago. We were talking about, Carl Renazetter's son, Augie, and Carl, one of the winningest short course drivers of all time, Desert Legacy, and his son started short course racing. And I noticed here at the your opening night party, Augie was there. I go, "What are you doing, Augie?" I said, "You pulling the dad's unlimited truck out of the mothballs?" He goes, "Nah." He goes, "We're looking at a desert program out here, in a side-by-side." And it's just funny because here's one of these guys with a huge family lineage, and they're looking at side-by-side racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really cool. I reached out to them after I saw Augie's performance at the core race. And excited to see the family back in off-road racing. Invited them out, and they're out here hanging out going, wow, we want to be involved.
Just got to pull this back quickly. This is Blake Wilkie who's just crossed the line. So Blake's had an absolutely fantastic day in the office today. Started in 22nd position. This guy is a wheelman, and he's unofficially 7th right now. But we're going to pop out for a short ad break. But do not go anywhere. There's still lots of action from this limited race and the unlimited qualifying here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. See you in a mo. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
Look at some of these shots these guys have been getting today. Absolutely incredible. I mean, this is one of the things that makes me happy personally, is seeing those big wide shots of the desert with UTVs racing through them.
One of the things I'll say about, Matt Media as we return here to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Matt, you guys are artistic at heart. You, your brother, the entire team at Matt Media. And the way you've presented and packaged off-road, it's like down to the graphic design, the artwork, everything about it. You've made off-road racing into an art form, and that's one thing I really appreciate, the way everything's packaged.
Yeah, well, it's really important to us. We grew up in this culture, and we grew up on all the graphic design and all the stuff we saw in the 80s and the 90s. The Rough Rider stuff and all the old cool ads. And that print stuff went away, and we're like, we need print stuff, and we need better shots, and we need more cinematic content because off-road racing is done in such a beautiful environment. And we love the juxtaposition between the violence of what we're doing and just the beauty and serenity of the desert.
Well, as the action continues here at the limited race of the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Let's not forget we're also qualifying today for the unlimited classes. And I'm just looking down right now at our 6100 class. In 10th position is Pierce Herbst. In 9th is RJ Stidman. In 8th it's CJ Hutchins. In 7th is Nick Eisenhower. In 6th is Stephen Beal. In 5th is Brent Fox. In 4th is Cole Hardin. In 3rd is Dustin Grabowski. In 2nd is Connor McMullen. And in 1st, of course, it was always going to be is Carl Jurgensen. But still, there's more qualifying going on here right now, and there's another car on course. These 6100 class cars, they just are astonishing, aren't they? And the differences that we've seen in this class since I've been coming here at the Mint. So right back in 2018, these cars had a 37-inch tyre. They were limited in other ways as well. And to see the growth of this class is quite remarkable.
Yeah, this class has grown quite a bit, and like we were talking about earlier, the talent in this class is just incredible. There's 10 or 15 guys that are just going to battle, and you really don't know who's going to win. Yes, it's hard to beat Kyle, but there's actually quite a few guys right there on his tail that can take a piece of him.
Well, earlier on to this afternoon, we saw Caden McCachran crossing the line, and Tiffany's had a chance to catch up with young Caden. Caden, or should I say Tiffany, what have you got?
Caden McCachran down here. Now, I know it's not necessarily where you want to finish. You did mention that you had a few little issues. Obviously, the Mint 400 means a lot to you and your lineage. 3rd generation over here. But you're looking at your teammates. Brock up front once again. We even got Ethan Groom over there. He was saying he was excited that this was his first year, kind of showing what he can do on the team. Let's talk about you, though, right now. Mint 400, 4 grueling laps, intense. You've got to take it all the way to the end, and I feel like you've done that this year.
Yeah, it was good overall. Yesterday we qualified 8th, which I was, pretty bummed about. But we quickly dug the hole out. We dug out of the hole that we made ourselves yesterday, and we were second on the road, coming in on lap 2. But that's what everybody says. Everybody was leading until they weren't. So I definitely wasn't leading. Brock was kicking our ass today, and that's all right. But we had a couple little issues going into the last lap and fell back a little ways. But it's always good to be at the Mint. My dad was racing a 12 car today. I've won this race overall with him. As for the limited race today, I'm so used to unlimited races. This is my 2nd year doing the limited race. Like, it's crazy. Like, the course doesn't get that chewed up. It just gets, like stutter bumps. But there's a, whole ton of limited cars out there, and we're just, like, trying to get through them. And there's crazy different cars you see out there. So anyway, it's fun, and it's always great to be a part of the Razor Factory Racing team once again on top. Got a good couple cars up here. Mitchie in one of our cars, and it's always good to see him. That car looks good with the Red Bull on the side of it. So, good to see everybody had a good run. As far as Ethan goes, yeah, congrats to him. I know he had some problems too, and Joe, same thing. They both had good runs, but it's good to have teammates for sure.
Awesome. Well, I just want to ask you in one word, really, how do you sum up the Mint 400?
I don't think you need to sum it up. You just got to come back next year.
I love that answer. We're looking over here for Caden. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Tiff. And now, there's a young man in the making right there, isn't it? I mean, he's got big boots to fill, but he's just rocking it. He's doing his own thing, and I love that.
Well, I love that they're having fun, right? That's what this is all about, is these guys are all big smiles at the end of the course. Yes, they took a butt kicking for sure, but, you know, they got to the finish line, and some of them are on the podium of the Mint 400. This is really, for many of these young guys, this is a career maker, you know? So they won this race, and now they get to go on forward in their career and use this as a basis to grow.
Jim Beaver, I don't know if you picked up on Caden's comment about Mitch Guthrie finishing in between. You know, it's he's not a team car, but they sold it to him. You know, and their program is about sell the cars, we build a race.
Actually, I just want to touch on that because Mitch has been a Polaris driver for many years, and I believe that this is a sponsored car to Mitch. I don't believe he's paid for it, has he?
Yeah, he is a full sponsored driver from Polaris. Yes, correct.
He's one of the actual few vehicles outside of the team where he actually gets sponsored the vehicles.
Yeah, I believe you've got Mitch Guthrie, Brandon Sims, and the Matlock cars.
Yeah.
And I believe outside of that, those are the remaining non-factory Polaris racing cars.
Yeah, absolutely. But our young lady, Tiffany Stone, she's back down there and she's grabbing these interviews, and this time she's with Ethan Groom.
Nice job over here, Ethan Groom. You were just telling me it's your first year on the Razor Factory Racing team, and way to show everybody exactly what you can do. 4th year racing the Mint 400. Obviously a nice, grueling day for I say nice, but grueling, brutal day for everybody. You know, tell me about your thoughts about the Mint 400 and bringing it home and showing what you can do.
It's obviously one of the biggest races we have here in the States, so it's a super big deal to show up and do well. You know, we're happy with the 4th. We'd love to be further up. Had a lot of downtime today. That was all my fault, and so I'll be kicking ourselves for that one. We're going to be thinking it for a couple weeks. But honestly, a good day. Stuck in dust a lot of cars out there between all the different classes, so it made it very tricky to navigate. And, yeah, course just kept getting more hammered, so we found our way through it and got here to the finish.
Well, let's talk about that. You know, we always talk about wind, and everybody wants wind. It's going to keep the dust away, but I feel like today there was a little bit too much wind. Depending on where you were at, you were either driving into it or it was coming from the side. Is that how you felt behind the driver's seat?
Yeah, no, for sure. There was areas when you're going down one straightaway, you're super happy with the wind, and you're going to do a straight 180, and all of a sudden you're just eating it for the next few miles. So all kind of dependent on where you're at, and definitely you had to get lucky on when you're catching these lap cars or the other competitors. Made a big difference with the dust.
Awesome. Well, we're going to get some more numbers, make sure everything's official right now, but physically 4th overall here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Like I said, unofficially 4th overall. We're looking at everything, but physically, nice job over here for Ethan Groom.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. And it looks like we do have another car crossing the line right now. Now, I've actually got some more top news as well. We saw Blake Wilkie crossing the line earlier. Then Sean Saxton has now crossed in to finish in 8th position. Sean, of course, was absolutely charging hard earlier. We saw him right up into that top 2 and 3. And then I've got one that everybody's going to love here. Sierra Romo has crossed the line unofficially in 9th position. So what a fantastic run there for Sierra.
Yeah, great run by Sierra. You know, she's been rock solid for a long time. And I keep saying, you know, she's going to have a breakthrough race at some point. I say that, and it sounds like she hasn't accomplished anything. And she's been so fast, but she just hadn't got that marquee win yet. And I think it's coming. At some point, she's going to get that marquee win. And I think she's going to have the off-road world, completely stoked for her.
Yeah, she's always a gamer. It's just a matter of, it coming to her, right? So I think that she's going to get there. She's going to get her opportunity. She just has to keep at it.
Yeah, I mean, she's won championships. She won the very first year of the Unlimited Championship she won, correct, Matt?
Absolutely. No, she did great. Here she is at the finish line.
Yeah, you talk about families. I mean, her mom, her dad races. Her mom's raced in the past. I mean, the Romo family, just rock solid people. It's fun to be around. They're always joking. I mean, Randy, if you want a good time, Randy Romo can show you a good time. It's just fun. It's fun to hang out with that family.
It's cool to see the friendship and the camaraderie in this, in this class. All these guys and gals are getting out and high-fiving each other and smiles and having a good time, so it's great.
Well, and another thing about, Sierra is we get the thumbs up there. She's also a Ford ambassador. So, through her side-by-side racing, Ford has picked her up for an ambassador, gave her a Raptor truck. She does a lot of appearances for Ford and things like that. So, it's great to see, what side-by-side racing has provided a lot of these drivers. But it's great to see companies like Ford look at somebody like Sierra and go, you know what, we want to be on board with her.
Absolutely.
But this is what we're saying. This kind of racing is giving visibility to these young people.
Absolutely.
It's giving them the opportunity to do things that they never would have done before. We keep talking about Rally Raid and all of these kinds of things. Dare I say, what were the blue ribbon off-road races with things like Dakar, and they were almost inaccessible. The only route into that was through World Rally Championships or that other kind of direction. Not anymore. UTV racing and off-road dirt racing in America is opening the door for so many of these young superstars to take their craft worldwide.
Including the people who didn't know they're superstars. They didn't know they had the skills until they found out a chance to apply them.
Well, this is the thing, and what I love is that there's the hardcore dynasty inside of Dakar, whether it be Stefan Pesser-Hansel, whether it be Nasser Al-Attiyah, etc. It goes on and on and on and on. And all of a sudden, these guys have had it their own way for a very long time, and they're having to look over their shoulder right now because there's some young guns nipping at their heels and coming up. And the bit that I really love is they cut their teeth in races like the Mint 400. And that's why events like this are so important to our off-road culture.
There is a tell, though, right? Because what's interesting is I know a lot of those guys have looked at coming over here, and then they kind of hesitate because they see how deep the field is and how young the field is and go, wait a second, I'm going to have to beat all these young guns?
Yep.
Well, maybe I'll hang back.
Yeah. Well, it's very true. I mean, you've also got to remember.
A VIP ticket instead.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
if we actually look at races like the Dakar and we actually look at how many young Europeans are coming through, well, they're just not. Okay, it's been the staple of the teams, where all the factory teams, to actually recirculate their older drivers, whether that be Carlos Sainz, Nani Roma, a plethora of South
Sebastian
African drivers.
Loeb.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, let's be honest. These are some of the greatest drivers of all time, ever, period. But the whole point being is that now they're having to look really hard because these guys and girls are coming from the United States and they're doing incredible things.
Well, it looks like we have our first 10-car finishers here, which I'd love to check those times and see where the 10 cars stacked up.
Well, I can tell you that. I'm just looking right down at my list and just see what we've got. And I'm just waiting for this to update.
Yeah, we had a massive field of 10 cars out here, like 26 cars out here racing with us.
Oh, wow. Okay, if that's correct, then I am just seeing the number 10 car has gone in 5th position overall, which is Elliot Watson, and that is with a 7 hour 17 in the 10:30. And in second place, the guy who's been winning the Class 10 pretty much all day with a 7 hours 17 and 13. 2 seconds dividing those cars.
That's crazy.
Absolutely incredible. And they move into 5th and 6th overall. That's absolutely remarkable stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, that just speaks to the level of competition here. If you're having, after 400 miles, you're having a 2-second split, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I'm loving that. And we've still got more of the Class 10s yet to come in. Cade Martin and Matt Belafontaine. But yeah, that's absolutely amazing. And also the fact they're splitting our top 10 as well. I'm super pleased for these guys. Class 10 is still alive.
100%. I mean, these are real race cars built from the ground up. Before UTVs. Look at this finish. Fantastic. Look at that sky. Yeah.
Almost in the air at the same time.
Yeah, that was almost.
That would be a stunt show.
Yeah. But you know, again, it's like that shows the capabilities of these cars using the jumps.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Now, this is here is Brody Aikens, who's actually in second position. Now, he's going to be absolutely gutted. Second place is something to be very proud of, but when you just find out you've lost it by 2 seconds,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's tough. What a battle these guys had today. Yeah, Elliott Watson, and he's a guy, you know, you want to talk about somebody cutting their teeth in side-by-side racing. You know, Elliott Watson, he's been, you know, really strong in side-by-side racing the last few years, been running with Jamie Campbell at Raceco. And
Janica. She rides every mile in that race car, and now she's going to get in with Connor McMullen and ride the race.
That's right.
She's a hardcore co-driver. I got to talking to her about little co-driver trips and ticks and things we do.
Yeah.
She's got them all down. She's got them all down.
And you start talking about it, and you talk about her, and we've talked about I mentioned Sadie Gray earlier, that's running with Sarah Price, and she was in the factory program for a while, and Erica Sachs, and we've got some phenomenal, really high-end female co-drivers that are emerging in this sport.
Yeah.
I came to learn about females in racing. One of the people that taught me a lot about how to win was a gal named Charlotte Corral. She was Class 8, and she had Ivan as a driver. That woman knew how to win a race, and she would help you understand it with her very own fellowship methods.
I can go back to Manny Esquera. When he got started, his sister, long before his brother Tootie co-drove.
Before Tootie got in,
she was his co-driver, and Manny says she's one of the best I ever rode with. Or I ever drove with.
Yeah. What was her name? I forgot. It's like, here, read my tongue. It's on the tip.
Same here. And I should know because I'm a Parker boy, but.
Yeah. I didn't want to bring that part up.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy.
Oh, now that's Martin Barkey there. So Martin Barkey from MBRP. That's a tough break there. Now, this gives us some perspective as well, because this is also one of the Polaris factory vehicles. So this is what we say, you can go and buy one of these vehicles. But so as we watch Martin there, tough break there for him. But we have got Tiffany Stone, and she's down in the pits with, I believe it is with Elliott Watson, who is our first place in Class 10 and 5th overall. So Tiff, take it away.
All right, let's talk about this, Elliott. Now, you coming over here, you are the first Class 10 car to come over. Looking at my numbers right now, I told you I was going to wait to tell you because I wanted to see your reaction. 7 hours, 17 minutes, 11 seconds. Brody Aikens, 7 hours, 17 minutes, 13 seconds. You won, I think, by 2 seconds right now. Mint 400, after all of those laps, after everything that happened here, tell me about the Mint 400 for you.
You know what? That was a long, hard day. We drove this car so hard, and everything worked out so perfectly. I mean, on the second lap, we had a little mishap. Thankfully, we were in the pits out in Gonzo, and our guys were there and got us back on the road pretty smoothly. But you know what? We were pretty close here last year, but the difference was we didn't get out of the car at all today. So kept moving. This race is hard. Everybody in this class is so fast. I mean, look at qualifying yesterday. We were all stacked up on each other, So it was good. Tires ran awesome. Huge thank you to Yokohama Tire for coming on board for us again this year. They've been a huge part of our program as of recently. And Fox Shocks also, they've been so awesome to me and treat me like family over the years. So it's been package is awesome. Love this car, love this race. Everything's been good. But yeah, we're beat up and ready to go home.
You're great to go home. Well, like I said, 2 seconds just separated you guys after all of those miles, after all of those laps. It's really good to see you here. Nice job. Congratulations for the Class 10.
Yeah, thank you. And overall, I got to give it up to my parents. We put our heart and souls into this, and we run a pretty good-sized family business, and our day-to-day is pretty demanding, so letting them, everybody come out here and do this is so awesome. So thank you to those guys, everybody at Tom Watson Inc., everybody back at home watching. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome. You heard it here. Elliott Watson, super excited about the time. I love telling everybody when they finish what their times are. It's great to see this. Back up to you guys.
Okay, fantastic. Right, now this looks like this is the third place. Class 10 crossing the line, which I believe Now, this is actually the 4th place. This is Belafontaine. He's coming in 4th, 11th overall, 4th in class. And we actually missed him, but it was Cade Martin in the 10-17 that crossed in 3rd position and 9th overall. So so these class 10s are really breaking into this top 10 overall. Amazing to see.
Well, before we went to that commercial or that break, Bob, we were talking about Manny Ascara's sister.
Yes.
Got the name. Dolores
Ascara.
Yes. Dolores. I got it.
You.
I had to bring it back because I got to thank my dad for that one. He texted me and he goes, Dolores Ascara. So, it was great roots there in Parker.
Unbelievable. And they are roots there. No question about it.
Indeed. Right, well, as the action continues here in the limited race and also in the unlimited qualifying, we're going to take a quick break here from the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, but do not go anywhere. There is still so much more to see and so much more to talk about. See you shortly. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by Magnaflow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
We're out here in Las Vegas at the 10th annual Republic Services Mint 400 Desert Cleanup presented by Sylvania Off-Road. As you can see behind me, we're pulling tons of trash out of the desert with a group of over 500 off-road racing enthusiasts and volunteers, all doing this with their own vehicles, their own hands. It's really important for us as off-road enthusiasts and racers to show the whole world that we're responsible land users.
Hi everyone, Lindsay here with Team Sylvania Off-Road. Sylvania Off-Road has proudly been the presenting sponsor for the last 2 years, and we are so excited to be a part of this event. Seeing the impact the off-road community can make when they all come together, even in such a short amount of time, is truly inspiring. We've got some great prizes we're about to give out. We've collected a ton of trash, and overall it's been a huge success, and we're very happy to be a part of it.
This year's event marks a full decade of doing desert cleanups. Since then, we've pulled over 500,000 pounds of illegally dumped trash from this area. Special thanks go out to Steve Orico and the entire Republic staff. Without them, we couldn't put on this amazing desert cleanup. Make sure you come out and join us March 4th through the 8th for the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. With over 500 teams, it's gonna be a big one.
The 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC. Springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing. The brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road. Built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. Powerstalk Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing. Welcome back to the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. What a day of racing it has been so far. And guess who it's about? Ladies and gentlemen, it could only be one man really, couldn't it? And it was Brock Hager.
Well, I got to tell you, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He had that mishap on the first lap where the tire fell off. He lost the lead there, gained it back, but in the process, broke a back axle, lost 3 minutes, and then does what Brock does. Comes from the back, so as we're watching, takes off, everything going great. Because he qualified on the pole, he's off by himself. But now we see he loses that rear tire, the strap's going. You can see the strap bouncing around. But we talked to Travis Clark. They always carry a spare, so when he pulled into Gonzo pit, they were able to change it, put the tire back on, everything good. And here, still see no strap. Now they got the tire back on, so Jim Beaver, they were working frantically.
Oh, they were definitely working frantically, but one of the best teams in the business, they got him going again, and that was the move right there for the lead that sealed the deal.
Yep, once he got by, and then we saw the other drive. We saw Corbin go off to the right. Then next thing you know, it's off to the races, and he took off, and he was gone. He was challenged when it came to time, but never again was anybody up racing with him in the fresh dust.
No, he was just on it from wire to wire as we see him cutting across that dry lake bed, heading to Prim to take yet another Mint 400 victory.
Let's not forget that also inside of this, he replaced a drive shaft in under 3 minutes.
Yes. So that's what we talk about. This is a team effort. You know, he is a driver and does everything right. And he was so cool after the race. He just looked like he was fresh. He could go back out for another 4 laps. So great job for Brock Hager once again. And also congratulations to Polaris. That was an unbelievable run. You can see him up at the top of the thing. Mitch Guthrie second. Also another Polaris. And then Blurton, the first Can-Am.
Yeah, now Phil Blurton, let's say this is one of the only races that he has not actually won. So close once again, coming in 7 hours and 13 minutes. But Brock Hager in 6 hours and 57, the first ever UTV to go sub 7 hours here at the Mint 400. But there's still a lot of racing going on there. There's still multiple classes out there on track right now.
Looks like a Jeep speed right there, guys.
Yep, and I was talking to Rusty from Rusty's Off-Road.
Yeah.
If you guys want to get out there and do some wheeling, whether it's coming across and do some desert racing or some rock crawling or something like that, and you got a Jeep CJ, XJ, whatever J you got, give Rusty a call. He will hook you up. I got 2 of them. My son Luke has 1, and I trust his parts completely. So it's a great class to get started in. It's always good to go out fun wheeling on those things.
So today also we had the qualifying for the unlimited race, which we'll be seeing tomorrow. And we saw Tracy Graff's car being put into pole position with none other than Justin Bean Smith at the helm with a 6:08. Now, we were talking about that, weren't we? And saying, we're expecting the times to be sub 6 minutes. It didn't happen. We were expecting Nick Whetstone to turn up and really turn on the heat. It didn't happen. We were expecting Adam Householder to be somewhere down around 7th or 8th. Didn't happen. He's sitting right up there in the top 3 right now. It's going to be a very exciting race. But the biggest news is probably that previous champion Eric Hardin is probably not going to be racing tomorrow.
No, he hit that mountain. He was cutting one of the corners, hit that mountain, barrel rolled. It looked like it ripped the spindle off the left front. He's out. Robbie Gordon has to start from the back. He had an overheating issue, was not able to qualify. Jimmy Johnson was putting in an unbelievable run all the way up to the last 180 right before the finish line. Unfortunately, he barrel rolled 2.5 times on his roof, but he was able to finish. I think he's last when it comes to the people that cross the line, but that puts him still ahead of Robbie Gordon that didn't get a chance to qualify. So a lot of great things going on.
Well, I was just going to say, Jimmy Johnson's got a sense of humor about the thing. I don't know if you saw his Instagram post during the break. No. So he posted 2 videos. He goes, Instagram versus reality. It was him jumping the road crossing was Instagram. Reality was he posted the video of him rolling over. And I'm like, well, at least Jimmy's got a sense of humor about the whole thing.
Yeah, we've texted back and forth a couple times when Matt was up here, and he said, and I said, man, you had a great lap going. Everything was looking great. And he says, well, it was going great until it wasn't. And I said, been there, done that. We've all done it, and it's okay. He didn't hurt the truck. He's going to be able to get out there, put some laps in, get the truck to Troy, and I think they're gonna do a great job. I do want to say that that's not Big Booty Judy that Dale's driving. That's one of his old trucks that he took back on trade. It is a racer chassis, but it's one of his older racer chassis. He sold Big Booty Judy.
Gotcha, right. Actually, that makes sense because normally Big Booty Judy, she had 2 tires across the back, whereas that one had tires stacked on top of each other.
So
see, I was paying attention. I just didn't use my common sense to work it out.
That's okay.
Back to Jimmy's situation. I actually think it's a blessing in disguise to have him start back there because he doesn't now have to prove anything to anybody.
I think it's a
He
great
can go
place
out
to
and
start.
have fun. Yeah, he can go out and have fun. He can have his run, and
I think it's a great place to be. The last few years, we've seen the winners of this race come from mid-pack.
Well, and he can say, I'm out here to have fun and this and that, but when you've been to the pinnacle of racing and winning championships and winning so many Charlottes and winning and all the different races that he's done, your ego is up there. Regardless, he's a gentleman, he's a sweetheart on camera, but he's a killer. I mean, just flat out, he's a killer when he gets behind the wheel of a race car, and that's what you saw. He was coming in, and he just hucked it in a little too hard. If he wouldn't have rolled, he probably would have been our top two-wheel drive. So, ifs and buts, candy and nuts, it'd be Christmas every day of our life. But so he made a mistake, big deal. The truck's not hurt, they got it fired up, they got to go across the thing, patch up the bodywork, and him and Troy will do great tomorrow. But I see a great race, and these guys have seasoned the track a little bit. It's going to get even rougher tomorrow with all that horsepower.
Yeah, it's been a great race today. The conditions have been phenomenal. I think with the moisture in the ground, the wind that we had today, I mean, and we saw the lap that, or the race that Brock had and, broke that record first time in the 6-hour range. But, I think it's shaped up. The track's held together pretty good right now. I think the first couple laps of the Unlimited race tomorrow is going to be solid.
It's way better than I expected. And, the other part of this day, I don't think I ever recall seeing or being in a Mint 400 where everything was so right. The weather, the wind, the sun, it's just, this has been an amazing Mint so far.
What about the announcers, Bob?
Well, we can get more.
Average.
Three out of 4 wasn't bad, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. They're a dime a dozen,
We had 3 guys who were pretty good and 1 guy that sucked. All right. But no, you're absolutely right. You look at the wind; it's just enough to keep the course going. And you see that the water is still coming up. It's cool enough where the cars and the trucks
Shocks
are all running
happy.
great. Yeah, everyone's happy. So we just saw Ronnie Anderson finish. He looked like he had his hood off. So obviously he had some issues in that NOS Energy, Energy car as he was coming around, but he made it to the finish. And that's when you do that. I always say, and Bob, you can talk about this. When you finish a long race, your life kind of flashes before you. You have these little snapshots of all the crazy, good, fun, bad things that happen. It's a metaphor for life, that 400 miles that they just did.
Well, the people that come to race this race, now we have our top guys and they're here to win. Some are paid to win. They got to win. That's the job.
Yep.
But the rest of them are here saying, hey, man, I'm going to run the Mint 400. Well, now, on many other off-road races, they think they can win, and they do. So here, they're saying, you know what a win for me is? A finish.
Yep.
If I can get to that finish line, that's good enough for me.
Well, spare a thought for Joe Tirana. Joe Tirana is less than half a mile from the finish line. He had 3rd place in his hand.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show. I mean, we saw it years ago. Was it 2022 when Rob McCachran and Luke McMillan were running together? Yeah, literally half a mile from the finish line.
Yes.
Yep. These things happen. It's off-road racing, and that's why we love it, because you're never sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, it happens. I know, I follow Stage Rally a lot. I've done a lot of work in there. Leah Block, or Ken Block's daughter, she had her first stage rally in January at Snowdrift Rally in her grasp. 100 yards before the finish, the car broke.
Well, it looks like Louisiana's got himself a flat tire, so they got to do some work there. They're taking their time. I want to throw a shout out to a young man that I thought did a great job, and that's Ethan Groom. He is one of those young drivers that is getting faster and faster all the time, more consistent all the time. And, hey, I think there he is, Cameron Steele.
Cameron.
Wanted to merge onto the live stream.
There you go. Saving the best for last.
I don't think he likes that. He likes to hide his age a little bit. It showed his age there on the screen. I don't know that Cameron's going to be happy about that.
We're all going to get there, right, Bob?
Well, yes. Some of us got past it.
There we go. There you go. But this just goes to show you that he runs the trophy truck class down in Mexico, two-wheel drive class, but he brings that other truck out here to run the Mint. So everybody is out here running this Mint 400.
Yeah, and Cameron, the one thing I love about Cameron, and Cameron's a dear friend of mine. I owe a lot to him, but he's not scared to get behind the wheel of anything. We've seen him in 16 cars, mini trucks, UTVs, Ultra 4 cars, unlimited trucks. Cameron's a wheelman. He'll drive anything.
Short course buggies, short course trucks, you name it. You're absolutely right. All from starting on a boogie board. It's amazing. Doesn't matter where you start, it's where you end up, right?
Indeed. Now we've got some more finishes. Mitchell Alsop has crossed the line in 15th overall and 10th in class. And also Chase Carr has crossed the line 17th overall and 12th in class. But there's still an awful lot of vehicles out there on track right now. Over 200 cars started earlier today.
248 to be exact.
It's mad, isn't it?
Crazy.
Absolutely incredible. Now, I'm just looking down my list of people that we will be looking forward to seeing coming across the line very soon. And somewhere out there, let's not forget, we've got multiple classes still out there racing right now. So Brad Wilson's currently leading in Class 12. Justin Miller is currently leading in Class 1450. We've got Sarah Price, who's out there as well, leading the UTV Pro Stock Modifieds. And we've got Gage Tui in the UTV Pro Turbos.
So the Wilsons are in lead. Is that what I got? The Wilsons are in the lead.
In Class 12?
Yeah.
Yes.
That means so the bet is big. Is McCackern in? He probably got in the second lap.
Yeah, from what I know, Ronnie is in for the last lap.
I think they're going to do it. They're going to beat the kids.
There's a lot of heritage there.
Yeah,
a lot of championships. Larry Jobe, once again, drive, ride anything.
Yeah.
Ronnie Wilson, same thing. Sammy Ehrenberg, they raced a quad here a couple months ago, you know. And then Rob Mack, can he drive?
I understand he's got a permit.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe he'll after he gets out of this 12 car, maybe he'll become something. That'd be good for him.
You know, I'll just wait and see.
Stepping stone.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good stepping stone for him.
He could be just lucky.
Yeah. So in qualifying, where did Serapis end up?
He was on the pole.
Oh, he got the pole.
Yeah, Brett got the pole. Yeah, Brett ended up on the pole.
So that Steve has got to be stoked. Christian's got to be stoked. So they just got to get out there and run some laps. Don't try to kill that thing. But they're, you know, the Mason all-wheel drive is the leader when it comes to all-wheel drive vehicles right now. They've done so much, and they're dominating down in Mexico. They're, you know, these boys are strong. They're young. They're fit. See good things out of the Serapises for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see good things. We saw them over at Hammers, a few weeks ago, putting a solid performance out there. Didn't blow the wheels off it. It was a very, very mature drive. But let's not forget, they've taken a little bit of time out from racing, so you've got to come back into it. You've got to find your pace again. And we forget just how incredibly finely tuned so many of these drivers are. These guys are semi-professional or professional race car drivers.
Yeah.
And to come up against them and just jump into a truck and go full pace and be able to compete is not an easy thing to do.
No. The guys that put the work in, that's what you see.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's the difference. We're talking about, hundredths of a second in each corner, and they make minutes at the end of a race.
Yep. Well, the shadows are getting longer.
Yeah.
Sun's going to be in their eyes trying to get over the top of the hill.
You know, the pace of this race, just in all the classes in the limited class, has been lightning quick. Years past, we've had the sun going down. It's been kind of dark and things like that. And this year, we're getting a lot of finishers in without the lights being flipped on. This has been an insanely fast pace today.
It's not even cold yet.
Well, knock on wood.
You had to say it. Thanks,
Bob. You've been sitting in here with the heater between your legs.
Is that what's going on?
I just thought it was warm and bubbly.
Yeah, I thought it was you guys.
Yeah.
My coffee's been hot all day, and I can't explain it.
I've got to say, the guy who's flying this drone, it was absolutely insane. What a set of shots that was.
Well, there's those sand whoops. There's somebody tired there at the end of the day on the last lap going, just get me through these one last time.
So here we go. So as we continue here with the action at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400, we're going to pop out for a short ad, but do not go anywhere. There's still lots more action to come.
There's no hotel with this many stars.
This is the BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is infinitive, top of the throne in his league. How you moving so in the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Your rides are really good. They'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
With age comes a cage, but the moto guys were out there today and strong. They actually ran quicker. So you can see Shirley was first in 46 with Logan second. Campbell, Preston Campbell, fresh off a top 10th place in the Dakar Rally overall. Great job second in his class. Then it was Cooper, and then on down the line. But you watch how fast these riders are going. So now they're running the same track as the 1,000 horsepower trucks, and look at the times. They are faster than everybody out there. So that just goes to show you what the bikes can do. So here's why: because when they get to these sharp S turns back and forth, they can lean the bike, gain traction, and carry that speed. Now, obviously, if we looked at straightaway speed, probably the Serapis had more straightaway speed than them, but when it comes to the corner, slowing down a 7,000-pound or 6,000-pound truck versus a motorcycle, he just comes in, changes his direction, and back on the gas. So these bikes are going to have a great race, and the cool part is that when you go, you can find the graphic, it's a different course. So when the trucks are going back and forth, they're not racing on the same course as them. So we got 2 different races going tomorrow, Pro Moto and plus a bunch of other classes, but the trucks are going to be in full swing tomorrow. So Pro Moto was in full effect today, and they did a great job. Congratulations to Shirley.
If I'm not mistaken, we've got over 100 bikes running tomorrow.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different classes. We're just talking the top 9 guys. Grant, DNF, we don't know what happened there, but this is just the top most elite guys. Other than that, you have Pro 30, Pro 40, Pro 50, and then you also have some hooligans and some of the different bikes and stuff like that. So these, same thing that we saw in the limited race today, that we're going to see a lot of lapping. But with a motorcycle, it's much easier to squeak by. But the course that they're running on is not going to be the truck course. It's going to be its own. So they're going to have quads and everything like that. So there is some 2-track, but not near as wide or rough, Jim Beaver.
Yeah, well, I know you mentioned the hooligans in the Harley hooligan class. There's over 20 sign up here. I mean, that's going to be a battle in that class. That's one to watch.
Yeah, that I have no desire. Zero. I'll ride a Harley down to the corner to see what I would do it to see my dad. Other than that, I do not want to take one off road.
Yeah,
no.
I was looking at those at Tech and Contingency, the festival downtown yesterday, and they had some huge King shocks in the back. One side had a coilover King, and on the other side it had a bypass King on the rear sway.
Well, in some of the cases,
sponsored by Swap Meet.
Well, some of the new technology, they'll have the compression and rebound. Compression one side of the fork, rebound on the other. Yeah. But the axle's so stiff that they can do that. And we've also seen mountain bike forks where there's just one side. That scares me. Like I just sit there and look at it. It's like this is not the right thing. But
it doesn't compute. The math doesn't math, right, Ricky?
No. But what's great is that what the Martellis have done, and now with Brian Folks, and they brought with the Mint being back, they have motorcycles and bikes. That's how it originally started back in the day with Jack Johnson. I don't know how many times he won it back when he was the king of it, but it's great to see everything. But I love what they did here, running the 2 different courses. So if you're a motorcycle guy, you're not worried about a trophy truck catching you and chasing you down.
Nor do you have to run through their tracks with these 42-inch tires.
Right, exactly. Now, what I loved today, they let the bikes go first. Now, they ran the same qualifying course here, but nowhere near as rough as it was the last lap of qualifying.
Yeah. We'll see how it all goes.
Yeah. All right, Jim Marsden, you got anything to say about that, or are you just gonna spectate?
Oh, mate, as soon as I'll be honest with you, as soon as it gets to 2 wheels, I haven't got a clue, so I stay away from that. But I am looking right now, though, at some scores of people coming in. We've got the fantastically named Jedi Jack Mameli, who's coming in 18th position and 13th in class. Landon McGath, who's coming in 20th overall and 15th in class. And also Dan Fisher, who's coming 17th and 12th in class. So there's still people coming across the line. And as we said earlier, 248 vehicles left the start line this morning. Blows my mind.
Well, and we're going to be redundant here, but we've been blessed with the wind. We've been blessed with the water coming up and great racing all day long with some. And so we're going to go take a little quick review of some unbelievable highlights, which was Friday of the Mint 400.
Here's our unlimited qualifying earlier on today, setting the stage for tomorrow's battle.
Yeah, that first car we saw was none other than Justin Bean Smith driving what is Tracy Graff's car here. And this was our fastest qualifier with a 6 minutes and 8 seconds. And this is Adam Householder. Now, this is the man who's looking for that 3-peat. He's already done a 2-peat. Can he break record books? Can he be the first person to win this back-to-back 3 times?
And he said, I want to start in the back and work my way forward. And he was right up front for the majority of the time, so he's right where he needs to be for tomorrow's race.
Yeah, he knows this car absolutely inside out. It's going to be great to see what he can deliver. Now, this is Nick Whetstone. So Nick Whetstone, of course, straight out of Australia. It's a long old way to come racing, but when you get to the Mint 400, you realise why these guys make the pilgrimage every year. Now, I'll be honest with you, I was expecting Nick to be very fast out here on track today. He was breaking records last year with his qualifying times. Well, it wasn't to be this year.
He's saving his good day for tomorrow.
Well, but I talked with Rick Geiser last night, and he said that he's maturing himself quite a bit. And here we have 7-time NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson, who was on a tear, hitting everything right, watch the lines through the berms, everything perfect. But then I said, short course can bite you, and look what happened. Boom. On the very last turn, he goes up and over. And so Jimmy said it to me on a text. It was going great until it wasn't.
He missed the Winter Olympics by 2 weeks. He's got a 7.4 for that.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. But it's great to see that truck back on its wheels and he crossed the line.
Okay, so here are the results. Now, just check that out. It's interesting. So it's got Householder in first place, second is Whetstone. Now, we were saying this about Tracy Graff earlier. I was saying, is that going to be the correct standings for the Unlimiteds? And I'm just trying to see if I can actually see.
That's all the two-wheel drive trucks.
That's the two-wheel drives. Yes, you are correct.
So we have Householder, Whetstone. Oop, we lost that. And now in four-wheel drive, Serapis up front, Graff second, and Scafuto. So it was Brett Serapis was able to put it on pole with the 6:06, 2 seconds faster than Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graff.
But tomorrow they're not going to start these classes separately. It's going to be by qualifying time no matter what class you're in.
Yep.
Exactly. So we're going to see Serapis going off the line in first position.
Yep.
Can't wait to see that. But we've also got to remember we also had the 6100 class cars qualifying. And so we have highlights from that as well. So let's have a check of this out now. In fact, this is actually back to our limited classes. And that is, of course, Brock Hager, the man of the hour.
Oops, dropped something.
Yeah, dropped the tire early on and, really never looked back after that.
And this is what I had to say. Bob was right. I started to say that. I have to say it. But he said he runs those BFGoodrich tires. He doesn't get flats, and he didn't. But they did lose some time re-racking that tire, and then he got past, but he was able to make that pass back. So watch this. Here he comes. Works his way back in, cuts to the inside, and now forces the other driver out to the outside, and then Brock just hammered down straight up the line, and then there was no biting back. He was gone after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still think the whoops there.
The pivotal parts for me of this race for Brock Hager, yes, he's a wheelman, but the fact that his team are so well prepared that they're waiting and ready in the pits should he have a problem. We saw that with the spare wheel. We saw that with the drive shaft change. And when you've got such a well-oiled machine, it's very hard to beat a gentleman of his standard.
And Marzin, can you imagine the peace of mind it gives you behind the wheel when you know you had that sort of support behind you? It's just like, so I lost a tire. Oh, well.
Yep, here we're watching Mitch Guthrie. He did a great job all day. Was close, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable stuff from Mitch.
Great return to side-by-side racing here in the desert.
And this is Phil Blurton making his way in. Now Phil, he fell down through the leaderboard. And don't forget, we were talking about that clicking noise that he had coming from his car. And as Ricky said, cars can fix themselves.
Yeah. So they have an ability for self-clearance. I've done it many a time.
Self-clearancing, I like that.
Because what can happen is you can ding a wheel somehow, and it hits the caliper, it hits the rotor.
Until it wears it out.
Until it wears something out, and then it goes away. So we don't know if that was it, but whatever it was, it fixed itself.
Yeah, so our unofficial top three, in fact, I think it is almost actually official now, as it stands right now. So it is Brock Hager in first position. In second is Mitch Guthrie Jr. And in third, it is Phil Blurton.
Yeah, looking down, I mean, obviously, Groom had a great run. We got to give Elliott Watson a lot of credit. 2-second win over Akins for the Class 10 title. What a run there for both of those drivers.
Caden McCackman got himself a nice 7th place there.
Yeah. And I called at the beginning, look at that, Mr. Blake Wilkie working his way into the top 10. I said Blake will be a gamer. He'll be there at the end, and Wilkie found himself in the top 10 overall.
And it looks like, number 16 there's Brandon Arciero made it up to the finish. Did okay.
So here I go for the Saturday here at the 2026 BFGoodrich Tire Mint 400. Do not miss it. It all starts at 7 a.m. with the motorcycles. Then at 8 a.m. it is the Youth 170 and 200 start. Then at 10:15 a.m. we're going to have the grid walk and opening ceremonies. Then at 10:45 a.m. the unlimited races start. And at 5:30 we're expecting our first race finishers to be crossing the line. What an incredible day of action it has been here today. I have loved every single second. Some final thoughts, gentlemen. Ricky.
Well, for one, we're going to be on at 10:15 tomorrow morning. So we're going to have highlights from the motorcycles, what's happening early on. We're going to get those guys out and running. But I'm telling you, I'm stoked to be here. Obviously, we had some thrills and spills today. Great limited racing, unbelievable qualifying action. It's always a blessing to be here with you boys. And Bob Bauer, thank you for sharing the stage with me. I'll give it to you.
Well, I am impressed with what I saw today. We saw a desert just ready for a race. And it's after this, it's more ready for a race tomorrow.
I think the stage is set for some amazing battles tomorrow. I can't wait.
Absolutely fantastic. What a day of action. So be sure to join us tomorrow morning. We are going to be here for more action at the 2026 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here in Prim, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. Good night and see you tomorrow. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg. Race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
Off-road racing fans, betting on the American Off-Road Racing Championship is here. AORC has teamed up with Bet Online to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on the premier North American off-road racing series. Bet Online isn't just another sportsbook. It's built for true competitors. Cutting-edge tech, real-time odds, and the best betting experience in the game. Now, the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Anderson gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
At
Powersport Pros, we don't just sell parts, we race them. Every suspension kit, every light bar, every performance upgrade we offer has been pushed in the dirt, the rocks, and the desert at full throttle. Because when you line up at the start line or hit the trail with your family, failure isn't an option. With locations in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Murrieta, California, our experienced techs deliver race-proven installs, expert service, and real-world advice. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Powersport Pros.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The next era of desert racing is here. BITD and UNLTD unite to form the American Off-Road Racing Championship, the premier North American off-road league. One rulebook, one championship, and the country's most iconic races. Parker, Mint, Silver State, Vegas to Reno, and Laughlin. No split fields, just the best. Racing head-to-head, the American Off-Road Racing Championship. This is where champions are decided.